Chapter 874. With the life-extinguishing saber in hand, Gu Hai stepped out of the infinite celestial capital's city defense formation and charged toward the Tongtian sect master. At that moment, almost everyone's jaws dropped. Even though they knew that Gu Hai had mobilized the power of the Dahan Empire, that was the Tongtian sect master. He was one of the top experts in the world. Did he just charge in like that? One-on-one? Without any help? The people of Dahan widened their eyes, and so did the scouts. Kong Xian and Mosquito Daoran. Even the Tongtian sect master had a look of disbelief on his face. Gu Hai alone? Did he charge in to fight me alone? That's impossible. He's courting death. This isn't 800,000 years ago, and there are no rules of chess now. What gives him the confidence to fight me one-on-one? Mosquito Daoran used to be most afraid of the Tongtian sect master, but now that he saw Gu Hai charge out, he was both shocked and proud. Perhaps he had made the right choice. Kong Xian also looked at Gu Hai in shock. Kong Xian had a certain understanding of Gu Hai's strength. Even he couldn't deal with the Tongtian sect master, so how could His Majesty do it? However, even though everyone doubted Gu Hai had already charged out. Kong Xian and Mosquito Daoran charged toward the Tongtian sect master's disciples. Mosquito Daoran, you ate my junior sister. You're courting death. Taoist Duobao and the Golden Spirit Goddess immediately roared. Countless sword chi surged toward Mosquito Daoran. Buzz. Suddenly, black mosquitoes filled the sword chi sea in all directions. There was more sword chi and more mosquitoes. The Mosquito Daoran entered the battle with the Dahan Imperial Dynasty and naturally used all his strength. He didn't hold back at all. Kong Xian's figure flickered and turned into a 3,000 feet long peacock. His demonic aura filled the sky, and he did not know how to hold back. He opened his mouth and swallowed all the sword chi. The Tongtian sect master glared at Gu Hai. You really have the guts to come out and seek death. He stretched out his hand and grabbed another strand of sword chi. It transformed into the immortal slaying sword and slashed out again. It doesn't matter how many of you come at me. I didn't manage to hit you just now. Now let's see where you can hide. Gu Hai shouted coldly. 8 cycles slashed at the immortal slaying sword again. Under the eye of life and death, this time, Gu Hai saw an even more powerful flaw than before. A saber slashed down. In an instant, a huge crack was torn in the void, crashing towards the immortal slaying sword. Hong! With a loud bang, the immortal slaying sword exploded once again. A huge force rushed towards the Tongtian sect master's palm. Rip! The Tongtian sect master's sleeves were torn apart, and a huge bloody wound appeared on his arm. What, master? In the distance, the goddess of golden spirits' expression changed. A large number of mosquitoes surrounded the goddess of golden spirit. Evil creature, get lost. The goddess of golden spirit shouted angrily as she waved a large number of Dharma treasures. Endless amounts of energy rushed out. However, as long as there was energy, the black mosquitoes would absorb it. In the blink of an eye, all the energy was sucked dry. They rushed towards the goddess of golden spirit. Be careful. The goddess of fire spirit immediately released a large number of flames to burn the black mosquitoes. Flames? Eat them like black mosquitoes. Ah! The Mosquito Daoran laughed loudly. Suddenly, the black mosquitoes pounced on the 2 women. Senior brother, save us. Boom! Boom! Taoist Duobao threw out a large number of Dharma treasures to save the 2 women. However, the 2 women were still in a sorry state and were fleeing. The Mosquito Daoran chased after them relentlessly. In the sky, Gu Hai's second slash once again gained the upper hand. Impossible. 8 cycles shouldn't have such great strength. How can he break my celestial slaying sword when he's not as strong as me? The Tongtian sect master said in shock and anger. 8 cycles. Gu Hai's expression was ferocious as he slashed out again. The Tongtian sect master did not believe it. He waved his hand again, and 100 sword chi turned into celestial slaying swords and slashed towards Gu Hai. However, when the 100 celestial slaying swords slashed over, the pressure on Gu Hai decreased. This was because the swords were scattered and there were even more flaws. Break. Boom. With a loud bang, the 100 celestial slaying swords exploded. Gu Hai continued to charge towards the Tongtian sect master, forcing the Tongtian sect master to retreat. This strange scene caused the spies of the 4 forces to reveal a look of horror. This is impossible. Gu Hai is forcing the Tongtian sect master to retreat? That's the Tongtian sect master we're talking about. How can he not be a match for Gu Hai? My eyes must be playing tricks on me. It must be. Many of the spies were in disbelief, while many of the Dahan citizens were in ecstasy. So what if he was the Tongtian sect master? When His Majesty made a move, he would still be unable to fight back. Your eyes? The Tongtian sect master suddenly quivered. He saw Gu Hai's eyes clearly in an instant. Those eyes reminded the Tongtian sect master of Rokudo Shinkuan in the past. Rokudo Shinkuan had used the eyes of life and death in the 18 levels of hell, and it was almost identical. How can you know it too? Impossible. The Tongtian sect master exclaimed. Nothing is impossible. Come again, don't run. Gu Hai shouted. I underestimated you. Ha, you can see through my flaws with this pair of eyes? The Long Jianghu was defeated by the dominator of the 6 paths with this pair of eyes. Ha, I understand now. The Tongtian sect master's expression turned cold. The Tongtian sect master waved his hand ferociously. Suddenly, the 4 immortal banishing swords surrounding the infinite celestial capital flew up. In the distance, without the protection of the 4 immortal banishing swords, Kong Xian swallowed Zhao Gongming whole. Kong Xian, you killed my big brother. I'll take your life. The 3 sky fairies roared in anger. You're allowed to kill the 200 million citizens of the infinite celestial capital, but I'm not allowed to retaliate? What a joke. Kong Xian opened his mouth again and pounced on the 3 sky fairies. On the other side, the 4 immortal banishing swords instantly surrounded Gu Hai and the Tongtian sect master. Once the sword formation was activated, Gu Hai was surrounded by sword energy from all directions. I don't believe that you have eyes on your back as well. Gu Hai, you really do have many secrets. Once I catch you, everything will be no secret. The Tongtian sect master laughed loudly. Catch me? Whether you can escape today is still unknown. Gu Hai said with a ferocious expression. You're just relying on this pair of eyes. 8 cycles? You can only use the 8 cycles. This pair of eyes won't be able to help you forever. Rokudo Shinkuan only used it for a short while. Can you keep using it? It must consume a lot of energy. Let's see how you're going to make a move when you can't use it anymore. The Tongtian sect master sneered. As he spoke, he controlled the immortal banishing sword formation. With a wave of his hand, all the sword energy in the sword formation suddenly transformed into the immortal banishing swords. A powerful destructive force surged toward Gu Hai from all directions. This time, Gu Hai had nowhere to hide. The Tongtian sect master seemed to have found a surefire way to win. Do you think I can only use the 8 cycles? Gu Hai sneered. The Tongtian sect master's expression darkened. He had a bad feeling about this. Cycles. Gu Hai's expression turned ferocious. 9. Gu Hai's face contorted as he shouted, 9. Boom. With a slash of his saber, an energy saber shot into the sky. The moment the energy saber appeared. Whether it was Kong Xian, Mosquito Daoran, or even the Tongtian sect master's disciples, they stopped fighting and stared at Gu Hai in horror. The 9 cycles. Back in the 18 levels of hell, Gu Hai's slash was so powerful that even Rokudo Shinkuan could not withstand it. When he slashed with his saber, the stars of an entire galaxy exploded. It was an entire galaxy. And now Gu Hai had slashed again? Everyone held their breaths when they saw the crack in the void that seemed to split open the sky. Impossible. The Tongtian sect master roared in shock. He saw all the materialized immortal banishing swords in the immortal banishing sword formation explode under the might of the saber. Just like the stars of an entire galaxy last time, all of them exploded. The 4 immortal banishing swords could not resist at all. They were instantly blasted away in all directions. The main body of the immortal banishing sword flew toward the Tongtian sect master. The Tongtian sect master hastily grabbed the immortal banishing sword to defend himself. However, the energy saber was aimed at the Tongtian sect master. Although the Tongtian sect master defended himself with all his might, he did not expect Gu Hai to be able to use the 9 cycles. This should not be. This is impossible. How could his strength suddenly increase by so much? This is impossible. There was a deafening roar. The Tongtian sect master was slashed from a place not far from the infinite celestial capital to the stars. In an instant he was slashed tens of thousands of miles away. Boom. The sound of the rift in the void recovering and absorbing the storm rang out. A large number of stars in the sky exploded. At the same time, the Tongtian sect master was exposed. Most of his clothes had been blasted away. The Tongtian sect master's hair was disheveled, and he cut a sorry figure. His skin was covered in wounds and blood spurted everywhere. He was holding the immortal banishing sword with all his might to defend himself against the attack. At this moment, the immortal banishing sword was covered in cracks. It was obvious that the immortal banishing sword had taken most of the attack. Even the immortal banishing sword could not withstand it and shattered. Bam! The immortal banishing sword exploded. Pfft. The Tong Tian sect master spat out a mouthful of blood. Time seemed to have stopped. Gu Hai held the life-extinguishing saber and pointed it at the Tong Tian sect master with a ferocious expression. In the distance, the Tong Tian sect master was utterly defeated. The immortal banishing sword formation exploded, and the immortal banishing sword was shattered. The Tong Tian sect master was covered in blood. He was severely injured. This doesn't seem right. Shouldn't the Tong Tian sect master be the one to completely crush Gu Hai? How could this be? How could the Tong Tian sect master be the one to be completely crushed? The spies from the four forces were all shocked. For a moment, they did not know how to report to their respective organizations. The people of Dahan were overjoyed. Kong Xian and Mosquito Daoran widened their eyes in disbelief. No Go Dharma? No Piqi? Nor exclusive possession of the human soul? His Majesty is now. Kong Xian's eyelids twitched wildly. At this moment, Kong Xian understood that Gu Hai was really strong. Without relying on external forces, he could defeat the Tong Tian sect master with his own strength? At most, he could only borrow strength from the people of Dahan. However, it was normal for an emperor to borrow strength from his people. Otherwise, why would he establish a country? In other words, as long as he was in the infinite celestial capital, Gu Hai's home ground, even the Tong Tian sect master would not be able to defeat him. Pfft. In the sky, the Tong Tian sect master spat out another mouthful of blood. He looked at the immortal slaying sword in his hand, which only had its hilt left. He still could not accept this reality. Gu Hai's black and white eyes? No, it was not those eyes. Gu Hai had surpassed him with his strength. How could this be? The Tong Tian looked down at Gu Hai, who was still wearing a ferocious expression, and a great sense of sadness welled up in his heart. Am I not even a match for Gu Hai now? Everyone run! The Tong Tian sect master roared with grief and hatred. Yes, sir. The disciples of Heavenspan also followed suit, their hearts filled with grief. While fleeing, the Tong Tian sect master waved his hand and summoned the fragments of the immortal slaying sword, as well as the immortal slaughtering sword, immortal trapping sword, and immortal extinguishing sword that had been shot in all directions. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, the Tong Tian sect master disappeared into the horizon. Where do you think you're going? The Mosquito Daoran shouted angrily and was about to pounce on Taoist Duobao. No need to chase. Gu Hai shouted coldly. Yes. The Mosquito Daoran and Kong Xian immediately flew over. Gu Hai stepped forward and flew back to the infinite celestial capital. His Majesty is invincible. Countless citizens and officials cheered wildly in excitement. This moment of victory gave rise to unprecedented worship and confidence in Gu Hai. People of Dahan, the thieves have retreated. The country's prestige is restored. Gu Hai shouted. Roar! The golden dragon of destiny flew out of Gu Hai's body and rushed into the sea of destiny clouds. Its dragon roar reverberated in the ears of all the citizens of Dahan. Dahan is invincible. Cheers came from all the cities. However, Gu Hai did not enjoy the cheers. Instead, he stepped into the soaring palace hall alone. Bang! The doors of the soaring palace hall slammed shut. Gu Hai was left alone in the hall. Pfft! Gu Hai spat out a mouthful of blood. Chapter 875. 9 Cycles. With Gu Hai's current strength, he wouldn't be able to withstand it even if he mobilized the power of the Dahan. If his physical body hadn't reached its peak, he would have exploded after executing the 9 cycles. However, even though his strong physical body blocked the backlash of the 9 cycles, Gu Hai was still severely injured internally. All the nascent soul cultivators were dispirited. After spitting out a mouthful of blood, Gu Hai felt a lot better. Injuring the enemy was equivalent to injuring himself. Many people must have guessed that something was wrong with his body when he hurried back to the soaring palace. But so what? The Tong Tian sect master had been defeated. The news of the battle just now must have spread throughout the world. To enter the infinite celestial capital, one had to be as strong as the Tong Tian sect master. The immortal slaying sword formation was no match for Gu Hai. The most ferocious sword in the world, the immortal slaying sword, was also shattered by Gu Hai. The Tong Tian sect master had come in high spirits but returned in disappointment. He was severely injured and fled in a sorry state. This was Gu Hai and this was the Dahan. From this moment on, Ordinary people wouldn't dare to provoke the Dahan imperial dynasty. Outside, the officials and people cheered. Gu Hai adjusted his breath in the soaring palace for a while. His pale face regained some color. After all, he had the heaven-mending power, so ordinary injuries could be healed quickly. Quang. The door of the palace opened again. Gu Hai slowly stepped out of the soaring palace. At this moment, all the officials were standing respectfully on the square. When they saw Gu Hai, they immediately bowed. Your Majesty, long live. Gu Hai looked at the officials and listened to the cheers of the people from the infinite celestial capital. But he was satisfied. At the same time, the news of the Tong Tian sect master's defeat quickly spread throughout the world. When the sects and dynasties around the Dahan imperial dynasty heard the news, almost everyone was in disbelief. That's impossible. The Dahan imperial dynasty hasn't even been established for 20 years. How did Gu Hai do it? Fake, it must be fake. That's the Tong Tian sect master. How could Gu Hai deal with him? Who sent the news? Who sent you the news? Nonsense. The experts of the nearby forces were all shocked and terrified. If Gu Hai was really that powerful, it would mean that his neighbor was in danger. The Tong Tian sect master was a name that one could only look up to. Now he was defeated by Gu Hai? No one could accept it. He still remembered the scene when the Dahan Empire had just been established. Almost everyone was bullied, but now? At the border of the Dahan Empire. In the small attic. My lord, it's absolutely true. Several scouts have sent news that the Tong Tian sect master has lost. An official bowed towards the pavilion with an ugly expression. In the pavilion, the official who planned the infinite celestial capital's civil strife was silent for a long time. Too fast. This Gu Hai is growing too fast. The official finally let out a shocked exclamation. My lord, what should we do? Even the Tong Tian sect master has lost. Who is still a match for the Dahan imperial dynasty? The official at the door said anxiously. Ignorant. The official in the pavilion shouted coldly. Huh. Gu Hai defeated the Tong Tian sect master by borrowing the power of the Dahan Empire and the power of the Dahan citizens. That's how he did it. It's the same for the Great Emperor Empire. If His Majesty mobilized the power of the Great Emperor Empire, he could also defeat the Tong Tian sect master. The official said coldly. Yes. When the war between the two empires starts and we take over half of the Dahan cities, Gu Hai will lose half of his subjects. How can he borrow power? Moreover, he can only borrow power in the infinite celestial capital. Can he still borrow power after he leaves? He's already trapped in the infinite celestial capital. The official said coldly. Yes. The Tong Tian sect master is defeated. He definitely won't be able to take this lying down. Wait, he'll be back soon. At that time you'll be in charge of receiving him. Remember, do your best to appease him so that he can deal with Gu Hai again. The official said coldly. Yes. The official at the door retreated, but the official in the room had an ugly expression. The first wave caused internal strife in the infinite celestial capital and failed. The second wave also failed to lure the Tong Tian sect master. If it's only 2 waves, there will be more after this. The official said coldly. Infinite celestial capital. Upper study. Gu Hai sat in front of the study table and looked at the mountain of information in front of him. However, Gu Hai's memory and analytical ability allowed him to quickly flip through the pages and memorize everything by heart. Whoosh! Suddenly, a black fog appeared in the study. Gu Hai put down the information in his hands and coldly looked at the black fog in front of him. A large number of bats seemed to be flying in the black fog. The bats condensed and immediately turned into a human figure, respectfully bowing to Gu Hai. Blood-robed guards Commander-in-Chief Chang Ming greets Your Majesty. Gu Hai looked at Chang Ming and nodded. Your Majesty, this is some of the information the blood-robed guard found. Chang Ming respectfully handed a stack of information to Gu Hai's study table. Gu Hai tapped the information with his finger, but didn't look at it. Instead, he looked at Chang Ming and asked, There are vampires in the Great Emperor dynasty? Yes, according to Your Majesty's request, this official started making arrangements more than a year ago. The Great Emperor dynasty is especially attentive. Chang Ming said respectfully. I heard Mo Yike say that the Great Emperor dynasty hasn't stopped for the past year? Gu Hai looked at Chang Ming. Yes, it has been operating continuously. There are not many military campaigns. However, they have cleaned up the entire country. Their methods are extremely brilliant. Chang Ming nodded. Who made the arrangements 2 days ago? Gu Hai asked. Your Majesty knows them too. Chang Ming said with a bitter smile. Sima Chang Kong. Changming said solemnly. Sima Changkong? Guhai was surprised. Yes, although the great emperor dynasty has protected this lord in all aspects, even concealing his identity, your majesty has instructed us to pay attention to Sima Changkong. Thus, this official has sent people to infiltrate Sima Changkong's residence since more than a year ago. In the days that your majesty has been missing, Sima Changkong has displayed his inhuman methods, calming the internal strife, warding off foreign enemies, and devising one complex scheme after another to obtain the trust of the great emperor dynasty's imperial family. This is his plan for the past year. Changming handed over another document. Guhai opened it and carefully read it. As he read, Guhai's eyes flashed with astonishment and admiration. In the past he was just a messenger for the Longzhonghua, an inconspicuous and insignificant person. Who would have thought that he would be so powerful? Changming shook his head and sighed. However, Guhai shook his head and said, No achievements? You are wrong. The Deqian Celestial Empire's new top scorer. He went against the Longzhonghua, only to deprive him of his top scorer status. Then he was won over by Takashi Ryushin. How could he be incompetent? In the past, although he did not do much, he was able to become Takashi Ryushin's top aide. He was just a messenger? Sima Zongheng betrayed the Longzhonghua, and the Sima family was almost exterminated. However, because of Sima Changkong the entire family was saved. How could he be mediocre? Guhai said in a deep voice. But it can only mean one thing. Sima Zongheng hid his abilities. Guhai said in a deep voice. Oh. In the past he did not have the opportunity to contribute. Perhaps he did not want to show off too much. It's him? It's Sima Changkong? Then everything makes sense. Everything makes sense now. Guhai's eyes flashed with a bright light. The Sima Changkong, is he very powerful? Changming was still uncertain. Very powerful. Just the fact that he almost made me misjudge him is enough to prove that he is powerful. Guhai said in a serious tone. Yes. Changming nodded. What is your subordinate's position in Sima Changkong's residence? Guhai asked. He is just a chef. All this time he wanted to turn others into members of the blood race and become one of us. However, he could not find an opportunity. He kept telling me that there was no chance at all. I did not believe him at first, but now I somewhat believe him. Changming said with a frown. If Sima Changkong was really that intelligent, he would indeed be very guarded against the people around him. A chef. He only neglected the people in his residence. Guhai said in a deep voice. Your Majesty, some of the spies in the court have been found by the embroidered uniform guards. We have also found some. They are all written in this information. However, I have never been able to find the 8 people with the greatest power. Changming said with a complicated expression. Chen Tianshan, Mo Yike, Gao Xianji, Kong Xian, Shengwan Hen, Ao Shun Montes and Guqin? Guhai said with a frown. Yes, there are no openings. This subject did not know where to start. Changming said with a frown. Them? Indeed, this subject really did not expect a spy among these 8 people. Guhai said with a frown. Could there be a mistake? They are the people that your Majesty trusts the most. No, there is one among them. You don't have to worry about this. This subject will find that spy. Guhai said seriously. Yes. Guqin nodded. Is there anything else special? Guhai asked, feeling confused. Yes. Even if your Majesty did not ask, this subject would have said it. Changming immediately said with a solemn expression. Oh. Does your Majesty still remember Guanqi's 9 sons? Changming asked. Naturally, this subject knows. Aside from Guqin, whom this subject brought back from 800,000 years ago, the other Guanqi's 8 sons all died 800,000 years ago. Guhai nodded. The subject wants to talk about one of them, the Long Sanqian. Does your Majesty have an impression of him? Changming asked. The Long Sanqian? The son of Takashi Ryushin, the crown prince of the great emperor dynasty. One of the 9 Guanqi's 9 sons died 800,000 years ago. Could it be that he is still alive? Did he come back as well? Guhai said in shock. No, he did not come back as well. Instead, this subject does not know how to say this. 1 year ago, when your Majesty and the others disappeared from this world, this subject's subordinate saw the Long Sanqian. Changming said with a bitter smile. Oh. Guhai's pupils shrank. At that time, the Long Sanqian should have returned to 800,000 years ago. How did Changming's subordinate see him? Could it be that there were 2 Long Sanqian? One went to 800,000 years ago and the other did not? Impossible. How could there be 2 crown princes of the great emperor dynasty? This subject's subordinate saw it. He is very sure. This subject is also very curious. In this 1 year, the Great Emperor dynasty continued to operate as usual. The one controlling the Great Emperor dynasty might be this Long Sanqian, the crown prince of the Great Emperor dynasty. Chang Ming said solemnly. Gu Hai frowned. The Long Sanqian? Commanding the Great Emperor dynasty in this 1 year? Everything became simple and blurred. Where did you see it? Gu Hai asked in a deep voice. Silver Moon Villa. Chang Ming said with a strange expression. Silver Moon Villa? At Yun Mo's place? How could that be? Why would the Long Sanqian appear there? Gu Hai frowned. The Silver Moon Villa was the Silver Moon Villa that Gu Hai had met when he first stepped into the Divine Continent's Silver Moon City. Yun Mo was the person who had made this communication figurine. The Great Emperor dynasty and the Silver Moon Villa should not be related. Why would the Long Sanqian appear in the Silver Moon Villa? Chapter 876. Silver Moon Villa? Gu Hai became serious. Why would the Long Sanqian appear in Silver Moon Villa? Your Majesty, is there any secret in Silver Moon Villa? Chang Ming asked in confusion. Gu Hai was silent for a while and recalled everything he knew. Yes. Gu Hai's face suddenly darkened. Oh. In the past, Autarch Fengyue and Shangguan Hen stayed in the Silver Moon Sea for a period of time. During that time, Autarch Fengyue ordered all of the Xuanwu tortoises in the world to head to the Silver Moon Sea. Silver Moon Sea? That's not the residence of the Xuanwu clan. Why were they in Silver Moon Sea? Yes. Logically speaking, when Supreme Fengyu was in power, she should have taken all the Xuanwu back to Tianyuan Island in the Thousand Islands Sea. Why did she stay in Silver Moon Sea? Chang Ming became serious. It means that Silver Moon Sea or Silver Moon Villa has something that Supreme Fengyu is interested in, or something that Old Man Guanxi wants. Gu Hai said in a low voice. Oh. Secondly, when Supreme Fengyu was guarding Silver Moon Sea, the heaven-level Zither and Lu Ji came back. It's not a coincidence but a precaution? A precaution against Old Man Guanxi? Gu Hai's face darkened. Chang Ming's pupils also shrank. That's right, Your Majesty. I thought it was a coincidence, but now it seems to be true. Lu Ji came back to protect the thing in Silver Moon Villa. To fight against Supreme Fengyu? Long Sanqian is one of Guanxi's 9 sons. Maybe he knows what the secret is. A while ago, the Long Sanqian entered Silver Moon Villa. Maybe he reached some kind of agreement with Silver Moon Villa? Chang Ming's eyes suddenly brightened. Silver Moon Villa? What other secrets are there? Does Yun Mo know? Gu Hai frowned slightly. Solemnly, Chang Ming said, Your Majesty, I will immediately send someone to investigate. Gu Hai nodded. Also, that Long Sanqian only showed his face once and never showed up again. Chang Ming recalled. Long Sanqian? There was one 800,000 years ago, and another one 800,000 years later. Both were mysterious. I will slowly investigate. Now, the most important thing is to find the spy, Gu Hai said in a deep voice. But these 8 are all His Majesty's most important confidants. It's going to be tough, isn't it? Chang Ming said worriedly. Gu Hai gently tapped the desk with his finger, revealing a trace of a smile. Don't worry, you just told me how to find the spy. At the intersection of the Dahan and the Great Wu, the Tongtian sect master returned with a group of disciples in a sorry state. This time the defeat was too terrible. If it had been the previous few times, it would have been excusable. This time the Tongtian sect master suddenly felt old. Oh, what a ridiculous word. The fairy slaying sword was broken, the fairy slaying sword formation was vulnerable, and he was seriously injured? His injuries were not bad and he would recover soon. However, the frustration in his heart was something that the Tongtian sect master could not accept. In a large hall, the Tongtian sect master looked at Sima Changkong with resentment. Ha ha ha, Mr. Sima, your second plan was useless? That Gu Hai is already very powerful. The Tongtian sect master said coldly. Sima Changkong bowed slightly. Thank you for trusting me, sect master. I want to kill you. The Tongtian sect master said with a ferocious expression. Sima Changkong was expressionless and did not show any fear. Sect master, you want to kill Gu Hai, right? Actually, as long as Gu Hai leaves the infinite celestial capital, he won't be a match for you without the blessing of Providence. Sima Changkong said solemnly. How can he leave? The Tongtian sect master said coldly. Let him lose the blessing of Providence? There are many ways. For example, the Dahan Empire has close to 300 cities. You can kill them one by one. Without the people, the Dahan's providence will collapse. Maybe Gu Hai will rush out in anger? Sima Changkong said with a smile. You still want to harm me? The Tongtian sect master said coldly. Kill tens of billions of people? Lure Gu Hai out? Who would dare to do that? How many sins would that entail? Sinful people would be bound by the law of karma. At that time, not to mention himself, even the Wansho Taoism would be implicated. Unless you were so strong that even the law of karma couldn't do anything to you, no one would forgive you. You would become the devil of the world and be punished by everyone. If that's not the case, then wait patiently. I'll think of a way to lure Gu Hai out slowly. I just need time, sect master, to be patient. Sima Changkong said solemnly. The Tongtian sect master stared at Sima Changkong. After a while he smiled coldly. Fine, I'll wait. If you can't lure him out, don't blame me for being impolite. Solemnly Sima Changkong bowed. Under the cold gaze of the Tongtian sect master, Sima Changkong slowly left the hall and returned to his residence. My lord, will the Tongtian sect master really listen to us? A subordinate asked in surprise. The Tongtian sect master? He's about to be crippled by Gu Hai. Sima Changkong narrowed his eyes. What? That's impossible. I think the Tongtian sect master has already recovered? I'm not talking about his cultivation, I'm talking about his heart. It seems that the Tongtian sect master has suffered at the hands of Gu Hai no less than 3 times. His ambition to look down on the world was destroyed by Gu Hai. Now that he's met with a setback, he's not thinking about strengthening himself and challenging again. Instead, he's resigned to his fate. He's really no match for Gu Hai, so he can only resort to underhanded means. What a powerful Gu Hai. What a proud Tongtian sect master. Sima Changkong said with an ugly expression. My lord, Gu Hai's methods are too frightening, the subordinate said worriedly. Sima Changkong nodded. Inform the boundless celestial capital that all of our spies are to hide. Don't show yourselves at this time because I feel that Gu Hai is going to conduct a spy search very soon. Then will our people be found? Sima Changkong was silent for a while. It's very dangerous. I can't guarantee it, but let them hold on for 10 days. After 10 days, my second plan will begin. During these 10 days, don't let them trust anyone and don't listen to anyone's orders. In case Gu Hai is up to something. Yes. Boundless Celestial Capital, Mo Yike's residence. My lord, His Majesty invites you to the Three Pristines Palace. My lord, please go alone. An official came to invite Mo Yike. Oh, did His Majesty give me any instructions? Mo Yike's expression froze. His Majesty said that we will know the details when the time comes. My lord, please go immediately. The official said respectfully. Got it? You can go. I will come after tidying up. Mo Yike said solemnly. Yes. The official retreated. Qin Zibai looked at Mo Yike doubtfully. My lord, His Majesty summoned you. Why do you look so solemn? His Majesty is going to start the spy search. Mo Yike said with a smile. Other than me there must be 7 other people. This spy. I can't figure it out, but I can't find a way to find the spy. His Majesty is going to start so soon? I'm also very curious about what method he is going to use. Mo Yike's solemn expression carried a sense of anticipation. Then His Majesty is also suspecting you? Qin Zibai's expression changed. No, this is also because His Majesty trusts us, so he treats us equally. The 8 of us are His Majesty's most trusted people. Spies? Spies? It is very difficult to find. Qin Zibai, listen up. During this period, no matter what happens, my Mo residence is not to participate. Wait for me to come back. Mo Yike said solemnly. Yes. Qin Zibai replied. Kongxian residence. Three Pristines Palace? Kongxian frowned. Yes. Well, I don't know. My lord, you will know when you go. His Majesty is waiting in Three Pristines Palace. Got it? Kongxian frowned and nodded. Gao Xinji residence. Got it. You can go back first. Gao Xinji said with a frown. Yes. The official retreated. Gao Xinji's eyes lit up. Gao Xinji knew that Gu Hai was the most patient. If he was not sure of winning, he would not make a move easily. Now is he looking for a spy? Montez, Guqin, Qin Tianshan, Ao Shun, and Sheng Guanhen all received Gu Hai's notice. They prepared to head to Three Pristines Palace. At the same time, Sima Changkong also received a message from a zither figurine. What? So fast? Sima Changkong's expression changed. Yes, my lord. The target is asking what to do. An official said with a frown. Originally it was 10 days. No, send a message and tell him to be careful and not expose himself. 5 days. I only need 5 days and I can force Guhai to come out. Zai, this is too rushed. I wonder if Guhai will fall for it. 5 days? Never mind, just 5 days. Tell him to be careful. Sima Changkong said seriously. Yes. The official used the zither figurine to send a message. Sima Changkong immediately said to another subordinate, "Go and inform the emissary of the holy place of Soul Mountain. Tell him that we need their help to lure Guhai out of the limitless celestial capital. We must be quick." Yes. Limitless celestial capital, 3 Pristine's Palace. In 3 Pristine's Palace, Guhai did not wear formal clothes today. He only wore a black brocade robe. He sat on the main seat of the palace and drank tea. His eyes flashed with a dignified look. There was a stack of information on the tea table beside him. He seemed to be waiting. Whoosh! Suddenly a red light shot over. It was Crown Prince Guqin. He was the first to arrive. Guqin entered the palace and immediately saw Guhai sitting on the main seat. "Father." Guqin said respectfully. "Sit." Guhai nodded. Guqin nodded and slowly sat on the first chair on the left. Whoosh! A golden light enveloped Shangguan Hen. He arrived outside the palace and slowly stepped into the palace. "Your Majesty." Shangguan Hen said respectfully. "Sit." Guhai said lightly. "Yes." Shangguan Hen sat on the seat below Guqin. Then one by one they quickly entered the palace. Gao Xianji and Ao Shun's injuries from being ambushed at the border were much better. Montez's abdomen was bandaged. The bandage was stained with blood. His face was pale. He sat carefully at the side as if he was trying to gain Guhai's pity. Soon the 8 people that Guhai summoned gathered in 3 Pristine's Palace. The 8 people were Guqin, Gao Xianji, Chen Tianshan, Mo Yike, Kong Xian, Montez, Shangguan Hen and Ao Shun. All of them were Guhai's trusted aides. At this moment they all sat in the palace. They knew that His Majesty was going to find the spy today. Who was the spy? Everyone was looking forward to it. As for the spy, he was also very nervous. Clack. Guhai put the teacup in his hand on the tea table, making a crisp sound. In the palace, everyone sat up straight and held their breaths. It was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. They all looked at Guhai. Chapter 877. 3 Purity's Palace. Clack. Guhai placed his teacup on the table with a crisp clang. Everyone in the hall immediately sat up straight and held their breaths. It was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop as they looked at Guhai. Spot. What a laughable term. The 8 people in front of Guhai were all Guhai's most trusted aides. Guhai was very surprised that there was a spy among them. Earlier, the Tong Tian sect master had attacked, so Guhai did not have time to investigate. Now, Guhai needed to find the spy as soon as possible. The Dahan imperial dynasty could not allow internal strife. Guhai also wanted to find the spy and ask him why. What benefits did the great emperor dynasty promise to make him betray them? Not long ago we carefully reviewed the records of the battle between the Great Wu and the Dahan. Before that only the 8 of you knew the exact layout, Guhai sternly said. The 8 nodded. At the time, we put in all sorts of measures to prevent the information from leaking out. It was perfect, but in the end we still suffered a crushing defeat in the war against the Great Emperor dynasty. The enemy knew all of your movements like the back of their hand. Gao Xianji and Ao Shun almost lost their lives. They managed to escape by a hair's breadth. Spot. How laughable. Guhai coldly said. Although Guhai's tone was harsh, the 8 did not reject it. After all, Guhai's cold tone was referring to that spy. Who was not a spy. He was not referring to them. 2 days ago, you even acted in the scene of Mo Yike assassinating Guqin and Montez. And you even cooperated with the other spies? Good. This is the first time we have encountered someone setting up a trap in our home. Guhai coldly glanced at the crowd. Everyone frowned and glanced at each other. Let's start from the day before yesterday. Guqin, tell me who tried to assassinate you. What was the situation at that time? Guhai asked solemnly. Guqin nodded. 2 days ago, Mo Yike came to my residence and said that there was a spy, but he wasn't sure yet. He invited me to go to the Embroidered Uniform Guards headquarters and find Montez to mobilize the Embroidered Uniform Guards to find the spy. Mo Yike came to look for you? If he knows the whereabouts of the spy, why doesn't he look for Montez himself? Why does he have to bring you along? Guhai asked in a deep voice. Mo Yike also stared at Guqin. Guqin had betrayed the Dahan imperial dynasty in the past and became one of Guanxi's 9 sons. He obeyed old man Guanxi's orders and even brought the Xuanwu clan to attack the Dehan Empire that Qin Tianshan had overseen. It wasn't unreasonable to suspect Gu Qin. Everyone looked at Gu Qin in confusion. Could he be a spy? I don't know. Gu Qin shook his head. You don't know? Back at the embroidered uniform guard's headquarters, there wasn't a single embroidered uniform guard in your courtyard. Were you the one who ordered them to leave? Gu Hai asked solemnly. Yes, Lord Mo said that it was a secret, so I. Gu Qin nodded. Then, did you see clearly that it was Mo Yike? Gu Hai asked solemnly. Yes, it was exactly the same. Gu Qin nodded. Nothing wrong? Gu Hai asked calmly. After that, I felt that something was wrong. Lord Mo is such a cautious person. The fewer people who know about his investigation, the better. Why did he tell me? I thought that he would frame Lord Meng in order to assassinate me, but... Did he need to do it himself? I don't know. Then, are you sure that it was him? Gu Hai asked solemnly. Listen to my question. I'm not asking about his appearance. I'm asking you if it was Mo Yike. Gu Hai said coldly. Gu Qin's face fell. He suddenly realized that everything was too strange. It couldn't have been him. I hope that you're not lying to me. Gu Hai looked coldly at Gu Qin. I wouldn't dare. Gu Qin's face fell. Gu Hai looked at Mo Yike. Chapter 878. In the boundless celestial capital, inside the three pristines hall. Gu Hai looked at the 8 people. He had already hammered all of them with his earlier words. Now, everyone looked at Gu Hai as though they were waiting for his judgment. Who is the spy? Is His Majesty suspecting me? If it can't be me, then who is it? I have already said what I need to say. As for a certain spy among you, I can't say who it is, Gu Hai said indifferently. The 8 people were slightly stunned. His Majesty doesn't know? I can't say now, but it doesn't mean I can't say in the future. Who do you think will win the war between the Dehan and the Great Wu? Gu Hai said lightly. Of course it will be the Dehan Imperial Dynasty. Montez said immediately. Gu Hai smiled coldly. I won't say the result for the time being. However, this spy can no longer participate in the war, not even a single secret can be leaked. Gu Hai said seriously. Everyone looked serious. If they didn't know who the spy was, how could they prevent him from participating in the war? You are all my trusted aides. I don't want to ask too much. Let's stop when it's appropriate. Since I can't tell who the spy is, let's wait and see. Time will tell. Gu Hai said lightly. Time? Gu Qin was slightly stunned. That's right, time. After we destroy the great martial emperor dynasty, the truth will come to light. Gu Hai said indifferently. How long will that take? Ao Shun said in surprise. 1 year. 1 year is enough for me to destroy the great Wu dynasty. Gu Hai said seriously. Everyone had a look of shock on their faces. Your Majesty, you mean the 8 of us won't participate in the war? Mo Yike narrowed his eyes and said in surprise. Yes, you don't have to participate. I can handle it. Gu Hai said lightly. Everyone's brows furrowed deeply. From now on, for the next year, all of you will be in seclusion here. Look after each other so that you won't be lonely. I have set up a barrier in the outside world. No news can come out and no news can enter. Gu Hai said solemnly. Everyone's face sank. However, in order to find the spy, no one refused. Perhaps, one closed-door cultivation would be enough for a year. A certain spy, you should think about it carefully. We trust you, but that doesn't mean you can do whatever you want. When we find out, Gu Hai snorted coldly. Everyone's face sank. All right, after the great emperor dynasty is destroyed, this emperor will come to pick you all up. Gu Hai stood up and said. Everyone looked at Gu Hai. Gu Hai stepped out of the Three Pristines Palace. Quang. The moment Gu Hai stepped out of the Three Pristines Palace, the door slammed shut. The 8 people left behind had complicated expressions on their faces. Trap the 8 of them for a year? If it were anyone else, it would be impossible. The 8 of them were arrogant and unruly. Who could lock them up for a year? However, Gu Hai could do it. Gu Hai asked them to stay for a year, so they would stay for a year. A year? The 8 of them looked at each other and didn't say much. They got up from their chairs and retreated to a corner of the palace. They sat cross-legged and waited patiently for a year. Sima Changkong promised a certain spy that he would see the results in 5 days. The spy also waited patiently but didn't dare to expose himself. Gu Hai's current strength was enough to suppress everyone. No one thought of running away. Of course, at this time, whoever ran away would confess that they were spies. Everyone waited patiently. At the same time, they silently counted the time. 5 days passed in the blink of an eye. However, the door of the Three Pristine's palace didn't open. The spy suddenly felt irritated. In that case, Sima Changkong's plan had failed? His Majesty's words to him just now were still vivid in his mind. His Majesty was already dissatisfied with him. Once he found out, wouldn't he? No, he couldn't expose himself until the last moment. Not many people knew that he was a spy. He didn't need to scare himself. Moreover, he could still feel the Great Wu Empire's providence. The Great Wu Empire hadn't collapsed yet. 5 days, 10 days. The door of the palace was still closed. Those who were at peace felt more at ease. Those who were at a loss felt more flustered. 20 days, 1 month, 2 months. As time passed, those who were at a loss felt more and more anxious. They felt that time was passing like years. Would he be exposed? How would Gu Hai deal with him after he was exposed? He wanted to kill Gu Hai's favorite minister. Would Gu Hai let him go? Gu Hai's cold gaze before he left? What should he do? What should he do? Don't worry, don't worry. It won't scare me. I have the Great Wu Empire's providence. As long as the Great Wu Empire isn't destroyed, I won't be exposed. I'll be fine. Time passed day by day. Gu Hai really didn't care about the people in the palace anymore. He went to fight the Great Wu Empire? Sima Changkong said to wait for him for 5 days. He hasn't appeared yet. Could it be that he failed? He must have failed. The Great Wu Empire has failed. Then? Day by day, the spy's heart became more and more unbearable, more and more irritated. What should he do now? It had been 6 months. It had been 7 months. It had been 8 months. It had been 9 months. The spy persisted. It wasn't that he didn't have enough stamina, but that he was mentally and physically exhausted. It had been 9 months? What was the result outside? Gu Hai was so powerful that even the Tongtian sect master wasn't his match. His intelligence was also terrifying. What about that Mosquito Doran's minister and the 500,000 demon god army? No one came. Was Great Wu really going to lose? Quang. Suddenly, when the spy was at his most unbearable, the door of the palace opened. In an instant, the 8 of them opened their eyes at the same time. Those who were at ease had a puzzled look on their faces. Those who were anxious had their hearts beating wildly, but they still pretended to be puzzled. 9 months ago, if not for Gu Hai deliberately leading the spy to suspect that he was going to be exposed, the spy wouldn't have suffered so much in the past 9 months. Now, after 9 months, although the spy looked fine on the surface, his heart was like a frightened bird. The door of the palace slowly opened and light shone in. However, they saw Gu Hai enter the palace wearing dragon robes. His clothes were no longer the same as they were 9 months ago. His appearance did not change much, he only looked slightly thinner. However, his eyes shone with a bright light. There seemed to be a sense of joy in him. Great victory? His Majesty would only look like this after a great victory. However, he could still feel the luck of the Great Wu Empire. The Great Wu Empire hadn't been destroyed yet? Gu Hai slowly walked into the palace. A man in a white robe followed behind him. Gu Hai slowly walked to the center of the palace. Your Majesty, has the Great Wu Empire been destroyed? Mo Yike asked expectantly. Not yet. Gu Hai said calmly. Oh. But soon, because I've gained more than destroying the Great Wu Empire. Gu Hai said with a smile. More than what? Can we use this to find out who the spy is? Qin Tianshan's eyes suddenly lit up. Montez also showed a hint of excitement. That's right, His Majesty would only open the door if the spy was found. Would the spy be exposed soon? Your Majesty, who is the spy? Kong Xian said with a ferocious expression. Gu Hai looked at the 8 of them. Don't you want to hear what my greatest gain is this time? Oh. Everyone looked at Gu Hai in unison. The Great Wu Empire. Mr. Sima is really good at manipulating the situation. He gambled with me a few times before I won. Thank you, Mr. Sima. I'm willing to join the Dahan Empire. Gu Hai looked at the man in the white robe in front of him and laughed. Mr. Sima? Everyone was slightly stunned. After all, the person who manipulated the situation in the Great Wu Empire had always been a mystery. However, no one knew who it was. When Gu Hai mentioned Mr. Sima, Mo Yike's expression changed as if he had guessed it. However, the man in the white robe slowly lifted his hat. A rather haggard face was revealed. "Your Majesty, you flatter me." The man in the white robe smiled bitterly and bowed to Gu Hai. "Sima Changkong?" Qin Tianshan's eyes widened in surprise. "It's you?" Gu Qin was also surprised. "Sima Changkong is the mastermind behind this? You planned everything? It's you?" Shangguan Hen's eyes widened. At this moment, Gu Hai walked to the depths of the main hall. The door of the Three Pristines Hall was wide open like a huge exit. Gu Hai had exposed an escape route by surrounding 3 people and missing 1 person. Boom. However, at this moment, among the 8 people, a green light suddenly rushed out of the Three Pristines Hall's door and instantly rushed out of the door. He fled towards the outside. Surrounded 3 people and missing 1 person. That spy had been frustrated for 9 months. The moment he saw Sima Changkong, he knew that he was in trouble. Sima Changkong had betrayed him. He was in danger. The turmoil in his heart made the spy unable to think too much. He immediately fled through the door. "Ao Shun." Almost everyone's face darkened. Gu Hai's face turned cold. "Kong Xian, Shangguan Hen, capture them." "Yes." Kong Xian and Shangguan Hen responded. They were about to rush out. Boom. Outside there was a loud noise. Ao Shun was instantly knocked back by a huge force. Shangguan Hen and Kong Xian immediately rushed forward. "Gu Hai, you lied to me. You lied to me. It's not 9 months outside. It's not 9 months at all. It's only half a day? Why is it only half a day outside?" Ao Shun suddenly shouted in shock. Chapter 879. Sima Changkong's residence. "My lord, bad news, bad news." Suddenly, an official hurriedly ran in front of Sima Changkong. "What's the matter?" Sima Changkong frowned. "Ao Shun may have been exposed," the official said with an ugly expression. "What? It's only been 2 hours. How could he have been exposed?" Sima Changkong stared at him. "I'm not sure. The spies in the city said that after Ao Shun entered the palace, there was no news of him. 2 hours later, they suddenly saw Ao Shun rush to the sky with a frightened expression. It seemed like he was escaping. And in the sky, Mosquito Dauren seemed to be waiting. Before Ao Shun could react, he hit him back into the palace," the official said. "And then? What happened then? Was there any sound?" Sima Changkong's expression changed. "No, then it was quiet. There was no sound after that," the official said bitterly. Sima Changkong paced back and forth, his eyelids twitching. It shouldn't be. 2 hours? Gu Hai found him in just 2 hours? This. Sima Changkong's expression was extremely ugly. "The palace is heavily guarded. We can't find out. Sir, will Ao Shun?" the official said worriedly. Sima Changkong paced back and forth. After a while he stopped and smiled bitterly. "Gu Hai is indeed the most dangerous enemy. 2 hours? Just 2 hours? What method did he use?" Ao Shun rushed out of the Soaring Palace Hall. But the moment he rushed out of the Soaring Palace Hall, Ao Shun's expression changed. Outside it was just noon. Everything else was exactly the same as before. His sea of destiny did not increase or decrease. The soldiers were still the same as before he entered the Three Pristines Palace. Yes, it was the same group of people. Not a single one of them had changed. In the city it was exactly the same. In one of the huge shops, there was a huge notice that was erected with a kite. The notice read, "Clearance sale last day." Isn't this the restaurant I saw when I came here? There were many more. Many of them were exactly the same. It wasn't that a few months had passed at all. It was simply the same day. That's impossible. Ao Shun's expression changed. Boom. A loud sound rang out. It was a Mosquito Dauren who had appeared out of nowhere in front of him, brazenly striking out with his palm. In a hurry, Ao Shun's expression changed as he faced the attack. However, Mosquito Dauren's strength was still slightly stronger than Ao Shun's. Furthermore, he was caught off guard. Ao Shun was instantly shot back to the Three Pristines Palace like a cannonball. Boom. It instantly shot into the Three Pristines Palace. Kong Xian and Shangguan Hen immediately rushed over. "Gu Hai, you lied to me. You lied to me. It hasn't been 9 months outside. It hasn't been 9 months at all. It's only been half a day? Why has it only been half a day outside?" Ao Shun immediately roared in shock. In the main hall, everyone was slightly stunned. Kong Xian and Shangguan Hen did not care so much. They immediately pounced on Ao Shun. Boom. The 3 of them immediately engaged in a fierce battle. A powerful shockwave rushed in all directions. Quang. Gu Hai waved his hand, and the Three Pristines Palace's door was closed with a loud bang. The huge shockwave from the Battle of the Three immediately hit the surrounding palaces. In the past, the Three Pristine's palace would have exploded. However, at this moment, not only did the Three Pristine's palace not explode, but the entire space suddenly expanded by 10,000 times. For a moment, everyone seemed to see countless stars above their heads. They seemed to be slowly rotating. Boom. With a loud bang, Ao Shun was subdued by Kong Xian and Shangguan Hen at lightning speed. Kong Xian reached out his hand and pressed on Ao Shun's body. Suddenly, Ao Shun's cultivation was sealed. You lied to me. Ao Shun stared at Gu Hai. Gu Hai looked coldly at Ao Shun, a trace of confusion flashed in his eyes. Ao Shun betrayed him? What? Kong Xian looked at the stars above his head and his expression changed. This is the immortal dome of the ancients? Kong Xian had entered the immortal dome of the ancients before. Now the entire main hall seemed to have a super huge space. It was too similar to the immortal dome of the ancients. Arrays could also create such an effect. However, it was difficult for arrays to achieve asymmetry of time with the outside world. Gu Hai's immortal dome of the ancients could. In the past, when he was refining in the 18 levels of hell, the immortal dome of the ancients' time was much faster than the outside world. One day in the outside world was 10 years in the immortal dome of the ancients. Everyone had spent 9 months in the immortal dome of the ancients, but only 2 hours had passed outside. Only 2 hours. Ao Shun's cultivation was sealed, and he was suppressed by Shangguan Hen and Kong Xian. At this moment he was furious. I didn't expect that it would be Ao Shun. Mo Yike frowned. At this moment, Mo Yike also understood the key. Investigating a traitor seemed difficult, but it was extremely simple for Gu Hai to do it. However, it was because of this simplicity that it was very effective. First, he gave everyone a warning. Those who had a clear conscience would naturally not be disturbed by Gu Hai's warning. At most, they would feel slightly uncomfortable. Once the truth was revealed, they would feel proud and elated. Those who had a guilty conscience were different. They could pretend that they did not know anything, but after Gu Hai's warning, they felt a string in their heart. When this string was taut, it was different from the initial state. This was because if there was someone to communicate with, this string would slowly loosen up. However, if there was no one to communicate with, the atmosphere would be oppressive. As time passed, this string would become tighter and tighter. The tighter it was, the more agitated it was. 9 months was enough to reach a critical point. At this moment, when Sima Changkong appeared, everything seemed to have been exposed. The string snapped instantly. Ao Shun tried to escape, but was caught by Gu Hai, who was ready. Everyone felt proud and elated, but Ao Shun's face was ferocious. Sima Changkong? How do you know about Sima Changkong? Ao Shun demanded with a ferocious expression. Buzz. Everyone saw Sima Changkong, who was beside Gu Hai, suddenly turn into white smoke and disappear. Gone? Ago ritual array condensing a cloud beast? Guqin's eyes lit up as he looked at the group of stars in the sky. The stars were arranged in a 33 great ritual array. Condensing a fake Sima Changkong was too easy. So, you just wanted me to scare myself for the past 9 months? Ao Shun said with a ferocious expression. Do you remember what this emperor asked you earlier? Gu Hai asked sullenly. Gu Hai asked, who does Ao Shun care about the most? Ao Shun said it was his younger brother Ao Xing. Gu Hai asked again, who does Ao Xing hate the most? Ao Shun said it was him. Your Majesty, are you using Ao Xing to threaten him so that he will repent soon? Shangguan Hen asked, feeling confused. No, I guess that someone is using Ao Xing to threaten him and get him to defect. Kong Xian said with a frown. At this moment, Ao Shun stared coldly at Gu Hai. Suddenly he realized that Gu Hai might know something. However, Gu Hai said coldly, you are more or less right. Ao Shun does care about Ao Xing the most, even if he pretends not to. However, there is a problem with the second sentence. The person that Ao Xing hates the most is not Ao Shun but his father, Ao Tianhuang. Everyone felt slightly stunned. It is useless even if you try to avoid it. This emperor knows and so does Ao Shun. Otherwise, Ao Xing would not have dug up his ancestral grave. That is because he hates his father Ao Tianhuang. Why did his father not treat him well? You are trying to avoid it because you think that this is Ao Shun's idea. However, you do not know that the more you do this, the more guilty you look. Gu Hai said coldly. Everyone was slightly stunned. Why does the emperor's words sound so confusing? What are you saying? I don't understand. Ao Shun said coldly. You don't understand? If you are really Ao Shun, you would have understood long ago. You don't understand because you are not Ao Shun. Gu Hai said with a gloomy expression. Aha, I am not Ao Shun. Which eye of yours thinks that I am not Ao Shun? Ao Shun roared. Although his cultivation was sealed, one black and one white divine power appeared on the surface of his body. You don't have to pretend in front of this emperor, Crown Prince Ao Sheng. Gu Hai said coldly. Ao Sheng? The expressions of everyone in the hall suddenly changed. Kang Xian placed his hand on Ao Shun's back and checked carefully. As he checked, he became even more confused. This is clearly Ao Shun. Why does the emperor say that he is Ao Sheng? I don't know what you are talking about. If you want to kill me, then kill me. Ao Shun said coldly. Kill you? Then what about the dragon race's prime, the Dahan? Where did you put Ao Shun? Gu Hai asked coldly. What a joke. What nonsense are you talking about? I am Ao Shun. Ao Shun said coldly. Gu Hai did not say anything. Then he smiled coldly and said, Never mind. This emperor will not play with you anymore. Someone will play with you slowly. Ao Shun's face sank. Montes. Gu Hai said seriously. Yes, your majesty. Meng Tai immediately replied. You are better at extorting a confession through torture. I will leave it to you. Bring it to the embroidered uniform guard's headquarters and ask for everything. Gu Hai said coldly. Yes. Montes immediately shouted excitedly. Gu Hai's mission was more pleasant than any divine music. It showed that the emperor trusted him again. Interrogating prisoners was what he was best at. Go quickly. Gu Hai said seriously. Yes. Montes immediately reached out and pinched Ao Shun. Then he brought Ao Shun and quickly opened the 3 Pure Palace Hall and stepped out. Montes hurriedly went to interrogate Ao Shun. Gu Hai looked at the remaining 6 people. Previously he had given them a good warning. Gu Hai suddenly bowed to the 6 people solemnly. Your Majesty, you can't. The 6 people hurriedly moved away. The situation is urgent. This is why this emperor came up with this plan. My beloved subjects have been wronged before. Gu Hai said solemnly, treating the subjects with respect as the emperor. At this moment, the 6 of them were immediately moved, and the trace of resentment from before disappeared like smoke in thin air. Your Majesty, you don't have to do this. We didn't expect that it would be Ao Shun. The damage done before was not great. In the future, when Ao Shun stabs us in the back, we won't even have the chance to regret. Gao Xinji immediately shook her head and said, Yeah, with Ao Shun's strength, if I wasn't on guard and assassinated from behind, even I wouldn't be able to withstand it. Kang Xian said with an ugly expression. Everyone nodded. The previous grievance was not a big deal. It was better than losing their lives in the future. Ao Shun? No, he's not Ao Shun. Just wait. Soon there will be news from Montes. Ao Sheng? It shouldn't be. It's like Ao Shun's body and Ao Sheng's soul. Gu Hai's expression was gloomy. Soul swap? Sheng Guanhen's expression suddenly darkened. Sheng Guanhen, what do you know? Gu Hai was puzzled. In my Xuanwu's soul, there seems to be a trace of memory. Old man Guanxi once mentioned that Zither Dao has the most profound research on souls. A Zither Dao Grandmaster can create souls, which are the little spirits of the past. Your Majesty, do you still remember? Sheng Guanhen said in a low voice. Yes, Gaochen was created by Mr. Silver Moon, and so was his soul. Gu Hai nodded. Yes, old man Guanxi said that when one cultivates Zither Dao to the extreme, he can even swap souls. Sheng Guanhen said with a frown. Gu Hai suddenly raised his eyebrows. In the past, the founder of Silver Moon Villa, Mr. Silver Moon, seemed to be able to do this. Sheng Guanhen said solemnly. Mr. Silver Moon? Chapter 880. Sima Changkong's residence. My lord, Ao Shun has been captured and brought back to the embroidered uniform guard headquarters by Montes. It seems that he has been imprisoned. An official said with an ugly expression. That's really fast. 2 hours? Only 2 hours. Sima Changkong said with an ugly expression. Then what do we do now? Do we need our people to rescue Ao Shun? Don't panic, everyone stay put. Gu Hai is so smart, how could he not be on guard? In the infinite celestial capital, it's almost impossible to steal a person that Gu Hai has his eyes on. Sima Changkong said coldly. Then Ao Shun there will be a chance. Wait for me to transfer Gu Hai out of the infinite celestial capital, then rescue Ao Shun. Sima Changkong said in a low voice. Yes. That evening, Montes walked into the study with an ugly expression. Your Majesty, he refused to say anything. Montez said bitterly. You didn't get anything out of him? Gu Hai said in a low voice. He only admitted that he is Ao Sheng, but he didn't say anything. I didn't dare to go too far. Montez said bitterly. Gu Hai frowned and looked at Montez. Montez's expression was ugly. After all, he couldn't even handle such a small matter. Was he too incompetent? Your Majesty, give me 3 days. After 3 days I will definitely interrogate him. Montez swore. No need, you go back and prepare. I will personally interrogate him later. Gu Hai said in a low voice. Yes. Montez replied. After Montez left, Gu Hai was the only one left in the study. Gu Hai tapped his fingers on the table with a serious expression. Bang! In an instant, a burst of black gas appeared out of thin air. The black gas condensed and turned into Chang Ming's appearance. Your Majesty, I have sent people to barge into the Silver Moon Villa, but the Silver Moon Villa is heavily guarded, and it is impossible to enter. Furthermore, there are a large number of zombies guarding it. Chang Ming said with a frown. Zombies? Unable to enter? That was normal. The Silver Moon Villa and the Great Martial Emperor dynasty are indeed related, Gu Hai said coldly. Yes. Do you want me to continue? Surveillance is still necessary. Since the blood-robed guards can't enter, we can only think of another method. I will send someone else in, Gu Hai said after some thought. Yes. Gu Qin Mo Yike, Gao Xianji Kong Xian Chen Tianshan, continue to send people to monitor them. However, don't monitor them too closely. Collect information on their daily lives. Gu Hai said solemnly. Ah, Your Majesty, didn't we already find the spy? Chang Ming's expression sank. Don't ask so many questions. Just monitor them. If there are any abnormalities, report to me immediately. Gu Hai said. Yes. In the past, there was a follower of Ao Shun in the city called Little Lin, right? Gu Hai asked. Yes. In the past, he worshipped Ao Shun. Later, when Ao Sheng became prime, he betrayed Ao Sheng and followed Ao Shun. He should be a strong supporter of Ao Shun. Chang Ming explained. Bring him here. Do not harm him. Do not let him show himself. Gu Hai instructed. Yes. Chang Ming answered. Go then. Chang Ming retreated. Soon another person stepped forward. It was Mosquito Daoran. Your Majesty. Mosquito Daoran bowed respectfully to Gu Hai. After defeating the Tong Tian sect master, Mosquito Daoran recognized Gu Hai's strength. In just 2 hours he had found the spy Ao Shun. This allowed Mosquito Daoran to see Gu Hai's methods. Thus he was very respectful to Gu Hai. Mosquito Daoran, I have a mission for you, Gu Hai said solemnly. Mosquito Daoran was confused. 2 hours later, in the prison of the embroidered uniform guards, Ao Shun was chained to a huge rack. Hooks pierced into Ao Shun's body and hooked onto Ao Shun's bones. At this moment Ao Shun's body was covered in countless wounds. Blood had already dyed his clothes red. Ha, Montez, you are Gu Hai's dog. Do you have the ability to kill me? Gu Hai, kill me if you have the ability. Ao Shun roared with a ferocious expression. Speak. In front of Ao Shun, the jailers held whips in their hands. They dipped them in medicine and whipped Ao Shun's wounds. In front of them stood Gu Hai and Montez. Gu Hai stood with his hands behind his back and looked coldly at Ao Shun. Montez turned a deaf ear to Ao Shun's insults. Your Majesty, as you can see, he is unwilling to speak, Montez said with a bitter smile. Gu Hai looked coldly at Ao Shun. Ao Sheng, you are really stubborn. Do you know that if you die, everything will be over? No one will be sad for you. Ao Shun looked coldly at Gu Hai. Gu Hai, I was tricked by you. It is my fault. I hate it. Why didn't I kill you back in the Thousand Islands Sea? If I had killed you, would you be in this state today? Ao Shun roared coldly. The truth is that you can't kill me. Let me ask you, where is Ao Shun? Gu Hai said coldly. Him? Ha ha, he was besieged by us and your Majesty the moment he came back 800,000 years ago. I don't know where he is, no one knows. Ao Shun sneered. Then you exchanged souls? Gu Hai said coldly. Ao Shun snorted. If you want to beat me, I won't say anything. It would be best if you just kill me. Ao Shun sneered. You think I don't dare? Gu Hai said coldly. If you kill me, Ao Shun will also die. If you want him to die, you will kill him? Sooner or later, your Majesty will flatten the boundless celestial capital. At that time I will be saved, ha! Ao Shun laughed sinisterly. You think I care about Ao Shun? Gu Hai said coldly. Don't pretend. I won't believe you if you try to trick me again. Ao Shun, you spent so much effort to subdue him, are you willing to let him die? Ao Shun sneered. Give me a sword. Gu Hai said solemnly. Montez immediately took out a long sword. How about this? See if I dare or not, Gu Hai sneered. As he spoke, the long sword in his hand slashed at Ao Shun. Ao Shun's face sank, but he was confident that Gu Hai wouldn't dare to kill him. Hiss. With a slash, Ao Shun's left arm was cut off. Ah, you dare. Ao Shun screamed in pain. Are you willing to speak now? Gu Hai sneered. You want to trick me? You cut off my left arm and you want to find Ao Shun and reattach it for him? Ha, as long as I don't die, your scheme won't succeed. Ao Shun sneered. Gu Hai snorted coldly and formed an energy palm with a flip of his hand. Then he slammed it down on the severed arm. A muffled sound rang out as Gu Hai's energy palm opened. The left arm inside had already turned into a pile of mush. Ao Shun. How are you going to deal with it now? Gu Hai sneered. Montez, take this pile of mush and feed it to the dogs. Gu Hai ordered coldly. Yes, Montez answered. He quickly packed the pile of mush into a bucket and sent it out. Don't worry, take your time. After the left arm, it will be the right arm. After the right arm, it will be the legs and the body. Chop them off piece by piece, smash them into meat paste and feed them to the dogs. This emperor wants to see when you will tell me what other secrets the great emperor dynasty has. What other experts from the Ling Mountain have colluded with you? Gu Hai said coldly. If I die, Ao Shun's body will be destroyed. His soul will also die. Ao Shun said coldly. I know. Are you still unwilling to speak? Again. Gu Hai said coldly. Boom. He cut off Ao Shun's right arm with a sword and then smashed it into mush with a palm. Montez quickly cleaned up. Ao Shun roared in pain. How does it feel? Gu Hai asked coldly. Gu Hai, Ao Shun is loyal to you. You will die a horrible death. Ao Shun said furiously. I'll give you one night to think about it. If you don't give me an answer by tomorrow morning, you know what I'll do. Gu Hai said coldly. As Gu Hai spoke, he stepped forward and headed outside. With both arms cut off, Ao Shun showed a terrified expression. This was the first time he saw Gu Hai's ruthlessness. It was too scary to fight to the death with such a person. Montez and the other embroidered uniform guards did not dare to say anything. They respectfully sent Gu Hai out of the cell. In the main hall of the embroidered uniform guards, the other embroidered uniform guards were not allowed to approach the main hall. Montez also stood guard outside the main hall, not daring to enter. Only Gu Hai stood in the main hall. Gu Hai extended his hand and took out 2 arms. Then he carefully placed them in a crystal box. They were Ao Shun's arms that had been cut off, but they were not smashed. Before smashing them, Gu Hai had already hidden them and replaced them with mush. There's a formation in this crystal box to ensure that the arms will remain intact. Keep it carefully. Gu Hai said solemnly. Buzz. A black mosquito in front of him instantly turned into Mosquito Dowrin. Mosquito Dowrin carefully took it. Your Majesty, are you planning to release the tiger back to the mountain and follow the vine to find the melon? Mosquito Dowrin's eyes lit up. That's right. I hope it works. Remember, no matter what happens, don't be rash. Save Ao Shun first. Gu Hai said solemnly. Yes, Your Majesty, don't worry. Mosquito Dowrin replied. If you see Ao Shun in this bottle, help him drip it into the gap between his severed arms. It should be able to help Ao Shun reconnect his arms. Gu Hai said as he took out a small bottle. This is? Yes. Mosquito Dowrin looked at the small bottle in surprise. The small bottle contained the heaven-replenishing energy, which was used to repair Ao Shun's severed arms. Go, but be careful. In 2 hours, someone will come to save Ao Shun. Turn into a mosquito and hide by his side. Don't expose yourself. Be careful. Gu Hai said solemnly. Yes. Mosquito Dowrin replied. After carefully putting away the item, Mosquito Dowrin's body flickered, and he turned into a mosquito the size of a sesame seed and flew out of the main hall. Outside the main hall, Montez did not notice at all. After Mosquito Dowrin flew away, Gu Hai called Montez in. Your Majesty, everything has been arranged. Montez said respectfully. Good. Come to my study tomorrow morning to receive your punishment. Gu Hai nodded. Yes, Your Majesty. Meng Tai's face lit up with joy. Receive my punishment? His Majesty wanted to send someone to break him out of prison, but he had neglected his duty and let Ao Shun escape again? Montez was not worried about such a big mistake, because this was the Emperor's trust in him. Chapter 881. The Brocade Clan Guard's Prison. Ao Sheng's eyes were red and his face was ferocious. He never thought that Gu Hai would be so fierce. He didn't care about Ao Shun's life and death at all. Should he continue to hold on? Impossible. Gu Hai definitely won't ignore Ao Shun. Kill me, that is to destroy Ao Shun. Ao Sheng said with a ferocious face. However, there was not much confidence in his tone. Now that his cultivation was sealed, he was a fish on the chopping board, but he was powerless. Gu Hai, this liar, I should have endured it at that time. Ao Sheng showed a trace of grief and indignation. After experiencing Gu Hai's interrogation, the other Brocade clan guards didn't dare to intervene. Before dawn. Boom. There was a muffled sound in the prison. There's a thorn. Suddenly the prison guard's roar stopped abruptly. Ao Sheng suddenly quivered. Sima Changkong sent someone to save me? Ao Sheng's eyes lit up. Soon a Brocade clan guard walked into the cell. Prince Shun, how could they treat you like this? The Brocade clan guard exclaimed. Little Lindsay? Ao Sheng's eyelids twitched. This was the dragon who betrayed him back then and joined Ao Shun. He didn't know who he was? Prince Shun, when I saw you being captured, I knew that Gu Hai didn't have good intentions. Quick, I'll take you away. Little Lindsay anxiously saved Ao Sheng. You came to save me? Ao Sheng stared at Little Lindsay. Did Little Lindsay think that he was Ao Shun? Or was he sent by Gu Hai? Go, no, I'll take you out. Little Lindsay hugged Ao Sheng and fled outside. No matter what Little Lindsay's purpose was, Ao Sheng didn't struggle. Because as long as he could get out, Ao Sheng didn't care about any conspiracy. Sima Changkong's residence. An official made a report. What did you say? Ao Sheng escaped? Sima Changkong's eyes widened. Yes, it was a dragon loyal to Ao Shun called Little Lin. He pretended to be an embroidered uniform guard and broke into the prison, rescuing Ao Sheng. However, he was discovered by the embroidered uniform guard and died after a battle. However, Ao Sheng was discovered by our people and was hidden away. At this moment, the endless celestial capital's embroidered uniform guards are searching everywhere for him. Impossible, impossible. No one knows where the secret prison of the embroidered uniform guards is. How can we rescue them? Secondly, they had already caught Ao Sheng. How could they let him escape? This must be Gu Hai's scheme. Sima Changkong's face darkened. He didn't believe it at all. That, no matter what Gu Hai's scheme is, Crown Prince Ao Sheng has indeed escaped. My lord, what do we do now? The official asked strangely. Sima Changkong was extremely irritated. He paced back and forth. If it was someone else, Sima Changkong wouldn't have to worry about anything. It was pure luck that he could rescue them. However, the opponent was Gu Hai. Gu Hai, what was he planning? What was his purpose? It definitely wasn't a mistake. It definitely wasn't. Sima Changkong's face darkened. Since it wasn't a mistake, he couldn't think of a reason. Could it be that Ao Sheng has been instigated by Gu Hai again? Let him come back and become a spy? Sima Changkong's eyelids twitched wildly. My lord, what should we do? Ao Sheng said that he'll come back immediately. The official said. Sima Changkong's eyelids twitched wildly. Whether he's been instigated or not, come back first. Pass down the order. Do your best to protect Ao Sheng when he returns. Do your best to send him out of the city. Bring him back as soon as possible, Sima Changkong said in a low voice. Yes. Go and invite the Tongtian sect master's disciple, Taoist Duobao. He's from Heavenly Palace. Help me bring Ao Sheng back as soon as possible. The sooner the better. Sima Changkong said in a low voice. The Tongtian sect master's disciple? Will he be willing? He will be willing. The Tongtian sect master and the others are currently in a period of irritation. They're not afraid of having something to do, but they're afraid of having nothing to do. As long as it's to deal with Gu Hai, they'll definitely be willing. Hurry, hurry, hurry. Sima Changkong instructed. Yes. The official said respectfully. At this moment, Sima Changkong understood everyone's heart. Even the Wansho Taoism disciples could be used at will. The next morning, outside the upper study, Mo Yike, Shengguan Hen, Gao Xianji, Kong Xian, Gu Qin, and Qin Tianshan all had anxious expressions as they looked worriedly at the upper study. The five of them understood that Montez had come early in the morning to ask for punishment. How could this be? Ao Sheng was actually kidnapped. Montez has failed in his duty. Qin Tianshan said with an ugly expression. Trash. Kong Xian snorted coldly. Shengguan Hen's expression was gloomy. The embroidered uniform guard was currently searching the entire city. Who would have thought that the spy would escape right after they found him? Lord Mo, could this be father's doing on purpose? Guqin frowned as he looked at Mo Yike. Mo Yike looked at Guqin in surprise, then his expression returned to normal. I dare not make wild guesses about His Majesty's matters. Guqin nodded. Come in. Gu Hai's voice came from the upper study. The five of them immediately entered in a single file. The moment they entered the upper study, what they saw was different from what they had expected. Gu Hai was sitting behind the desk. Montez stood to the side as if he had not been severely punished. He stood to the side and bowed slightly to the officials. Your Majesty Ao Xing escaped? Gao Xinji frowned. Everyone looked at Gu Hai. That's right. I have already given Montez full responsibility for the embroidered uniform guard's disappearance. You don't have to interfere, Gu Hai said calmly. Yes. Gao Xinji replied. Everyone looked at Gu Hai, unable to figure out what Gu Hai was thinking. Montez was actually fine? Full responsibility? Didn't that mean that Ao Xing might have been deliberately let go? After all, this dereliction of duty was too great. Montez had also neglected many of his duties not long ago. He was not qualified to be the commander of the embroidered uniform guard. But now Montez was fine? Full responsibility? Did His Majesty deliberately let Ao Xing go? Could it be that he instigated Ao Xing to defect and let him go back to be a spy? No, that was too obvious. Everyone could see that Ao Xing was deliberately let go. Since he was deliberately let go, then the act should be done to the end. His Majesty should be furious and remove Montez from his post. Could it be that Montez really had neglected his duty and let Ao Xing go? In the end, His Majesty deliberately pushed the boat with the current and used it to sow discord between the enemy in order to minimize this mistake. For a moment, everyone in the hall wanted to know the truth. They were a little confused by Gu Hai's actions. Only Gu Hai could do this. It was difficult to guess his motives. Gu Hai closed his mouth and did not mention this matter. Everyone could only talk about other things. At the intersection of the Dahan and the Great Wu Empire, the army of the Great Wu Empire gathered here, forming a huge military camp, surrounded by a city called Mihan City. In Mihan City, Sima Changkong was in the main hall. Sima Changkong seemed to be waiting. In the main hall there was a group of other people. On the left row was the Tong Tian sect master. At this moment, his face was gloomy, sitting on the side drinking tea. Behind him was a group of disciples, standing respectfully. On the right row was a group of monks, who were the envoys of the sacred ground of the spiritual mountain. There were two people in the lead, one of them was the White Emperor, and the other was the Southern Dragon Bodhisattva. Behind the White Emperor stood a group of subordinates, including Gu Hai's former adopted son, Gu Tang, now called Tangut. Taoist Duobao went to save Ao Xing and came back? Is it so easy to save Ao Xing? The Southern Dragon Bodhisattva sneered. The Tong Tian sect master also looked coldly at Sima Changkong. Sima Changkong stood with his hands behind his back. This time, I don't know what Gu Hai is planning. You don't know? Aren't you able to predict the enemy's moves? You've been dealing with Gu Hai wave after wave, and even I have become a knife in your hand? The Tong Tian sect master said coldly. Sima Changkong shook his head. If it was someone else I could figure it out, but this Gu Hai, haha, does sect master take him lightly? The Wansho Taoism has suffered losses from him, and so has the sacred ground of the spiritual mountain. Before seeing Ao Xing I can't judge. If you can't judge, then you're just going to wait? You're not going to say that you can't do anything now that Gu Hai is back, right? The Tong Tian sect master said coldly. Sima Changkong frowned. Previously, I thought of a way to lure Gu Hai away from the infinite celestial capital. However, I need everyone's cooperation. Oh. Everyone was slightly stunned. Lure Gu Hai away from the infinite celestial capital? How was he supposed to lure them in? Was Gu Hai a fool? Why didn't he use the Dahan's power and come out to die? What's the plan? The Tong Tian sect master's eyes flashed with anticipation. As long as Gu Hai left the infinite celestial capital, wouldn't he be at his mercy? We need the sacred ground of the spiritual mountain's assistance. Sima Changkong looked at the people of spiritual mountain. Oh. The Southern Dragon Bodhisattva said in a low voice. Sima Changkong looked at the White Emperor. White Emperor, you've already decided to join the spiritual mountain's sacred ground, right? Sima Changkong said with a smile. Everyone looked at the White Emperor. The White Emperor's face darkened. How do you want me to help? If I remember correctly, White Emperor, your earthly soul used to belong to Gu Hai's wife, Qin Xian, right? Sima Changkong said with a smile. The Southern Dragon Bodhisattva and the Tong Tian sect master both looked surprised. Clearly, not everyone knew about the feud between the White Emperor and Gu Hai. Heh, Sima Changkong, you've done a thorough investigation, haven't you? The White Emperor sneered. I wonder if the White Emperor still has feelings for Gu Hai? Sima Changkong stared at the White Emperor. Feelings? The person who wants to kill him the most is me. Does killing him count as feelings? The White Emperor sneered. What? The Southern Dragon Bodhisattva was puzzled. Sima Changkong said with a smile, I can guess that. Gu Hai wants the White Emperor's earthly soul. To revive Qin Xianer, he has to kill the White Emperor and take his earthly soul. Or he can refine the White Emperor's heavenly soul and human soul into supplements for Qin Xianer's 3 souls. In other words, he has to destroy the will of the White Emperor and revive the will of Qin Xianer. It's good that you know. The White Emperor said coldly. The White Emperor has a deep hatred for Gu Hai, but Gu Hai cares a lot about you, the White Emperor. No, I should say that he cares a lot about your earthly soul. I remember that in order to avenge Qin Xianer, he dared to kill the Qing Emperor when he first entered Heavenly Palace. He even fought with the old man Guanxi for Qin Xianer's heavenly soul. Am I right? Sima Changkong said with a smile. What do you want? The White Emperor said coldly. I just want to ask the White Emperor to cooperate and put on a show. I want to use you to threaten Gu Hai and force Gu Hai to come out. Sima Changkong said in a low voice. Will Gu Hai be willing? The Southern Dragon Bodhisattva frowned. He will definitely be willing. Gu Hai is as affectionate as the old man Guanxi. As long as the White Emperor is willing to cooperate, Gu Hai will definitely be willing to come out. Then the Tong Tian sect master will set up an ambush. He will definitely die. Sima Changkong's eyes turned cold. Chapter 882. Everyone in the hall looked at the White Emperor. Using the White Emperor as bait to lure Gu Hai out of the infinite celestial capital? Sima Changkong had grasped Gu Hai's lifeline and was now waiting for the White Emperor to agree. The Southern Dragoness and the Tong Tian sect master both looked at the White Emperor in confusion. The two of them weren't sure if it would succeed. Only the White Emperor knew that the possibility of this happening was very high. Although he didn't know why, he suddenly felt a twinge of pain in his heart. However, the White Emperor was more concerned about his own willpower. Just as he was about to nod, Tangut, who was behind the White Emperor, suddenly shouted, Mr. Sima. Everyone looked at Tangut. Have you thought about the Emperor's safety when you used him as bait? Tangut said in a low voice. Safety? What danger would the White Emperor be in? Haha, how could there be no danger? What if Gu Hai didn't get the news but his subjects did? For example, what if Kong Xian heard the news and came to assassinate the Emperor earlier to ensure Gu Hai's safety? Tangut said in a low voice. Assassinate? That's right. The Emperor is using himself as bait and will definitely be in danger. Even if Gu Hai is lured here, the Tong Tian sect master and the rest will only target Gu Hai. What if Kong Xian assassinates the Emperor at this time? Also, what if Mosquito Daoran assassinates the Emperor? Have you thought about it? Tangut said coldly. The White Emperor has the ability to protect himself. Sima Changkong said with a frown. Protect himself? Haha, what a good idea. You put the Emperor in danger for your immature plan? Tangut said coldly. Tangut, don't be rude. The White Emperor reprimanded. The spies that Sima Changkong sent to the infinite celestial capital were abandoned just like that. Even that Ao Sheng had no intention of rescuing him. If Ao Sheng hadn't escaped on his own, he wouldn't have cared at all. The Tong Tian sect master was also tricked by Sima Changkong into going to the infinite celestial capital not long ago. He didn't consider the consequences at all. In his eyes, everyone was a chess piece that could be discarded at any time. Now that he wants to use you as a threat, this lowly one must think for you. Solemnly Tangut said. White Emperor frowned slightly. Oh, White Emperor, this subordinate of yours is quite interesting. Sima Changkong said coldly. Tangut ignored him. White Emperor, so this is your decision. Do you want to kill Gu Hai? Sima Changkong looked at the White Emperor again. White Emperor frowned slightly. After thinking for a while, a cold light flashed in his eyes, as if he had made up his mind. Emperor, this lowly one feels that the current situation isn't very clear. It's not impossible to use you as a bait, but we should at least know the situation in the Dahan Imperial Dynasty. Some situations can't be solved by imagination. Tangut advised again. White Emperor looked at Tangut and didn't seem to want to wait any longer. Emperor, shouldn't we at least wait for Ao Xing to return? Tangut advised again. Ao Xing would be back soon, so there was no need to rush. White Emperor nodded. Alright, let's wait for Ao Xing to return first. Sima Changkong nodded helplessly and looked coldly at Tangut. Tangut had always been by White Emperor's side and had never interfered. Why did he suddenly interfere today? Whoosh! Suddenly, a ray of light shot over from afar. He's here. The Tong Tian sect master's eyes lit up. Boom. Suddenly, a strong wind blew from afar. It was a Taoist holding Ao Xing and landing in the hall. Master. The Taoist bowed respectfully to the Tong Tian sect master. The Tong Tian sect master nodded, and the Taoist immediately stood behind the Tong Tian sect master. Ao Xing? Where are your arms? Sima Changkong asked in a low voice. It's Guhai. Guhai wants to kill me. What a ruthless emperor. Ao Xing said in grief and indignation. Ao Xing, what's the situation in the infinite celestial capital now? Sima Changkong asked. Don't ask about this first. Quick, where's my body? I want to change back to my body. Ao Xing said anxiously. The Tong Tian sect master, White Emperor, Southern Dragon Bodhisattva, Tangut, and the others were all shocked. Is this true? Change his soul? Sima Changkong was only willing to tell everyone the truth after Guhai exposed the truth. At this moment, everyone was still shocked when they saw Ao Xing's soul and Ao Shun's body. Someone get Mr. Six Fingers. Sima Changkong shouted. Yes. Someone immediately left. Ao Xing, how were you discovered? What happened that day? How were you suddenly exposed? Sima Changkong asked with a complicated expression. Ao Xing had a bitter expression as he recounted what happened at the Three Pristines Palace that day. Deceive you? That Guhai isn't that capable. From your words and actions, he actually couldn't tell that you weren't Ao Shun? Tong Tian sect master sneered. No, you don't understand. From my words and actions, even my memories, it's impossible for him to know that I wasn't Ao Shun. Ao Xing shook his head. Last time, the Western Sea Dragon King gave each of us a drop of azure dragon blood, which is also the ancestral dragon blood. Not just one drop, but one drop. When that drop of azure dragon blood entered our bodies, our memories were instantly open to each other. I know everything about Ao Shun and he knows everything about me. So, no matter what Guhai asks me, I will not reveal any flaws. Ao Xing shook his head. Time asymmetry? The immortal dome of the ancients, right? That Guhai really knows how to play. Nan Longnu said coldly. That's Guhai's wisdom. First, he pressured the 8 of you mentally, then made you suffer for 9 months. Then he used my appearance to break your last heartstring. Truly amazing. Sima Changkong said with an unsightly expression. At this moment, a man in white walked into the hall. It was the heaven-grade zither master of the Silver Moon Villa, Six Fingers. Sima Changkong. Ao Xing is back? Six Fingers asked. Yes, Mr. Six Fingers. Sima Changkong nodded. Mr. Six Fingers, help me change back to my body. Please, I have had enough of this armless body. Ao Xing shouted. Six Fingers looked at Ao Xing and said, your body is a little far away. It's not in the Silver Moon Villa. Then where is it? In the imperial capital, with His Majesty. Six Fingers said. It was moved to the imperial capital? Does His Majesty want to extract my azure dragon blood? I don't know. If he wants to purify it, he wants to purify Ao Sheng's blood. Bring me back. I want to change back to my body. Only you can do it. Let's go quickly. Quickly. Ao Xing said anxiously. Six Fingers looked at Sima Changkong. Sima Changkong thought for a while and nodded. Fine. Mr. Six Fingers, I don't need you here for now. You can bring Ao Xing to the imperial capital. All right. Six Fingers nodded. Wait. Tangut suddenly shouted. Everyone looked at Tangut. Mr. Sima, I know that you want to persuade the emperor to be your bait. However, we don't know anything about the Dahan. I'm worried about the emperor's safety. Tangut shouted. Tangut, don't be rude. White Emperor stopped him. No, I have to consider the emperor's safety. The situation is not clear now, and the emperor is still in danger. You won't be able to take care of the emperor when the time comes. Then, I have a way to solve this problem. Tangut shouted. Mr. Six Fingers, I remember that Takashi Ryushin gave you a group of zombies to protect you, right? You will definitely be safe if you go to Takashi Ryushin. Leave your zombies to me to protect the emperor. Tangut shouted. Humph, I'll let Duobao protect the White Emperor when the time comes. Tong Tian sect master shouted. No, Duobao is your disciple after all. Anything can happen. What if he runs away halfway? I'd rather have those zombies that only accept death to protect the emperor than Duobao. Duobao, you should escort Mr. Six Fingers to the imperial capital and leave those zombies to us. At the very least, we can guarantee that these zombies won't have any other thoughts. Tangut shouted. Tangut was always thinking for the White Emperor, so the White Emperor didn't stop him. Sima Changkong frowned as he looked at Tangut. In the end he nodded. This is fine. The Tong Tian sect master's disciple will escort Mr. Six Fingers and Ao Sheng to the imperial capital. Mr. Six Fingers, can you give your zombie guards to the White Emperor? Six Fingers looked at Tangut and the White Emperor. In the end he nodded. Sure. Thank you, Mr. Six Fingers. I remember that Takeshi Ryushin thought highly of you and gave you a token. That token can mobilize all the zombies for you. Tangut looked at Six Fingers. Six Fingers nodded. Take the zombie token. Return it to me immediately when I return. Alright, don't worry. Tangut immediately took the zombie token. These zombies were created by His Majesty. Don't even think about them. Compared to this zombie token, they are more obedient to His Majesty's orders. Six Fingers said coldly. Don't worry. The Emperor is risking his life for Takeshi Ryushin. I am only here to protect the Emperor. Tangut said solemnly. Amen. Six Fingers nodded. The Tong Tian sect master sent out a group of his disciples to escort Six Fingers and Ao Sheng to the imperial capital. At this moment, Tangut had obtained the zombie token. He didn't stop the White Emperor from acting as bait anymore. The rest of the discussion was very easy. Sima Changkong planned to ambush Gu Hai. After talking for a while, they returned to their own residences. In the White Emperor's courtyard, the White Emperor looked coldly at Tangut. Tangut, you are too presumptuous today. White Emperor said coldly. Emperor, how can I not be considerate when you value me so much? Tangut said with a smile. Those zombies? Can they protect me? You are underestimating me too much. If not for the Southern Dragoness, I wouldn't have come to the Great Emperor dynasty. Even that Takeshi Ryushin might not be my match. White Emperor said coldly. Yes, those zombies are nothing. However, Emperor, have you thought about it? The Great Emperor dynasty might have something good this time. Tangut said with a smile. Oh. Soul exchange. White Emperor narrowed his eyes. Six Fingers can perform a soul exchange? He only has a heaven-grade zither. If he can do it, we can also find a heaven-grade zither. The key is how to perform the soul exchange. The Silver Moon Mountain Villa must have a big secret. This humble one wants this zombie token, not for the zombies, but to enter the Silver Moon Mountain Villa to investigate. Perhaps we will have an unexpected harvest. Tangut said with a smile. White Emperor frowned and fell into deep thought. While White Emperor was deep in thought, a voice suddenly sounded. Tangut is right. White Emperor, you have a good arm. A voice suddenly sounded from outside the door. White Emperor's face turned cold as he looked over. Tangut's face also sank. The Southern Dragoness stepped into the hall. Don't worry, I have set up a soundproof array outside. Southern Dragoness, are you eavesdropping on us? No, is it because Jianghu doesn't trust me and asked you to spy on us? White Emperor's face turned cold. White Emperor, don't be angry. You have entered the Holy Mountain Villa. After all, you need to get used to it, right? Once you settle down, no one will suspect you. Southern Dragoness said with a smile. White Emperor still stared at Southern Dragoness. You have a favor to ask of the Holy Mountain Villa. Of course, you have to show some sincerity, right? Southern Dragoness said with a smile. White Emperor snorted. Tangut said it right just now. If the Holy Mountain Villa obtains the soul exchange ability, it will be a great merit. You have just entered the Holy Mountain Villa. Isn't this an opportunity sent by the heavens? I will report it to the Buddha immediately. You will be rewarded. Southern Dragoness said with a smile. White Emperor's face turned gloomy. If the Silver Moon Villa really had the soul exchange ability, he could have enjoyed it alone. But now, I'm not sure yet. I will ask Tangut to investigate. You don't have to worry about it. White Emperor said coldly. Him? I don't trust him. Southern Dragoness said with a smile. You don't trust me, right? White Emperor said coldly. How about this? I will go with Tangut. With the zombie order, we can enter the Silver Moon Villa and search carefully. The sooner we go, the sooner we can come back. Besides, Tangut's cultivation is too weak. If I bring him along, it will be faster. Southern Dragoness said firmly. Emperor Bai was still unwilling to give up. Aren't you going to kill Gu Hai? After you kill Gu Hai we will come back without delay. Don't worry, I won't hurt Tangut. This kid is smart. Who knows, he might come in handy. Southern Dragoness said solemnly. White Emperor looked at Tangut. Tangut frowned and nodded. Alright, go and come back quickly. Don't let them find out. White Emperor finally sighed. Alright. Tangut, let's go. Southern Dragoness nodded. Chapter 883. Boundless Celestial Capital, Upper Study Room. Gu Hai sat behind his desk and looked at Shangguanhen, who was standing respectfully in front of him. Your Majesty, are you saying that Ao Shun isn't the only spy? Shangguanhen's expression changed. Gu Hai nodded lightly. I was wrong. The 8 of you are my most trusted confidants. How could you betray me? Now that the truth is out, I can confirm that it wasn't a betrayal, but a soul swap. There is no such thing as betrayal. Ao Shun isn't the only one? Why is there another spy? Shangguanhen was puzzled. Because Ao Shun doesn't fit the criteria for the assassination of Guqin and Montez at the Embroidered Uniform Guard headquarters. I have sent people to investigate. Ao Shun was in his own residence at that time. Gu Hai said in a low voice. Shangguanhen was slightly stunned. His expression was gloomy. There's another spy? This person is very good at keeping his composure. When I was at the Three Pristines Palace, Ao Sheng couldn't stand it and exposed himself. But he still kept his composure. This skill of keeping his composure surprised me. Gu Hai said solemnly. So you're saying that the remaining people are all possible? Shangguanhen frowned. Gu Hai nodded. Then why did your Majesty tell me this? Why didn't you suspect me? Shangguanhen was puzzled. You're cultivating the 8 and 9 mystic arts. When you reach the number 7, 9, your 3 souls have already fused with your body. It's impossible to separate your divine soul. Gu Hai said calmly. Yes, thank you for your trust, your Majesty. Shangguanhen secretly sighed. But who could be the remaining spy? Does your Majesty have a guess? Shangguanhen asked again. Gu Hai thought for a while and nodded. I have a guess, but I can't be sure. So I need you to help me investigate. Shangguanhen asked in surprise. Guqin. Gu Hai frowned. Your Highness? Shangguanhen was slightly taken aback. Gu Hai nodded. This subject thought about Kong Shen and Lord Mo, but how could it be the Crown Prince? The Crown Prince was the target of an assassination attempt last time. I almost died. Shangguanhen exclaimed. Not long ago we sent troops to the Wu Empire. Gao Xinji and Ao Shun were also injured. Ao Shun was also injured, but he is also a spy, isn't he? Gu Hai said in a low voice. But at that time, Shangguanhen was puzzled. I thought about all the links. That day, in the courtyard of the Embroidered Uniform Guard headquarters, all the Embroidered Uniform Guards were ordered to leave. Then, a formation was set up at some point. Montes? He rushed here in a hurry, so he couldn't have had time to plan this carefully. At the very least, he couldn't have coordinated those officials and spies to cooperate so seamlessly in such a short time. Gu Hai explained. Montes? Indeed, at that time he didn't expect Lord Mo and the Crown Prince to come so suddenly. It couldn't have been carefully planned. Those spies cooperated too well, so I suspect that this was planned in advance. Who could have planned this in advance? Gu Hai looked at Shangguanhen. The Crown Prince of Guqin or Lord Mo Yike. But, Your Majesty, Mo Yike's words may not be completely trusted, right? Shangguanhen frowned. I understand. Mo Yike said that Qin Tianshan sent people to lure him out of the residence so that he would have no witnesses to prove his innocence. Qin Zibai didn't count, and Mo Yike couldn't prove his innocence, so Mo Yike was a suspect. However, I interrogated all the Embroidered Uniform Guards in the surroundings. Although they left the courtyard, the Embroidered Uniform Guard headquarters was still heavily guarded. When Guqin and Montez were attacked and the formation was broken, no Embroidered Uniform Guard saw anyone leave, so no one went out. Although Meng Tai saw Mo Yike running away, none of the brocade-gowned guards outside saw anyone running away, which meant that the assassin was still in the small courtyard. And Mo Yike flew in after that. Gu Hai analyzed. Maybe he used some special method to escape the Embroidered Uniform Guard's eyes? Shangguanhen said uncertainly. That is the Embroidered Uniform Guard headquarters. There are many people in the headquarters who opened the Sky Palace. How could he hide from everyone? Gu Hai said seriously. But the Guqin Crown Prince and Montez saw the assassin. They saw that it was Mo Yike. Did you forget? The Go Dao can use a formation to create a person's appearance for a short time. The Zither Dao can do the same, but it lacks the laws of the Zither Dao. However, the Zither Dao can still create a person's appearance for a short time through a formation, just like the Go Dao. Isn't there a formation outside the courtyard? Guhai analyzed. The formation in the courtyard? Could it be that it's not used to isolate sound but a Zither Dao formation? It's used to create something like a cloud beast? Shangguan Hen's expression changed. That's my guess. I can't confirm the specifics, but that's the general idea. Guhai said seriously. In other words, the Guqing Crown Prince first brought a person wrapped in a black robe into the courtyard, then chased away all the embroidered uniform guards. He then set up a Zither Dao formation around the courtyard, waiting for Montez to return. The black-robed person wasn't Lord Mo at first, it was just a cover. The Guqing Crown Prince might have set up everything, then killed the black-robed person and stored him in a storage treasure. Storage treasures can't store living things, so only the Guqing Crown Prince was left. Then he used the Zither Dao formation to create Mo Yike's appearance for a short time? Shangguan Hen analyzed. Guhai didn't refute this. But, Your Majesty, now that the laws of the literary cultivators have been taken away by the heavens, to create an expert who could assassinate Montez, it would require countless spirit stones and a complicated formation, right? Would the Guqing Crown Prince be able to make it in time? Shangguan Hen analyzed. It wouldn't require too many spirit stones and it wouldn't be so troublesome. He would only need to create a figure of Guqin lying in a pool of blood, then use the Zither Dao formation to change his appearance to that of Mo Yike. It would be enough to let Montez see this. Guhai said seriously. Your Majesty, you're saying that it was the Crown Prince who injured Montez? All of this was part of the Crown Prince's plan? Shangguan Hen asked in shock. I can't be sure, but if it's really as you've analyzed, there should be another soul in Guqin's body, and this soul belongs to a Zither Dao expert. He knows Guqin very well, Guhai said gloomily. Your Majesty, what do you want me to do? Shangguan Hen's expression darkened. This is only my speculation. Also, we must find where Guqin's soul is. Otherwise, if we alert the enemy, Guqin will be in great danger. Guhai said seriously. Yes. Of course, we need to be prepared for the unexpected. If this is a second spy, could there be a third? For the time being, do not mention this to anyone. Also, pretend that you do not know anything. Guhai instructed. Yes. Shangguan Hen replied. Your Majesty, what do I need to do? Great Emperor Dynasty, Capital, Martial Sky City. A group of Tongtian sect masters' disciples escorted Lu Ji and Ao Xing back. As soon as they entered the palace, a large number of guards rushed over. Bastard, don't you recognize me? Lu Ji glared. Oh, it's the Crown Prince's trusted aide, Mr. Lu Ji. All right, let's go. An official smiled. Immediately, the surrounding guards left one after another. Lord Lu, what do you mean? Haven't you always been loyal to the Crown Prince? Lu Ji said coldly. Lord Lu had always been subservient to him. Why did he have such an expression now? Mr. Lu Ji, please be careful with your words. This one is loyal to the Crown Prince and only to the Crown Prince. Lord Lu said coldly. Oh. Lu Ji's expression darkened. In the past year, the Long Sanqian had subdued many officials. These officials were completely loyal to the Crown Prince. Why did they suddenly change? Lord Lu, I want to see the Crown Prince. Hurry. Ao Xing shouted. Oh. Lord Lu narrowed his eyes. I am Ao Xing, not Ao Shun. Just report to the Crown Prince. Ao Xing shouted. Lord Lu frowned slightly and nodded. He quickly went to report. Soon Lord Lu returned. The Crown Prince is in the Imperial Court. You can go there directly. Lu Ji nodded. We're also going back. The Tongtian sect master's disciples said. You can go first. I'll be back soon. Ao Xing nodded. The Tongtian sect master's disciples quickly left. Ao Xing and Lu Ji were brought to the Imperial Court by Lord Lu. As soon as they entered the Imperial Court, they were greeted by a strong corpse aura. Lu Ji's expression changed when he saw the corpse aura. Ao Xing also widened his eyes. Takeshi Ryushin was sitting on the dragon throne, and the officials below were emitting black aura. Your Majesty, they were all turned into zombie descendants by you? Ao Xing asked in shock. Lu Ji's eyelids twitched. All the officials in the Imperial Court were turned into zombies? Didn't that mean that the Long Sanqian's efforts to win the hearts of the people over the past year were all for naught? Now that they were zombies, their life and death were in Takeshi Ryushin's hands. Takashi Ryushin sat on the dragon throne and looked at Lu Ji with a cold smile. Mr. Lu Ji, my officials are only loyal to me. I already know everything you've done in the past year. Your Majesty, His Highness the Crown Prince. Lu Ji's expression changed. Forget it. I don't blame him, so it's fine. Takashi Ryushin said indifferently. Everyone had been turned into his zombie descendants. Even if the Long Sanqian wanted to seize power, he wouldn't be able to do much. Yes. Lu Ji nodded and smiled bitterly. Your Majesty, I want to change back to my body. Please help me. Ao Xing said anxiously. Guhai discovered you? Yes. Ao Xing recounted what happened in Dahan. In the heavenly prison. Mr. Lu Ji helped you change back to your body? Takashi Ryushin nodded. Yes. In the heavenly prison. Ao Xing saw Ao Shun. At this moment, Ao Shun's soul had taken over Ao Sheng's body. His cultivation was sealed and locked behind a wall. Ha ha, Ao Xing, you're back? Where's my arm? Ao Shun said with a sinister expression. Guhai did it. If you want revenge, go find him. Ao Xing snorted. Mr. Lu Ji, my cultivation was originally sealed by Kong Xian and then by Mosquito Daoran. You don't have to worry about him escaping. Now help me change bodies with Ao Shun. Ao Xing said expectantly. All right, Master left a spirit channeling string. Stand face to face. Lu Ji said. Okay. Ao Xing stood in front of Ao Shun. Lu Ji took out a guqin. There was a long thorn on each end of the guqin. One thorn pierced between Ao Xing's eyebrows, while the other pierced between Ao Shun's eyebrows. There was a string on the guqin that was in a tight state. Let go. Lu Ji loosened the string slightly. Bung. Suddenly, the strings of the zither vibrated and emitted a strange sound. Ah. Ah. Ao Shun and Ao Xing immediately revealed pained expressions as they cried out loudly. Their entire bodies trembled as two streams of blue light vaguely emerged from their bodies and rushed towards each other with a loud bang. Boom. With a loud bang, the ancient zither exploded into pieces. Ao Shun's armless body was sent flying by a gust of wind. Ao Shung's imprisoned body also hit the wall. Suddenly, the two of them came to their senses. Ao Shung's eyes lit up. Ha ha, I'm back. My soul has returned to my body. Quick, help me release the chains and the seal. Voila. Lu Ji released Ao Xing's chains and the seal on Ao Xing. Ao Shun and Ao Xing's souls had returned to their original places. Ao Shun suddenly regained control of his body. A great pain instantly filled his body. Ao Shun was in great pain because of his arms. Ao Xing. Ao Shun looked at Ao Xing angrily. Men, lock him up. Ao Xing shouted coldly. Yes. Immediately, a large number of prison guards came and locked Ao Shun up again. Ao Shun had lost his arms and his cultivation was sealed. He was still very careful. Ao Shun, you're such a failure. Guhai didn't care about your life. He even cut off your arms. If Shaolin didn't risk his life to save me, your body would have turned into meat paste. Ao Xing said coldly. Shaolin is dead? Ao Shun's face changed as he shouted. I'm too lazy to talk to you. His Majesty already wants your body. It's going to be a corpse soon. There's no need to talk to you. Ao Xing said coldly and left with Mr. Six Fingers. Don't go. Tell me, how did Shaolin die? What? Ao Shun shouted. He was killed by the Imperial Secret Guards. Serves him right. Ao Xing sneered and stepped out of the prison. Don't go. Tell me why. Ao Xing, Ao Xing. Ao Shun shouted in grief. The prison guards didn't dare to go forward. Ao Shun howled in grief for a while and could only lean against the wall bitterly. Buzz. At this time, the sound of a mosquito sounded in Ao Shun's ear. Ao Shun was in a bad mood and didn't even have the mood to chase the mosquito away. The mosquito landed in Ao Shun's ear. Supreme Ao, Shaolin isn't dead. He's just been temporarily hidden by His Majesty. I am Mosquito Daoran, and His Majesty sent me to save you. At the same time, I brought your arms. His Majesty gave me a treasure that can help you reattach them. Moreover, I was the one who placed the seal on your body, so I can immediately undo the seal and release you. The mosquito whispered in Ao Shun's ear. Ao Shun suddenly trembled and his eyes widened in surprise. Don't be too surprised. I'll undo the seal and reattach your arms first. Then we'll kill our way out. Mosquito Daoran said in a deep voice. No, don't. Ao Shun suddenly shouted in a low voice. What's wrong? Mosquito Daoran asked in surprise. You can escape, but you don't want to? Besides me, there's also the Crown Prince. The Crown Prince's soul has also been swapped. It was done by Long Sanqian himself. We must find the Crown Prince's soul first. Otherwise, the moment the enemy finds out, the Crown Prince's soul will be in trouble. Ao Shun said anxiously. Mosquito Doran's expression suddenly changed. Chapter 884. Great Emperor Dynasty Martial Sky City? Inside the prison. His Highness the Crown Prince? Mosquito Doran's expression suddenly darkened. Find the Crown Prince's soul first. Quick, it's the Long Sanqian. I saw it with my own eyes. The Long Sanqian and the Crown Prince swapped souls. Ao Shun said in a low voice. The Long Sanqian? All right, I'll look for it. Mosquito Doran said with a serious expression. Buzz. Suddenly, a large number of mosquitoes flew out from Ao Shun's location. The mosquitoes flew out of the prison and spread in all directions. To others, searching the palace was extremely difficult. However, to Mosquito Doran it was not difficult at all. This was because Mosquito Doran could create billions of black mosquitoes. While sending mosquitoes to search, Mosquito Doran wanted to send the information to Gu Hai immediately through the Qin figurine. Boundless Celestial Capital. In the study room. There were 8 Qin figurines in front of Gu Hai. Suddenly one of the Qin figurines sounded. Your Majesty, Ao Shun has swapped bodies with Ao Sheng. This subject is now with Ao Shun. Mosquito Doran's voice sounded. Ao Shun was saved? That's great. Sheng Wanhen's eyes lit up. Gu Hai let out a light breath. However, Ao Shun told me not to save him for the time being. This is because other than Ao Shun, the Guqin Crown Prince's soul was also swapped. Your Majesty, be careful. Mosquito Doran's voice sounded again. As expected. Sheng Wanhen looked at Gu Hai in astonishment. Mosquito Doran got the information from Ao Shun. However, Gu Hai was able to deduce the result based on a series of analysis. Was there no mistake? Long Sanqian and the Crown Prince swapped souls. This subject is searching for the Crown Prince's soul in Martial Sky City. Your Majesty, be careful. Mosquito Doran transmitted. This emperor is fine. Be careful. Gu Hai said. Oh right. Mosquito Doran's voice sounded again. Takeshi Ryushin seems to have a grudge against the Long Sanqian. Takeshi Ryushin turned all the officials of the Great Emperor Dynasty into zombies. Takeshi Ryushin's descendants. Come. Gu Hai's eyebrows raised. Zombies. Takeshi Ryushin and Long Sanqian held grudges against each other? Could it be that in the past year or so, the Long Sanqian had the intention to seize power and bribed a group of officials? Takeshi Ryushin realized that the situation was not good, so when the Long Sanqian was not around, he turned these traitorous officials into zombie descendants and completely subdued them? I don't know. Mosquito Doran's voice sounded. We understand. Be careful. If anything goes wrong, save Ao Shun first. Gu Hai instructed. Yes. Mosquito Doran replied. The Guqin Terracotta no longer spoke. Sheng Wanhen looked at Gu Hai and said, Your Majesty, it seems that there is no need for me to confirm it. Mosquito Doran has already confirmed it? Was that Crown Prince a fake? I will go and catch him. Gu Hai shook his head and sat in front of his desk. He raised his eyebrows slightly and tapped his fingers lightly on the desk as if he was analyzing. Silvermoon City, Silvermoon Villa. Tangut and Southern Dragon Bodhisattva hurried to Silvermoon City. With Southern Dragon Bodhisattva by his side, Tangut had no time to contact anyone. They arrived at Silvermoon Villa and looked at a group of guards. Bodhisattva, I don't know about Silvermoon Villa's situation. I'm not sure where the secret soul-swapping technique is. How about you and I go in and try our luck? Tangut solemnly said. What? Tangut, do you still want to separate from me? Southern Dragon Bodhisattva said coldly. No, I'm just worried that we can't hide for long if we secretly come here. If we separate, we have a better chance. Tangut solemnly said. Fine. Give me the zombie token. Southern Dragon Bodhisattva said in a low voice. Tangut smiled bitterly and nodded. Okay. Southern Dragon Bodhisattva grabbed the zombie dragon and led Tangut into Silvermoon Villa. Suddenly the two seemed to have crossed a barrier. In an instant they couldn't hear anything from the outside world. This is a barrier? Tangut said in surprise. He took out the Guqin figurine and sent a message to White Emperor. The Guqin figurine is not working? Tangut's face darkened. Who is it? A guard came from afar. The guard's face was dark. Zombie? Tangut said in a low voice. Southern Dragon Bodhisattva immediately raised the zombie token. The zombie guard paused for a moment before opening up a path for him. Southern Dragon Bodhisattva and Tangut quickly stepped into Silver Moon Villa. Silver Moon Villa was shrouded in a barrier, and there was a large amount of clouds inside, so they couldn't see anything clearly. However, as the two entered, they found a large number of zombies guarding around. Their faces darkened. "Let's go to Mr. Six Fingers' residence first," Tangut called out. At this moment, Tangut stopped telling them to split up. With the zombie token, all the zombies were let go. However, without the zombie token, these zombies would attack with all their might. The two rushed to the heart-nurturing palace at the back mountain of Silver Moon Villa, where Mr. Six Fingers used to live. Although there were many zombies guarding Mr. Six Fingers' residence, with the zombie token opening the way, the journey was smooth. Inside Heart-Nurturing Palace, everything was clear. There was nothing special. Nothing? Tangut's face turned unsightly. "Continue searching," Southern Dragon Bodhisattva said anxiously. Just as the two were searching Heart-Nurturing Palace, a voice suddenly came from outside the palace. "Mr. Six Fingers, you are back?" A voice rang out. Tangut's and Southern Dragon Bodhisattva's faces sank. "Mister, I saw your door open earlier. You must be back. However, why are you not letting me out of the villa? Why am I allowed to walk around the villa?" "Ah. This is Silver Moon Villa, my home. A bunch of zombies? A bunch of zombies? I don't care if you are colluding with the great martial emperor dynasty, but don't drag me into it," the voice outside said angrily. "Is that the current villa lord of Silver Moon Villa, Yunemo?" Tangut's expression changed. "Six Fingers, come out and give me an explanation. I want to go out. I want freedom. I don't want to be imprisoned here." Yunemo shouted again outside the palace. "If you don't come out, I will break in," Yunemo shouted angrily. Inside, Tangut's and Southern Dragon Bodhisattva's faces sank. "I think that if there is a treasure, it must be in this heart-nurturing palace. We need to check it bit by bit. However, Bodhisattva, why don't you go and lure him away? I will find it and meet up with you." Tangut looked at Southern Dragon Bodhisattva. "Huh? You go and lure him away?" Southern Dragon Bodhisattva sneered. "Me?" Tangut showed anger on his face. "I said you go and lure him away. I will find it," Southern Dragon Bodhisattva said coldly. Tangut's face was full of unwillingness. When Yunemo was about to break in, he could only say helplessly, "All right. However, if you find the secret method to exchange souls, I will share the spiritual mountain with the Emperor." "Go." Southern Dragon Bodhisattva nodded. However, she was sneering in her heart. Tangut walked to the door with a gloomy face. With his back to Southern Dragon Bodhisattva, Tangut sneered. Southern Dragon Bodhisattva would never have thought that Tangut's purpose in coming to Silver Moon Villa was to find Yun-Mo Creek. The door opened slowly. Yun-Mo's face sank. Tangut walked out and closed the door. Kwang. When the door closed, Yun-Mo saw who it was. "It's you? White Emperor's subordinate. Why are you here?" Yun-Mo stared. "Mr. Six Fingers brought me back. I am now loyal to Mr. Six Fingers and Villa Master Yun-Mo." Tangut bowed slightly. I don't care who you are loyal to. Where is Six Fingers? Tell him to come out and see me." Yun-Mo glared. "It is not convenient for Mr. to come out now. Let me explain to Villa Master." "You. No need. Villa Master, if you want to fulfill your wish, you must listen to me." "Are you threatening me?" "I dare not. Villa Master, why don't we talk in private?" Tangut smiled. Yun-Mo looked at Tangut coldly. Fine. I want to see what you have to say." The two left Yangshin Palace. Inside, Southern Dragon Bodhisattva sighed and continued searching. However, Tangut and Yun-Mo came to Silver Moon Palace. "Tell me, what does Six Fingers want?" Yun-Mo said coldly. Tangut looked at the servants around and shook his head. "All of you leave?" Yun-Mo shouted. "Yes." The subordinates left immediately. "Villa Master Yun-Mo, I only have one question," Tangut said solemnly. "Oh. Is the alliance between Silver Moon Villa and the Han Imperial Dynasty still in effect?" Tangut solemnly asked. Yun-Mo's pupils shrank. "You are? Villa Master, please answer me," Tangut asked again. "Ha Guhai, you finally sent someone?" Yun-Mo suddenly laughed loudly, a trace of gratification flashing in his eyes. "It seems that all the Qin figurines here are cut off from the outside world. My Qin figurines can't contact my father, so..." Tangut solemnly said. "Father?" Yun-Mo asked in confusion. "My father is Guhai. My name is Gu Tang. Tangut solemnly said. Oh. Yun Mo's pupils shrank. Tangut did not say anything and waited patiently for a while. Yun Mo thought for a while and nodded. I choose to believe you. Thank you. You're here for Guqin, right? Come with me. I know where he is. Yun Mo solemnly said. My brother? Tangut's pupils shrank. Let's go. Under Yun Mo's lead, the two quickly went to a valley. There was a secret room in the valley. The two quickly entered. Yun Mo was unimpeded in Silver Moon Villa. Although there were many zombie guards, none of them dared to stop him. Soon the two came to a prison cell. In the cell, Long Sanqian was chained to a wall. Villa Master Yun Mo, you're here again? If I wasn't tricked by you that day, I wouldn't be imprisoned today. Put away your hypocrisy. Long Sanqian said with a bitter smile. Your Highness, that day I was tricked by my ancestor's reincarnation and made a big mistake. I've been trying to explain it to you, but you didn't believe me. These days I wanted to go out and report, but the entire villa was locked down and I couldn't go out. Then you should know this person, right? Yun Mo smiled bitterly. Long Sanqian looked up and saw Tangut standing beside him. Lil Tang? Long Sanqian's pupils shrank. You're Guqin? Tangut frowned. Long Sanqian frowned and looked at Tangut. The two did not seem to believe each other. He's really Guqin. Yun Mo explained bitterly. Tangut walked closer and stared at Long Sanqian. You're still not sure who I am? Back then when you hurt your head, Mother hugged you and comforted you for a whole day, but you only ate the cakes Mother made for us because you were greedy. Have you forgotten? I was the one who found out and you still want me to keep it a secret? Tangut's face darkened. He believed him. Back then when you were sick, Mother kowtowed to all the temples and all the gods to pray for you. She even fainted from overexertion. Long Sanqian said again. You made a mistake and Father wanted to punish you. When he whipped you with a branch, Mother couldn't bear to do it and went forward to protect you. She was accidentally pricked by the thorns on the branch and bled a lot. That was why Father let you go once, because he couldn't bear to part with Mother. Have you forgotten? Lil Tang, Mother protected you so much back then, and you sold Mother out for power and wealth. Long Sanqian said coldly. Tangut's eyes suddenly turned red. Big brother, I didn't forget. I will never forget. It's just that the White Emperor has Mother's soul, and I don't have the ability to find a heavenly soul or human soul. I can only protect Mother's soul. Although I'm not strong enough, I will do my best to protect Mother's soul. Even if I die, I will protect Mother's soul. Tangut said resolutely with red eyes. You. Long Sanqian was surprised. When we first met at the Silver Moon Sea, Father already knew what I was thinking, but I had already made up my mind. I didn't dare to reveal it, so we never met. This is the jade pendant Father gave me. You should recognize it. Tangut took out a jade pendant. This is one of Mother's 3 favorite jade pendants. I remember that it was always with Father. Father was worried that when he wasn't around, I wouldn't be able to gain your trust, so. Tangut smiled bitterly. Lil Tang, you didn't disappoint me. Long Sanqian's eyes turned red. Big brother, I'll take you away from here quickly. Yes, leave immediately. In the past, I was revived by Old Man Guanxi, and a large part of my memory was copied. This part was taken by the Long Sanqian. He has more than half of my memory and he changed my body. Father is in danger. Guqin shouted. Chapter 885. Yes, leave immediately. Back then, I was revived by the Old Man Guanxi and most of my memories were copied. This part was taken by the Long Sanqian. He has more than half of my memories and switched my body. Father is in danger. Guqin shouted. Tangut and Yun Mo quickly unlocked the shackles on Guqin's body. Big brother, this seal of yours? I can't undo it. Tangut frowned. He turned to Yun Mo. It's useless. The Long Sanqian special sealing technique. No one can undo it. Yun Mo smiled bitterly. Then I'll hide. Little Tang, go out and send a message to Father. Father will definitely have a way. Guqin said urgently. Tangut smiled bitterly. I can't leave. There are a lot of zombie guards outside. We can't even enter the boundary. We can't get out. Also, there are a lot of zombie guards outside. I can bring Tangut around, but that doesn't mean I can bring Guqin Crown Prince out of here. The zombies' mission is to protect Guqin Crown Prince. They won't let you out. Yun Mo smiled bitterly. Can't get out? Guqin's face darkened. Not necessarily. Tangut squinted his eyes. We have the zombie order. Zombie order? Isn't it in the hands of the Southern Dragon Goddess? Yunemo frowned. Yes, as long as we can get out, I can persuade her to take me out. But she's always on guard against me. I'm worried. But Tangut frowned. Guqin frowned. Little Tang, don't take the risk. We just need to go out and inform father. Tangut looked at Guqin. At this moment, Guqin was only a soul, and his body was the Long Sanqian. Let's prepare for both scenarios. Tangu's expression changed as he said with a smile. I'll go and persuade the South Dragoness to take me out. You guys stay here and renovate the prison. Tangut said with a smile. A fox borrowing the tiger's might? Guqin's expression changed. Tangut nodded. All right, let's do that. Guqin smiled. What do you mean by that? I don't understand. Yunemo was confused. Manor Master Yunemo, let's begin. Guqin smiled. 2 hours later. Yunemo sent Tangut to the Yangxin Palace. Yunemo left quietly. Tangut stepped into the hall. In the main hall, the Southern Dragon Bodhisattva's face was gloomy. Bodhisattva, have you found the secret method of soul exchange? Tangut asked expectantly. The Southern Dragon Bodhisattva shook her head. No. No. Bodhisattva, have you found it? Are you deliberately saying that you don't want to share it with my emperor? Tangut glared. I said I didn't find it and I mean it. I don't have time to beat around the bush with you. The Southern Dragoness said coldly. You really don't have it? Tangut's expression darkened. The Southern Dragoness snorted. That's right. The Long Sanqian and Lu Ji would definitely carry such a secret method with them. Why would they leave it somewhere else? Tangut said resentfully. You only thought of it now. The Southern Dragoness said coldly. Forget it, Bodhisattva. If that's the case, there's no secret method here. We should leave as soon as possible. They should be preparing to deal with Guhai in Mihan City. Moreover, it's easy for us to be exposed if we stay here for too long. Tangut said. The Southern Dragoness said. Yes, let's leave this place first. Tangut persuaded. No, I've already promised the Buddha that we must find the secret method of soul exchange. The Southern Dragoness said coldly. But there's none here. We can ask Six-Fingered. Believe me, I have a way. The most important thing now is to leave this place. Tangut said anxiously. Naturally, someone will ask Six Fingers. This Silver Moon Mountain Villa definitely has a big secret. Even if we can't find the secret method of soul exchange, we can find something else. Find it? Find. How long have you been searching? What if? Tangut said anxiously. So what if you've been searching for a long time? There's a barrier here that separates the inside from the outside world. The outside world can't know what's going on inside. We'll keep searching. If they don't come back for a day, we'll keep searching. If they don't come back for a year, we'll keep searching for a year. Tangut. 1 year? If he had to wait for another year, wouldn't his father be in danger? Wait for the great Emperor Dynasty's people to return? Big Brother couldn't be saved at all. Tangut's eyelids twitched as he said, if you want to look for it, then go ahead. I don't want to stay here any longer. Send me out, send me out. Come back and slowly look for it. You can look for as long as you want. Ah, do you think I'll do that? South Dragoness sneered. What? If I stay here, you'll have to stay here too. Tangut glared at her. What if the people of Grand Emperor Dynasty come and you can't handle them? Are you going to make me a scapegoat? Smart people usually don't end well. South Dragoness said coldly. Tangut's face darkened. Bodhisattva, the Emperor knows that I'm here. If I don't return for a long time, the Emperor will definitely expose us. Besides, the Emperor and the others are scheming against Guhai. If the Emperor doesn't cooperate and let Guhai escape, won't the Sacred Grounds plan be ruined? The White Emperor won't throw a tantrum because of you. Besides, who said that the Sacred Ground came here to kill Guhai? South Dragoness said coldly. What? If it's not to kill Guhai, then why did you ally with Grand Emperor Dynasty? Tangut was shocked. South Dragoness snorted, clearly not wanting to tell Tangut. Tangut couldn't leave either. The zombies outside were extremely powerful. He had seen many lower Celestial Palace experts, and even heard from Yunemo that there were middle Celestial Palace experts. He couldn't break out at all. Looking at South Dragoness, Tangut knew that the first plan was not going to work. What did Yunemo talk to you about? South Dragoness asked solemnly. Tangut ignored her and didn't want to explain. Haha, I'm asking you a question. South Dragoness said coldly. We didn't talk about anything. Tengu said indifferently. Ha, kid, you better not play tricks with me. South Dragoness said coldly. Tengu didn't pay any attention to him. Instead, he quickly searched the surroundings of the mental cultivation palace. South Dragoness watched coldly and could only suppress her dissatisfaction in her heart. The two of them searched for more than 2 hours. Outside, Yunimo had been waiting for a long time, but Tangut didn't come out. He knew that the first plan had failed. Yunimo took a deep breath and slowly walked toward the Hall of Mental Cultivation to prepare the second plan. At the entrance of the Hall of Mental Cultivation. Since when did the sacred ground of the Spirit Mountain start to do such things? Yunimo shouted coldly. Inside the hall, South Dragoness' expression changed and she stared at Tangut. You've been exposed. Tangut was also shocked. No, I didn't mention you when I talked to Yunimo. Maybe he misunderstood? Bodhisattva's aura leaked and my ancestor found out. South Dragoness Bodhisattva? Tangut? Stop pretending and come out. Yunimo shouted. Inside the hall. Bodhisattva, is it you who leaked your aura? Tangut stared at South Dragoness Bodhisattva. South Dragoness Bodhisattva's face darkened. It was her? Also, who is Yunmo's ancestor? Tangut frowned. South Dragoness Bodhisattva's heart sank. What kind of old monster was living in the Silver Moon Villa? Let's go out first. Tangut frowned. South Dragoness Bodhisattva nodded. The two of them slowly opened the door of the Hall of Mental Cultivation. Outside the door, Yunimo looked coldly at Tangut. Ha, Mr. Tang, do you think I'm that easy to fool? What do you mean by Lu Ji's subordinate? Yunimo said coldly. Please forgive me, Villa Master Yunimo. Tangut immediately apologized. South Dragoness Bodhisattva held the zombie token and was slightly worried. She looked at Yunimo with a guilty conscience. South Dragoness Bodhisattva, I remember that when the Spirit Mountain needed communication figurines I sold you a large number of them. But now what are you doing? Are you trying to steal my secret method of making communication figurines? Yunimo shouted. The secret method of making communication figurines? South Dragoness Bodhisattva's expression changed and she was relieved. Did Yunimo misunderstand? It was a good thing that he misunderstood. Although the figurines were a top secret of the Silver Moon Villa, they were not rare. Yunimo had sold many of them to the world. So, it was not a very serious matter. Please forgive me, Villa Master Yunimo, South Dragoness Bodhisattva immediately apologized. A musician from the Spirit Mountain was very curious, so he asked me to come and find you. I'm very sorry. No need. You should tell this to my ancestor. My ancestor invites you to come with me. Yunimo said coldly. Ancestor? South Dragoness Bodhisattva's expression darkened. Tangut was also worried, but the two looked at each other and nodded. The two followed Yunimo and slowly walked to a valley. It was the valley prison where Gu Tang was imprisoned. But now, everything seemed to be different. The zombies guarding the prison were still the same group of zombies, and there were even 2 mid-level zombies. But there were 3 words Enlightenment Cave on the outer wall of the prison. Enlightenment Cave? The place where the Silver Moon Villa comprehended the Tao? Why didn't I know before? South Dragoness Bodhisattva was confused. However, this enlightenment cave was so secretive that it was normal that she did not know about it. The 3 stepped into the enlightenment cave. At this moment, all the torture tools and blood stains in the inner prison were gone, replaced by an extremely bright and clean inner room. There were expensive gyukins hanging on the wall, and there was a desk, bookcase, go-board, calligraphy and paintings. The luminous pearls were crystal clear, and there was a faint fragrance in the incense burner. At this moment, the elegant Long Sanchen was sitting quietly on the bed with his eyes closed. He played the guqin in his hands as if he was comprehending something. Long Sanchen? South Dragoness Bodhisattva's expression suddenly changed. She knew about the news that Long Sanchen had controlled the Grand Emperor dynasty to reclaim the territories this year. She also knew that the Long Sanchen seemed to have a relationship with the Silver Moon Villa, but she did not expect that he would be here. Obviously, very few people knew that the Long Sanchen and Guqin had swapped bodies. Ancestor. I've brought him. Yunimo said respectfully. Long Sanchen opened his eyes slightly. He looked at Tangut and South Dragoness Bodhisattva. South Dragoness Bodhisattva, you're in such a good mood to steal from the Silver Moon Villa? Long Sanchen said lightly. South Dragoness Bodhisattva's face darkened. She suddenly thought of something bad. Long Sanchen was the crown prince of the Grand Emperor dynasty. The zombies of the Silver Moon Villa would definitely listen to him. As long as he gave the order, the zombie token would be useless. Also, How did the Long Sanchen become Yun Mo's ancestor? Long Sanchen Crown Prince, Spirit Mountain is in the wrong this time. We're willing to apologize to the Silver Moon Villa for our rudeness today. Tangut immediately said. Long Sanchen Crown Prince glanced at the two of them. Zombie token. Long Sanchen slowly reached out his hand to take it. South Dragoness Bodhisattva's face darkened. Tangut immediately gave South Dragoness Bodhisattva a look. At this moment the zombie token was useless. The zombies of the Silver Moon Villa would definitely listen to their master. What's the point of having the token? South Dragoness seemed a little reluctant, but in the end she had no choice but to take out the zombie token. Tangut immediately took it and handed it to Long Sanchen. Long Sanchen Crown Prince, I'm really sorry. This was lent to me by Mr. Six-Fingered. Now please return it to him. Let's go. Don't dirty my cave of enlightenment, Long Sanchen said coldly. Then, without looking at South Dragoness and Tangut, he flung his sleeves, got off the couch and slowly walked out of the cave of enlightenment. With the zombie token in hand, the surrounding zombies were no longer obstructed. South Dragoness followed behind with an ugly expression. Long Sanchen Crown Prince heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. With the zombie token, everything would go smoothly. Chapter 886. With the zombie token in hand, the Long Sanchen walked out of the cave of enlightenment. Yun Mo, Tangut, and the South Dragon Bodhisattva followed him. The South Dragon Bodhisattva's face was gloomy. Yun Mo was expressionless. Although Tangut looked worried, he was very happy. Success? The zombies wanted to stop the Long Sanchen, but with the zombie token in hand and the aura left by Takeshi Ryushin, the zombies could only retreat. The Long Sanchen said, "All zombies follow me." With the zombie token in hand, the zombies quickly followed behind him. Powerful auras spread out, creating a huge pressure in the South Dragon Bodhisattva's heart. Everyone slowly walked to the square of the Silver Moon Palace. South Dragon Bodhisattva, you're from the sacred ground of Mount Spiritual, so I won't make things difficult for you. Go back and tell the present Buddha that I'll forget about what I promised him back then. The Long Sanchen said lightly. Huh. The South Dragon Bodhisattva's face fell. What's the matter? Tell the present Buddha and he'll know. The Long Sanchen said coldly. The South Dragon Bodhisattva's face fell. Did the Long Sanchen really have another identity? Yun Mo's ancestor? Silver Moon Villa? Mr. Silver Moon? Did she break the agreement between the Buddha and Mr. Silver Moon? She was in big trouble now. The South Dragon Bodhisattva's heart was in turmoil. She was very depressed. How could she explain to the Buddha when she returned? The Long Sanchen said that to make the South Dragon Bodhisattva worry, so that she wouldn't have time to think about the situation in front of her. The South Dragon Bodhisattva was indeed not in the mood to think. She wanted to leave with Tangut. As long as they were out of the array, as long as they were out of the Silver Moon Villa array, everything would be fine. The South Dragon Bodhisattva bowed slightly. Farewell. But at this moment, a voice suddenly came from the South Dragon Bodhisattva's sleeve. South Dragon Bodhisattva, he's tricking you. Don't believe him. The voice suddenly came from the South Dragon Bodhisattva's sleeve, surprising everyone. The Buddha of the past? Tangut's expression changed. Nan Longnu flicked her sleeve, and an ancient bronze lamp appeared in her sleeve. On the ancient lamp, the wick suddenly burned. The flame danced, and the voice of the Buddha of the past could be heard. Take them down. The past Buddha's voice sounded again. What? You lied to me? The South Dragon Bodhisattva glared at the Long Sanchen. All zombies kill her. With the zombie order in hand, the Long Sanchen pointed at the Southern Dragoness Bodhisattva. Roar. 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 Before the South Dragoness could even reach them, the surrounding zombies suddenly roared and charged toward the South Dragoness. How dare you? The Southern Dragon Bodhisattva was instantly enraged. Boom. There was finally an expert among the zombies. He immediately pounced forward. A loud sound rang out, and Silver Moon Island's plaza was instantly blasted into countless pieces. Long Sanchen was instantly blown away, but Yun Mo and Tangut immediately caught him. You take us out. Long Sanchen pointed at a Central Palace zombie with the zombie order in hand. Boom. The zombie waved its sleeve, and a black wind swept up Long Sanchen, Yun Mo, and Tangut, and rushed out of the formation. Stop right there. The South Dragon Bodhisattva immediately roared and chased after them. Boom, boom, boom. However, the surrounding soldiers rushed toward the South Dragon Bodhisattva and blocked her path. Whoosh. Tangut and the other two rushed out of the formation under the lead of the Central Palace zombies. Whoosh. Tangut immediately took out a Qin figurine. Father, I saved Big Brother. We escaped from Silver Moon Villa. Come and save me. Tangut immediately shouted at the Qin figurine. Bus. His voice instantly spread to the infinite celestial capital. Boom. A loud sound rang out from Silver Moon Villa, forming a huge explosion that spread in all directions. Countless buildings in the city immediately collapsed from the impact. Let's run to Silver Moon Ocean. We can't hurt the civilians. Yunimo shouted. Take us to Silver Moon Ocean. Long Sanxian pointed in a direction with the zombie order in his hand. Whoosh. The Central Palace zombies quickly rushed toward Silver Moon Ocean with the three of them. Stop right there. The South Dragon Bodhisattva shouted from behind. The South Dragon Bodhisattva suddenly roared and rushed toward them. Although she didn't know the details, she knew that she was fooled by Tangut. They must have some secrets, and the Buddha of the past said that she must capture them. The South Dragon Bodhisattva was at the peak of the Central Palace. Although the zombies were strong, they couldn't stop her at all. The South Dragon Bodhisattva knocked away a large number of zombies and chased toward Silver Moon Ocean. The countless zombies naturally wouldn't let her go and chased after her. In an instant, a large group of experts flew toward Silver Moon Ocean. Tangut and the others flew. Tangut was extremely anxious and quickly sent a message. Father, I am running toward Silver Moon Ocean. Quickly send someone to save me. The shocking change in Silver Moon Villa caused an uproar in the entire Silver Moon City. Many people spread the news everywhere. Infinite Celestial Capital, Upper Study Room. Gu Hai and Shangguan Hen just received the news from Mosquito Daoran and were waiting for the Mosquito Daoran to find the whereabouts of Guqin's soul. At this moment in the study room, another Guqin figurine spoke. Father, I saved Big Brother. We escaped from Silver Moon Villa. Quickly come and save me. That Guqin figurine let out a cry. Gu Hai's expression suddenly changed because he knew who that Guqin figurine was referring to. Gu Tang? Something happened to Gu Tang? Gu Tang usually wouldn't ask for help from him when he was in trouble. Now that he was asking for help, he must be in great danger. Shangguan Hen immediately rushed to Silver Moon Villa as fast as you can to save Gu Tang. No, Tangut, you know him. Quickly bring this Guqin figurine with you so that it'll be easier to contact them. Quickly. Gu Hai anxiously ordered. There couldn't be any delay. Shangguan Hen's cultivation was more powerful and his speed was faster. Gu Hai didn't have time to explain. He said the word quickly and stuffed the Guqin figurine into Shangguan Hen's hand. Shangguan Hen naturally knew the severity of the matter. He grabbed the Guqin figurine and rushed toward Silver Moon City without hesitation. Boom. In just a moment, Shangguan Hen rushed out of the upper study room and was already at the horizon. Gu Hai's expression darkened. He extended his hand and swept up all the Guqin figurines in the study room. Then he stepped out of the upper study room in a flash. Gu Hai didn't go anywhere else. Instead, he went to Guqin's residence immediately. Now, Guqin of the Infinite Celestial Capital was someone else's soul. Since Gu Hai knew, he had to stabilize him immediately. At least, he had to stop him from contacting the outside world. Whoosh! In an instant, Gu Hai arrived outside the main hall of Guqin. Who is it? Immediately, a guard rushed out. When he saw Gu Hai, he was slightly stunned. He respectfully greeted the people. Your Majesty. Where's the Crown Prince? Gu Hai asked. In the main hall. Gu Hai pushed open the door of the main hall. Inside the main hall, a Guqin figurine was placed in front of Guqin. Reporting. Just as the Guqin figurine opened his mouth to say the word reporting, before he could say anything else, Gu Hai pushed the door open and entered. Guqin seemed to have just reacted. Without waiting for the Guqin figurine to continue speaking, he flipped his hand and put away the Guqin figurine. Father? Why are you here? Guqin was puzzled. I'm a little frustrated, so I came to talk to you. Gu Hai suddenly smiled. What's wrong, father? Guqin was puzzled. It's about your mother. Gu Hai frowned slightly. Mother? Guqin's expression changed. Let's go. Accompany me for a walk. Gu Hai said. Yes. Guqin nodded. Following Gu Hai, the two stepped out of the Crown Prince's residence and flew towards the palace. Soon they arrived at a small valley behind the palace. It was Qin Xianer's grave. Your Majesty. Countless guards greeted respectfully. Gu Hai nodded. Do you still remember your mother? Gu Hai asked. Of course, I don't dare to forget. I remember when I was young. Guqin was sad. Guqin's soul had clear memories of Guqin's childhood. He said a lot of things but there were no flaws. If Gu Hai had not confirmed that Guqin was suspicious, it would have been hard to tell if he was fake. Father, why are you suddenly asking about my mother today? Guqin was puzzled. Your mother is in Mihan City. Gu Hai frowned. Mihan City? The White Emperor? How is that possible? Why is the White Emperor allied with the Great Emperor dynasty? Guqin's expression changed. The situation was indeed very complicated. Gu Hai sighed slightly. Yes, I originally prepared a plan to destroy Mihan City, but now... A plan to destroy Mihan City? Guqin's expression changed, revealing a trace of surprise. In such a short time, Gu Hai had thought of a way to deal with the Great Emperor dynasty? Is this for real? While the two of them were talking, Your Majesty, a disciple of the Tongtian sect master requests an audience at the Soaring Sky Palace Square. A tomb guard said respectfully. Oh. Gu Hai was puzzled. Gu Hai and Guqin quickly rushed to the Soaring Sky Palace Square. They saw Chen Tianshan, Mo Yike, Kong Xian, and Gao Xinji coming after receiving the news. A woman stood in the square. Your Majesty. When everyone saw Gu Hai they bowed slightly. A disciple of the Tongtian sect master, the Golden Spirit Goddess? Gu Hai said with a slightly dark expression. Gu Hai, you're here? This is a letter from my master. Read it yourself. The Golden Spirit Goddess said coldly. Gu Hai took the letter and opened it. His expression immediately turned cold. Your Majesty, what's wrong? Kong Xian asked, puzzled. Gu Hai passed the letter to everyone. What? Kill the White Emperor in 2 days? Kong Xian said, his expression changing. How dare you? Guqin also glared and roared. Everyone immediately looked at the Golden Spirit Goddess with a dark expression. However, the Golden Spirit Goddess looked at Gu Hai with a cold smile. Gu Hai, don't think that we are acting. Indeed, this is Sima Changkong's plan. Using the White Emperor to lure you out is indeed a trap. However, Master said that he wants to make the act real. He dares. Gu Hai glared. There's nothing to be afraid of. 2 days later, if you don't personally come to destroy Hanqing City, Master will personally kill the White Emperor. Ha, the White Emperor still foolishly thinks that a few zombies can protect her? What a joke. If Master wants to kill her, she will definitely die. Master doesn't care about Sima Changkong and the rest's act. Master will officially kill the White Emperor at noon the day after tomorrow. It's up to you whether you come or not. The Golden Spirit Goddess said coldly. After saying that, she turned around and flew away without waiting for Gu Hai's reaction. Kill the White Emperor. Kong Xian's expression darkened. Father, what should we do now? With the Tongtian sect master's personality, he will definitely do it. Guqin was also very anxious. Chapter 887. Silver Moon Ocean. Tangut, Yun Mo, and Long Sanqian were flying quickly with the help of a Middle Sky Palace zombie. Behind him, South Dragon Bodhisattva was in hot pursuit, and a large group of zombies chased after her. Stop! South Dragon Goddess shouted. Yun Mo's expression turned ugly. What do we do now? Into the ocean. Long Sanqian said anxiously. Boom. The Middle Sky Palace zombie rushed into the ocean with the 3 of them, hoping to use the ocean to hide them. Green lamp, boil the ocean. South Dragon Goddess shouted coldly and threw the lamp into the Silver Moon Ocean. Gurgle. The entire Silver Moon Ocean suddenly boiled and countless aquatic creatures were boiled to death. Then, the entire Silver Moon Ocean quickly evaporated and sank at a speed visible to the naked eye. Tangut and the others ran? There was nowhere to hide. Using the Silver Moon Ocean to hide? There was no way they could hide because South Dragon Goddess was close. Oh no. Tangut's expression changed. Run. Let's see how you're going to escape. South Dragon Goddess sneered. Boom. Immediately, a large number of soldiers surrounded South Dragon Goddess. Buddha, I'm going to use the lamp again. Please release the lamp's flame. South Dragon Goddess shouted. The lamp flew back into South Dragon Goddess's hand. She activated it, and the flame on the lamp exploded with shocking heat. It was as if a sun had suddenly appeared. Boom. All of the zombies surrounding the South Dragoness exploded under this huge flame, burning them to ashes. Brr. The zombies roared in pain, but the lamp's flame was too powerful. It burned all the zombies in an instant. Only the Middle Sky Palace zombie was left with Tangut and the other 2. South Dragon Goddess immediately blocked in front of them. Everyone had a look of horror on their faces. That's the 8th treasure of history, the world illuminating lamp? The treasure of the past Buddha? Yun Mo's expression changed. Now there was no way to escape. South Dragon Goddess activated the lamp, and a destructive aura rushed toward them. If they resisted, they would be burned in an instant. Run. Why are you running away? Tangut, do you have some secret that you don't want to tell me? The Southern Dragon Bodhisattva asked coldly. Tangut looked at the Southern Dragon Bodhisattva coldly, but said nothing. And you, Long Sanchen? You don't have any cultivation at all? You tricked me? He didn't have any cultivation at all. Was his cultivation sealed? You are the crown prince of the great martial emperor dynasty, how could you be sealed? Could it be? The South Dragon Bodhisattva narrowed her eyes. Bodhisattva, I'm sorry for offending you earlier. Tangut immediately admitted defeat. Tangut believed that as long as he could stall for time, his father would definitely send someone to rescue him. Offend? You also know that you have offended me? Could it be that the Long Sanchen was sealed because of the exchange of souls? You obtained the soul exchange method? The South Dragon Bodhisattva's expression turned cold. No. Tangut shook his head. No. Don't worry, before the world candle lamp, all your secrets will be exposed. The South Dragon Bodhisattva activated the lamp again. Tangut's expression suddenly changed, and he snatched the zombie token from her. Take them away. Tangut roared in despair. Boom. The zombie token picked up the Long Sanchen and Yunemo and shot off into the distance. Tangut, on the other hand, pounced on the South Dragon Bodhisattva. White Emperor's Cage, Ice Crystal World. Tangut yelled. Tangut took out a white crystal and activated it. The space around them froze, forming a giant ice ball that trapped the South Dragon Bodhisattva in the center. Outside the ice ball was Tangut activating the White Emperor's Cage with all his might. The South Dragon Bodhisattva was trapped inside. Lil Tang. The Long Sanchen screamed from afar. Go, go! Tangut roared. In the distance, the Long Sanchen struggled, but the zombie token wasn't in his hand, so the zombie Long Sanchen didn't listen to him at all. For a moment, the Long Sanchen's eyes brimmed with tears. Tangut was using him to stop the South Dragon Bodhisattva so he could survive. Inside the ice ball, the South Dragon Bodhisattva held the world candle lamp and sneered, White Emperor's treasure, the White Emperor's cage? You think it'll work on me? This is the world candle lamp. None of you can escape world candle. At the wick of the green lamp, a huge fire suddenly erupted. Boom. With a loud bang, the ice ball instantly exploded, and the ice ball was instantly engulfed in flames. Tangut only managed to stop it for a moment, but he couldn't stop the world candle lamp from burning. Together with the ice ball fragments, Tangut was engulfed in the roiling flames. Mother, I'm unfilial. I can't stay by your side anymore. Tangut said mournfully before he was burned. Boom. In an instant, Tangut was burned to ashes. Lil Tang. The Long Sanchen suddenly roared in grief and indignation. Memories flooded his mind. Big brother, why is mother always biased towards you? No, I also have a share of the glutinous rice cake she made for you. Haha, big brother, look, this time mother secretly made the osmanthus cake for me and I ate it alone. I won't give it to you. Fine, I ate your glutinous rice cake last time, I'll share some with you. It's all my fault. When I was sick, I made mother worship so many mud statues. I'll be good to mother in the future. What? Big brother, you're being bullied? Father doesn't care? Father doesn't care, but we do. Bullying big brother is bullying us four brothers. Let's go beat him together. Scenes of the past suddenly flooded his mind. The Long Sanchen cried in grief. Lil Tang was burned to death in order to save him? Turned to ashes? No. The Long Sanchen roared in grief. Only the Southern Longnu was left in the distance. She held the lamp and walked over. At this moment, Tangut was burned to ashes, and the zombie order was also destroyed. The Central Sky Palace zombie also ignored the Long Sanchen and Yunemo. When the Southern Longnu flew over, the zombie abandoned the two and ran away alone. No one can escape. The Southern Longnu said coldly. Boom. With a swing of the lamp, the escaping soldiers were instantly burned to ashes. Don't even think about running away. The lamp will slowly refine your souls. Die. The South Dragoness sneered and swung the lamp. Boom. Billowing flames rushed toward the Long Sanchen and Yunemo, as if they were going to be burned to ashes in an instant. In front of the Southern Longnu, the two were completely powerless. At this moment, they could only wait for death. The two were about to die in the flames. Boom. Suddenly, a strong wind swept over. The wind was so strong that it instantly pushed the billowing flames back and rushed toward the southern Longnu. What? The southern Longnu's expression changed. Boom. The flames rushed through, and the southern Longnu's clothes were immediately burned. Holding the lamp, her expression changed as she looked at the figure in the wind. It was Shangguanhen who arrived in an instant. He stood in front of Yunemo and the Long Sanchen and coldly looked at the southern Longnu. Shangguanhen. The Long Sanchen roared. Shangguanhen turned his head and saw the Long Sanchen with red eyes and a face full of tears. Is this the crown prince of Guqin? Where is Tangut? Shangguanhen asked. It's her. She killed Lil Tang. Kill her. Kill her. The Long Sanchen roared in grief and anger. The Long Sanchen was devastated. Yunemo, on the other hand, was much calmer. That world green lamp, from what she said, might contain Tangut's soul. Take it. Shangguanhen's expression changed as he looked at the southern Longnu. Shangguanhen. The southern Longnu's expression changed. Shangguanhen did not waste any time and immediately rushed toward the southern Longnu. The southern Longnu's expression changed as she activated the lamp in her hand. Boom. A violent flame swept toward Shangguanhen. World green lamp? It's too weak to be activated by you. Shangguanhen's expression was hideous as he slashed his hand forward. Boom. The flame was split in half and Shangguanhen was right in front of the southern Longnu. Buddha, save me. The southern Longnu's expression changed. She saw the flame of the lamp rushing toward the southern Longnu. The southern Longnu's body trembled as a terrifying aura burst out from her body. Past Buddha's possession? Even if the past Buddha is here, it's useless. Shangguanhen said with a hideous expression. However, the past Buddhas will possess the southern Longnu and activated the lamp to release flames that were more than 10 times stronger than before. The flames immediately engulfed Shangguanhen. Shangguanhen's expression changed as the flames suddenly grew and were about to spread to the Long Sanchen and Yunemo. He could not let it continue to grow. Die. Shangguanhen roared with a hideous expression. Hong. He slammed his palm down, and countless flames burst out as the huge energy palm slammed into the southern Longnu. Arg. With a miserable shriek, the South Dragoness exploded into a bloody mist that filled the sky. Wong. The green lamp trembled and seemed to tear open a void crack. It entered the void crack and disappeared in an instant. What? Shangguanhen's expression changed as he grabbed nothing. The world Illuminati's green lamp has crossed time and space and returned to the past Buddha. Yunmo's expression changed. What about little Tang? Long Sanchen's expression changed drastically as well. Shangguanhen was also furious. He had rushed here as ordered, but he was too late. He was so close. Tangut was dead, and the world Illuminati's green lamp was gone. How was he going to report this to the Emperor? Guqin Crown Prince, why don't we go and see the ancient Emperor first? He might have a solution? Yunemo advised. Right. Father must have a solution. Little Tang is dead, but his spirit still exists. Let's go back and see Father quick. Long Sanchen said anxiously. Shangguanhen looked at the two and said, I'll bring you back. It'll be faster this way. Alright, quick. Also, my body, Guqin's body, is fake. We have to report this to Father. Long Sanchen said anxiously. Shangguanhen looked at Long Sanchen and nodded. Your Highness, His Majesty has investigated thoroughly. Don't worry, he won't be able to hurt His Majesty. That's good. Long Sanchen nodded and wiped his tears. Whoosh. The three of them flew towards the limitless celestial capital at extreme speed and disappeared into the horizon. Chapter 888. Boundless Celestial Capital, Soaring Palace Hall. Gu Hai did not summon his officials. He only brought Kong Xian, Guqin Mo Yike, Qin Tianshan, and Gao Xianji into the hall for a discussion. Your Majesty, this is the Tong Tian sect master's trap. Don't fall for it. Gao Xianji said anxiously. Destroy Hanqing City at noon the day after tomorrow? Your Majesty, this is clearly an attempt to lure you out of the boundless celestial capital. That Tong Tian sect master is really vicious. Qin Tianshan said anxiously. In the boundless celestial capital, even the Tong Tian sect master was not Gu Hai's match. Now he wants to force Gu Hai out? Gao Xianji and Qin Tianshan denied it. They could not let Gu Hai be in danger. However, Mo Yike frowned slightly and did not say anything. Mo Yike knew that if he could think of it, so could His Majesty. Father, if the Tong Tian sect master kills the White Emperor, will Mother? Guqin showed some worry. Your Highness, This is putting His Majesty in danger, Qin Tianshan shouted. However, Guqin bit his lip and remained silent. Clearly he wanted to save his mother. If not for the fact that Gu Hai already knew Guqin's identity, he might have been fooled. However, Kong Shen did not mind. If Gu Hai wanted to go, he would accompany him. Everyone looked at Gu Hai. Whoosh! A strong wind blew in from outside the hall. Gu Hai knew that Shangguan Hen had returned. All right, Gu Hai said. Everyone looked at Gu Hai. This matter is top secret. No one is allowed to leak it. The few of you immediately deduced the possibility of destroying Hanqing City and saving the White Emperor. Gu Hai said seriously. Yes. Everyone answered. Qin Tianshan quickly laid out the map and explained the layout of Annihilation Hanqing. Gu Hai stepped out of the hall. Although everyone was puzzled, His Majesty had already given the order, so they couldn't just leave. He could only deduce the possibility of going forward. Gu Hai stepped out of the hall alone. It was Shangguan Hen who had come alone. Your Majesty, I have tried my best. Shangguan Hen said bitterly. What's wrong? Gu Hai flung his sleeves and his expression darkened. Shangguan Hen remained silent. Don't worry. We have already used the Immortal Dome to envelop the soaring palace hall. The people inside will not be able to see the outside or hear our voices, Gu Hai said seriously. Yes. Shangguan Hen waved his hand. Immediately Yun Mo flew over with Long Sanqian. Father. Long Sanqian approached and immediately knelt down in tears. Qin, Gu Hai said with a frown. Father, your child is useless and implicated Little Tang. Little Tang is dead, killed by the people of the spiritual mountain Holy Land. Long Sanqian cried. Gu Hai's expression darkened, but he wasn't angry. Instead, he looked coldly at Long Sanqian and asked calmly, What happened? Long Sanqian repeated everything that happened to Gu Hai. Good. What a world-illuminating green lantern, what a past Buddha, what a sacred mountain. Gu Hai said calmly. However, Long Sanqian could hear Gu Hai's towering hatred in that calm tone. This was the calm before the storm. This was Gu Hai's angriest state. Ancient Emperor Tangut still has a soul. He should be in the hands of the past Buddha. If you want to save him. Yun Mo said with a frown. Manor Master Yun Mo, thank you for your help this time. Don't worry, I will save Little Tang. Spiritual Mountain Holy Land? Ha ha ha. Gu Hai said coldly. Father, it's the Long Sanqian. The Long Sanqian and I exchanged souls. The Guqin in boundless celestial capital is fake. It's not me. Long Sanqian said anxiously. Long Sanqian? I always thought he was one of Guanqi's 9 sons. Now it seems like it's not that simple? Gu Hai looked at Yun Mo. Yun Mo nodded with a wry smile. He's the reincarnation of our ancestor. Mr. Silvermoon? Gu Hai asked, puzzled. Yes, I only found out more than a year ago. Kiki Mr. Six Fingers was created by him. All along he had been following his orders. Old man Guanqi had sent people to search for our ancestor. Unfortunately, our ancestor had been hiding and no one could find him. He was only exposed at the resurrection ceremony. Oh, resurrection ceremony? I remember that a Long Sanqian participated. Wasn't it him? Yes, our ancestor was an expert in the Tao of the Guqin. His understanding of souls was unmatched. He made a copy of his own soul and transferred old man Guanqi's legacy to the copy, allowing it to participate in the resurrection ceremony. That's why there are 2 ancestors. One disappeared and the other remained in this world. Yun Mo explained. Making a copy of his own soul and carrying the fate left behind by old man Guanqi. Mr. Silvermoon is amazing. His understanding of souls has reached such a level? Gu Hai's expression darkened. At first, I was overjoyed when I found out that he was our ancestor. That's why I was fooled by him and tricked the Guqin crown prince. Ancient Emperor, I'm very sorry. Yun Mo said bitterly. It's not your fault. Even without you, if he targeted Guqin, Guqin still wouldn't be able to escape. Gu Hai shook his head. Perhaps. Yun Mo smiled bitterly. Villa Master Yun Mo, may I know why you gave up on following our ancestor and stood on the Dahan's side? Gu Hai asked solemnly. Yun Mo was silent for a moment. He wants to control all the Guqin masters in Silver Moon City. Oh. He said it himself. He wants to form an army of Guqin masters, and Silver Moon City gathers the most Guqin masters in the world. He wants to soul refine them and control them, turning them into the sharpest blades in his hands. Destroy the people of Silver Moon City? Hee. Grandpa Villa Master had always taught me that Silver Moon Villa's position was given to us by the people of Silver Moon City. During Silver Moon Villa's most dangerous moments, they had supported Silver Moon Villa many times. It was only right that Silver Moon Villa protect the people of Silver Moon City. But our ancestor wants to destroy them. Yun Mo bit his lip. Old Villa Master? Gu Hai's expression changed. Gu Hai still remembered the old manor lord of Silver Moon Mountain Manor. His magnanimity was so great that even Gu Hai felt ashamed of his inferiority. He had raised Yun Mo single-handedly. Back then, in order to atone for Yun Mo's sins, the old Villa Master had destroyed his own heavenly soul and human soul before he died. If I help our ancestor destroy Silver Moon City, how am I going to answer to Grandpa Villa Master when he reincarnates? Yun Mo said bitterly. Old Villa Master will be proud of you. Gu Hai sighed softly. Besides, I also know that one day he might use my blood to reconstruct his corpse. Yun Mo gritted his teeth. His corpse? Gu Hai's expression changed. Yes. Grandpa Villa Master once mentioned to me that our ancestor's death was very strange. He might have been plotting something. Even if he reincarnated, his new body would never be as good as our ancestors. That was the Zither Dao body. In order to revive the Zither Dao body, he might need the blood of his descendants to replenish it. And from generation to generation I am the only one left. Yun Mo smiled bitterly. I understand. Villa Master Yun Mo, stay with me for the time being. At least you will be safe. Gu Hai said solemnly. Many thanks, Ancient Emperor. Yun Mo nodded. I should be the one thanking you. You saved Guqin for me. Gu Hai shook his head. It's a pity that Tangut. Yun Mo nodded bitterly. Although he had helped save one of Gu Hai's sons, Gu Hai's other son had died. Right, how did he do the soul exchange? Gu Hai looked at Yun Mo and Long Sanqian. He opened his arms and made a strange sound. He shouted, exchange, and I exchanged souls with him. Long Sanqian frowned. That simple? Gu Hai's expression changed. No, you need to control the person being swapped so that he can't move. Only when he can't move can you use the Guqin Dao to cast the spell successfully. Otherwise, once the swapped person struggles violently, the entire process will be in vain. Gu Hai narrowed his eyes and nodded. Also, he can help others exchange. Mr. Six Fingers can only assist and can't do the soul exchange. Only the ancestor can. Yun Mo explained. We understand. Ah, you are truly far-sighted. Gu Hai narrowed his eyes slightly. Your Majesty, since the Crown Prince is back, I'll go in and capture him. We can't let him get away with it. Shangguan Hen frowned. Gu Hai shook his head. No rush. Help Qin or get her body back first. Oh, help me get my body back. But will he be willing? Long Sanqian's eyes lit up. I don't know if Mr. Silvermoon has any other tricks, but at least we know his purpose. As long as we know his purpose, we can help you get your body back. Gu Hai said. Purpose? Isn't his purpose to help the great Emperor dynasty and create chaos in the Dahan Empire? Shangguan Hen asked. Gu Hai shook his head. He wants to exchange with me. Everyone's eyes narrowed. He sucked in a cold breath. Exchange bodies with Gu Hai? They would become Gu Hai and the ruler of Dahan? What a wild ambition. Shangguan Hen said with a ferocious expression. As expected. Long Sanqian's expression also changed. All right, Qin Villa Master Yun Mo, you can stay in the Immortal Dome for now. Gu Hai said. As he spoke, Gu Hai waved his hand and Long Sanqian and Yun Mo disappeared. Gu Hai looked at Shangguan Hen. Shangguan Hen nodded and quickly controlled his emotions. Let's go. Gu Hai led Shangguan Hen into the soaring palace. At this moment, everyone in the palace had been talking for some time, frowning slightly. Your Majesty, we talked for a while and feel that it is best not to take the risk. Kong Xian, Shangguan Hen, and Mosquito Daoren should go and save the White Emperor, Qin Tianshan said with a frown. There's no need. I will go personally. Gu Hai shook his head. But, Gao Xianji said anxiously. I have already made up my mind. Kong Xian and Shangguan Hen will go with me. There is no need to wait until the day after tomorrow. We will set off immediately. We will arrive early and save the White Emperor in advance, Gu Hai said seriously. Yes. Kong Xian and Shangguan Hen answered. Qin Tianshan and Gao Xinji felt slightly worried, but they eventually nodded helplessly. The two understood that they could not stop His Majesty at all. However, Mo Yak did not say anything. He still trusted Gu Hai very much. Father, I want to go too. Guqin immediately shouted. You can't. Stay in the limitless celestial capital. Gu Hai shook his head. No, that is my mother. Even if I have to hide in the dark, I must ensure my mother's safety. Father, I beg you, please let me go, Guqin said with red eyes. Gu Hai looked at Guqin in front of him and pondered for a while. Finally, he nodded and said, "All right, listen to His Majesty's orders." "Yes, thank you, Father." Guqin wiped his tears and said emotionally. Shangguan Hen sneered in his heart. This Guqin is really good at acting. Chapter 889. Great Emperor Dynasty Martial Sky City. Mosquito Daoran was searching for Guqin's soul when Gu Hai's voice suddenly sounded from the Guqin figurine. Guqin's soul has been found. Quickly bring Ao Shun back to the dynasty. Gu Hai's voice sounded from the Guqin figurine. Immediately, Mosquito Daoran returned to Ao Shun's prison. You found it? Ao Shun asked worriedly. There's no need to search anymore. His Majesty has found it. Quickly, I'll help you undo the seal and reattach your arms. Mosquito Daoran immediately said. Is that so? All right. Ao Shun nodded. Mosquito Daoran activated the seal in Ao Shun's body. This was the seal that Mosquito Daoran put on himself, so it was naturally easy to undo. With a muffled sound, Ao Shun immediately recovered his cultivation. Mosquito Daoran immediately took out Ao Shun's arms. Both arms were already severed, so it wasn't that easy to reattach them. However, Gu Hai gave him a small bottle. Mosquito Daoran looked at the small bottle curiously. After reattaching the arms, he poured a trace of rainbow liquid into the seams. Tisk, it's so itchy. Ao Shun frowned. Tisk, tsk. At the seams, visible muscles, blood vessels and bones quickly grew. Some of the flesh quickly squeezed out and new flesh quickly grew and merged. In just a short while, both arms were completely reattached. What is this? So powerful? Mosquito Daoran looked at the small bottle in shock. This was the first time Mosquito Daoran had seen such a miraculous liquid. In just a short while, it helped Ao Shun reattach his arms? With a light swipe, all the flesh was wiped away, revealing tender white skin. What is this? Last time, when Shangguan Hen was blown up to the point that only his head was left, His Majesty was able to mend Shangguan Hen's body. Ao Shun said matter-of-factly. Huh. Mosquito Daoran was stunned. At the same time, his heart warmed. His Majesty had such a treasure? Then, if I get injured in the future, wouldn't I be able to recover immediately? How's the connection? Mosquito Daoran looked at Ao Shun expectantly. The seams are connected perfectly. However, it's all new flesh, so the density is still a little lacking. It will take a few more days for it to fully recover. Ao Shun said solemnly. Since you've recovered, we'll leave immediately. Follow me. Mosquito Daoran shouted. Ao Shun nodded. At this moment in the heavenly prison, all the prison guards had been taken down by Black Mosquito. Naturally, there was no one to stop them. The two of them instantly left the heavenly prison. However, the moment the two of them stepped out of the heavenly prison, they stopped abruptly. Not far away, they saw Takashi Ryushin, Ao Sheng, and a group of zombie experts guarding outside coldly. Ao Shun? This is indeed Gu Hai's evil plan. Ao Sheng said angrily. Mosquito Daoran? Ha, I didn't expect you to join the Dahan Imperial Dynasty. Takashi Ryushin said coldly. More and more experts surrounded them. However, these people were nothing in Mosquito Daoran's eyes. We can't stay here any longer. Let's go. Mosquito Daoran shouted. Mosquito Daoran and Ao Shun took to the sky. Where do you think you're going? Ao Sheng and Takashi Ryushin shouted and pounced towards the two in the sky. Boom. A large number of Martial Sky City experts chased after them. Buzz buzz buzz. Mosquito Daoran waved his hand, and rolling black runes covered the sky and rushed towards countless experts. Instantly, it blocked everyone's vision. Mosquito Daoran and Ao Shun did not continue fighting. They flew out of Martial Sky City quickly. Takashi Ryushin and Ao Sheng were not slow at all. Soon they were out of the city. Takashi Ryushin snorted coldly as his figure flashed. In an instant, Takashi Ryushin appeared in front of Mosquito Daoran. A fist came crashing down. What? Mosquito Daoran's face darkened. He faced the palm. Hong. With a loud sound, the place where their fists and palms collided created a huge gust of wind. The void was even torn apart by a huge force. Impossible. Takashi Ryushin, how can your strength be on par with mine? Mosquito Daoran said in shock. On par? This is just the beginning. Since you're in Martial Sky City, don't leave. Takashi Ryushin stared. Ka 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 ka. On Takashi Ryushin's back, a pair of huge green-black dragon-scaled wings suddenly appeared. When the wings appeared, they emitted a monstrous black aura that dyed the entire sky black. Takashi Ryushin's eyes glowed red as he spat out fangs. His body emitted an aura that was several times stronger than before. A tyrannical aura suppressed Mosquito Daoran. Jiang Chen's physique? You also cultivated Jiang Chen's physique, and this bloodline, it's impossible. Mosquito Daoran shouted in shock. Roar. Takashi Ryushin roared towards the sky. His body flashed and his speed was several times faster than before. In an instant he appeared in front of Mosquito Daoran and punched. Boom. Mosquito Daoran was like a cannonball as he was sent flying, crashing into a huge mountain. The world-famous Mosquito Daoran? You're just SOSO. Takashi Ryushin flapped his wings and chased after him. Mosquito Daoran. Ao Shun's expression changed. Don't worry about me, go back and report to His Majesty first. Mosquito Daoran crawled out from the ruins with a ferocious expression. You want to leave? Did you ask for my permission? Ao Shun blocked Ao Shun's path. Ao Shun was anxious and looked at Ao Shing. Humph. With a cold snort, Ao Shun ignored Ao Sheng and flew away. Where do you think you're going? Ao Shing shouted and punched at Huang Xiaolong. Go away. Ao Shun shouted and punched at Huang Xiaolong. Boom. A loud explosion sounded and both of them stopped. Ao Shun couldn't do anything to Ao Shun, and Ao Shun couldn't suppress Ao Sheng because his arm hadn't recovered yet. However, it didn't matter. The moment the two separated, Ao Shun flew away. Where do you think you're going? Ao Shing chased after him. Shio. Both of them disappeared into the horizon one after another. Takashi Ryushin couldn't leave because Takashi Ryushin wanted to capture Mosquito Daoran. Mosquito Daoran crawled out from the ruins and didn't want to fight. Instead, he fled into the distance. Escape? If it was 2 years ago you could still escape from my hands. But now I have Jiang Chen's blood. Escape? What a joke. Takashi Ryushin appeared in front of Mosquito Daoran and grabbed at Mosquito Daoran. Boom. Mosquito Daoran hurriedly punched out and was sent flying again. Once again he smashed through a large number of rocks. Takashi Ryushin waved his hand and countless rocks flew into the sky, revealing Mosquito Daoran. Escape. Get back. Escape. Get back. This continued for many times. Takashi Ryushin had the absolute advantage while Mosquito Daoran's injuries were increasing. Surrender and submit to me. I'll spare your life. Takashi Ryushin shouted. You want me to submit? You're not qualified. Mosquito Daoran crawled out from the ruins and laughed coldly. If I'm not qualified then Gu Hai is? In your eyes I'm not as good as Gu Hai? Takashi Ryushin snorted and appeared in front of Mosquito Daoran. This time it wasn't a heavy blow. Instead he grabbed onto Mosquito Daoran's shoulders. What are you doing? Mosquito Daoran's face changed. Takashi Ryushin's fangs pierced into Mosquito Daoran's shoulders. I'm going to turn you into a zombie descendant. Takashi Ryushin's fangs started sucking in Mosquito Daoran's blood. Bam. Suddenly, Mosquito Daoran turned into hundreds of black mosquitoes. What? Takashi Ryushin's face darkened. He extended his hand and grabbed. None of the hundreds of black mosquitoes managed to escape as they were crushed to death in his hands. Mosquito clones? Takashi Ryushin's face changed. With a wave of his hand, a huge force turned the surroundings into ruins. But he couldn't find Mosquito Daoran. ****. Takashi Ryushin was furious. But he was in the distance. Mosquito Daoran had already escaped to a valley. At this moment, Mosquito Daoran's body was full of injuries. He had an ugly look on his face. I'm the ancestor of escaping. I could escape from the Tongtian sect master and the Buddha. Why can't I escape from you? Mosquito Daoran rubbed his injuries. Takashi Ryushin turned into Jiang Chen's body. He's so powerful. If he mobilized the power of the dynasty, he wouldn't be any worse than your majesty who defeated the Tongtian sect master not long ago. What's wrong with this world? Why does a freak appear every now and then? Oh right, there was a tattoo of a guqin on the back of Takashi Ryushin's neck just now. What's that? Mosquito Daoran's face darkened. Whoosh. Mosquito Daoran stepped forward and shot towards the infinite celestial capital. On the other side, Ao Shing chased after Ao Shun for a while before losing him. Ao Shun was more powerful than Ao Shing after all. He just didn't want to argue with his younger brother. Humph, Ao Shun, don't fall into my hands. Ao Shing roared angrily. However, Ao Shun had already disappeared into the horizon. Outside Han Mihin City, Gu Hai and the other three arrived. Your Majesty, I'll turn into a fly and sneak in to take a look, Sheng Guanhen said in a low voice. No, if I'm not wrong, the Tong Tian sect master must be prepared. At this moment he might not even be able to arrange the formation. Once you enter, don't even think about coming out, Gu Hai said in a low voice. But, Father, even if there's a formation we still have to break in. Isn't it better to break in now than the day after tomorrow? Gu Qin frowned. If there's only the Tong Tian sect master, that's true. However, there's also Sima Changkong. The defense of Han Mihin City now definitely won't be worse than the day after tomorrow, Gu Hai said in a low voice. Then we're not going in? Gu Qin frowned. Of course we're going in. Sheng Guanhen, turn into my appearance, Gu Hai said in a low voice. I don't dare. Sheng Guanhen immediately smiled bitterly. Just do as I say. If you pretend to be me, you'll definitely be discovered. When the Tong Tian sect master targets you, I'll go find the White Emperor, Gu Hai said in a low voice. Yes, Sheng Guanhen replied. Kong Xian followed behind Sheng Guanhen. Although the two of you are slightly weaker than the Tong Tian sect master, if you work together, you should be able to hold on for a while. When I find the White Emperor, I'll meet up with the two of you immediately, Gu Hai ordered. Yes, Kong Xian replied. Father, I want to go in too. I want to see Mother safe, Gu Qin said anxiously. Gu Hai looked at Gu Qin and finally nodded. All right, follow me. Be careful. Yes. However, Sheng Guanhen suddenly turned into Gu Hai's appearance. Gu Hai rolled up his sleeves and enveloped himself and Gu Qin in the celestial dome of ancients, making them invisible. Chapter 890. Sheng Guanhen transformed into Gu Hai's appearance and led Kong Xian into the Mihin City area. The moment they stepped into the Mihin City area, a blinding white light suddenly erupted from the heavens and earth. The two of them were instantly enveloped by the white light. Streams of light flowed around the two of them like streams of water. There is indeed an array formation. Kong Xian's face darkened. Sheng Guanhen looked into the distance coldly. Whoosh! He saw a group of Wansho Taoism disciples rushing into the sky. The one leading them was the Tong Tian sect master. Ha ha ha, Sima Changkong was right. You didn't have to wait until the day after tomorrow. You came to ambush us tonight? Gu Hai, you really have guts. How dare you barge in like this? I set up the divine light array to prevent you from sneaking in with the immortal dome. How could I not use it? The Tong Tian sect master said coldly. Divine light array? Sheng Guanhen's face darkened. Behind a house in the Mihin City. Weng weng weng. The white light flowed like streams of water, forming human-shaped ripples. Weng. Gu Hai led Gu Qin out of the immortal dome. The immortal dome retracted, and the ripples of light around them disappeared. What a Tong Tian. Under the divine light array, it's fine if you stay in one spot in the immortal dome. But once you move, it will cause the void to overlap and become unstable. You will be easily discovered? Gu Hai narrowed his eyes. Fortunately, Father is thoughtful and let Sheng Guanhen attract their attention. Gu Qin sighed. Gu Hai nodded. Qin, this Mihin City is dangerous. Why don't you enter the immortal dome? It's safer there. No, I want to find my mother too. Father, please help me. Gu Qin said anxiously. All right. Gu Hai nodded and looked into the distance. In the sky, the Tong Tian sect master sneered at Sheng Guanhen and Kong Xian. He mistook Sheng Guanhen for Gu Hai. Tong Tian sect master, where is the White Emperor? Sheng Guanhen shouted. You're about to die and you're still thinking about the White Emperor? The Tong Tian sect master sneered. Since you lied to me, then there's nothing more to say. Goodbye. Sheng Guanhen said in a low voice. Lie to you? This sect master doesn't care about Sima Changkong's tricks. Since I said that I'll make it real, then I'll make it real. Do you see that pillar over there? The Tong Tian sect master pointed at a pillar in the distance. The pillar slowly turned around, immediately revealing the bound White Emperor on the other side of the pillar. The White Emperor's cultivation base seemed to have been sealed. His hair was disheveled, and he glared at the Tong Tian sect master with a ferocious expression. Tong Tian sect master, are you serious? The White Emperor roared. The Tong Tian sect master looked at the White Emperor coldly. Didn't you want Gu Hai dead? Isn't his arrival exactly what you want? You don't have to seal my cultivation base. The White Emperor snorted. The Tong Tian sect master ignored him. Instead, he grabbed at Sheng Guanhen. Boom. A huge energy palm shot toward Shangguanhen with a destructive aura. It seemed like it was going to crush him. Kang Xian was about to make a move. Kang Xian stepped back. "I'll do it." Shangguanhen shouted as he punched at the Tong Tian sect master's palm. "You've only just entered Heavenly Palace. Last time you only borrowed the power of Dahan. Now you want to fight me head-on? You're courting death." The Tong Tian sect master increased the strength in his palm. Hong! The fist and palm collided. A crack appeared in the void and a huge gust of wind swept through the city. In an instant, sand and pebbles were sent flying. A large number of buildings were blown to pieces. It was chaos. Shangguanhen retreated 30 meters. The Tong Tian sect master stood where he was. A look of surprise appeared on his face. "You've become stronger again? Ah, that's all there is to it. Tong Tian sect master, come again." Shangguanhen shouted. "You've overestimated yourself." The Tong Tian sect master rushed toward him. The Wansho Taoism disciples also took out their Dharma treasures and charged toward him. Kang Xian suddenly transformed into a 3,000 feet long peacock. Demonic chi filled the air. As he flapped his wings, the city was in a mess. Countless rocks flew into the air. Black chi billowed and visibility was greatly reduced. Immortal culling sword slash. The Tong Tian sect master took out the immortal culling sword and slashed at Shangguanhen again. Shangguanhen's expression changed and he retreated. However, the immortal culling sword was too fast. Shangguanhen could not escape and was instantly struck by the immortal culling sword. Clang! The immortal culling sword collided with Shangguanhen's shoulder. A metallic sound rang out and Shangguanhen was instantly sent flying. "Your physical body?" The Tong Tian sect master's expression changed. Gu Hai did not use the life-extinguishing saber. Could he block the immortal culling sword with his physical body? Impossible. "Kang Xian, we can't stay here for long. Let's go." Shangguanhen shouted. "Where do you think you're going?" The Tong Tian sect master immediately chased after him. Shriek! Kang Xian flapped his wings and threw out a ray of divine light of 5 colors. It crashed into the Tong Tian sect master and the disciples. Then he immediately chased after Shangguanhen. Escape? The Tong Tian sect master would not let this go. With his current strength he would definitely teach them a lesson. Fairy slaying sword formation. The Tong Tian sect master chased after them. He waved his hand and an endless amount of sword chi enveloped Shangguanhen and Kang Xian. Chaos broke out outside Mihan City. Inside the city, Gu Hai and Gu Qin looked gloomy as they watched everyone being led away. Sima Changkong was indeed prepared. "The soldiers of Mihan City have already been evacuated," Gu Qin said with an ugly expression. Gu Hai did not have time to talk. He stepped forward and shot toward the White Emperor. Gu Qin's expression darkened when he saw Gu Hai flying toward the White Emperor. He looked at the Tong Tian sect master in the distance and thought, should I call the Tong Tian sect master back? Gu Hai is here. However, Gu Qin did not call for Gu Hai. Instead, he chased after Gu Hai to the White Emperor. What if he scared Gu Hai away? The soldiers in the city had already been evacuated. The disciples of the Tong Tian sect master chased after Shangguanhen and Kang Xian. Gu Hai arrived at the place where the White Emperor was tied up in an instant. At this moment, the White Emperor was still coldly looking at the battle in the distance. However, a figure suddenly appeared. The White Emperor looked down and his expression changed. "It's you, Gu Hai?" White Emperor said in surprise. If this was Gu Hai, then who was the one fighting the Tong Tian sect master? Fortunately, I came in time. It's good that you're fine. Gu Hai smiled and waved his hand. Immediately, the bindings on the White Emperor were all cut off. While Gu Hai was rejoicing, the White Emperor, whose cultivation should have been sealed, suddenly turned cold and struck a palm at Gu Hai. The power of this palm strike was extremely vast. It didn't look like his cultivation was sealed at all. Boom! A loud sound rang out. Gu Hai and the White Emperor's palms were stuck together, and they were in a deadlock. You weren't sealed? Gu Hai stared. Gu Hai, you've grown really fast. Your strength is actually catching up to mine. White Emperor said in surprise. Rumble. The two's palms were in a deadlock and rocks were flying everywhere. It was obvious that both of them were using their full strength. Gu Hai's face turned red. It was obvious that he had reached his limit. You can't take it anymore. Gu Hai, you didn't expect this, right? You won't be able to escape today. White Emperor roared with a ferocious expression. You. Gu Hai's face turned red. He seemed to be in pain, but he couldn't let go of his hands. Because once he did, White Emperor's full-strength palm strike could kill him. Smoke billowed in the city and rocks were flying everywhere. The people outside couldn't see the two people inside clearly. Everyone's eyes were attracted by the battle between Shangguan and the Tongtian sect master. Gu Hai was being suppressed by the White Emperor, but he couldn't resist for a while. Not far away, Gu Qin's eyes suddenly lit up. Gu Hai couldn't move? Gu Hai couldn't move? What a good opportunity. He had been waiting for this opportunity. However, Gu Qin suddenly opened his arms and said in a strange voice, at #yen%, and, Gu Qin? White Emperor's face darkened. Exchange. Gu Qin shouted. A blue light came out of his body and rushed towards Gu Hai's back. Right at this moment, a cold smile appeared on Gu Hai's face. Come out. Xiao. On Gu Hai's back, a crack seemed to appear in the immortal dome of antiquity. Long Sanqian suddenly appeared. What? Gu Qin's face also changed. Boom. The blue light that rushed out of Gu Qin's body didn't touch Gu Hai, but suddenly touched Long Sanqian. Boom. The two people's bodies trembled. At this moment, Gu Hai's hand suddenly exerted force. Boom. With a loud sound, White Emperor was sent flying by Gu Hai's powerful force. Pooh. White Emperor spat out a mouthful of blood. He stared in disbelief and said, Impossible, you're so strong? Were you lying to me? Come with me, White Emperor. You won't have a good ending if you ask a tiger for its skin. You were just lucky just now. Next time the Tongtian sect master won't be like this. If I didn't come, he would really kill you. Gu Hai advised. I don't want you to care about me. White Emperor roared angrily. Shio. White Emperor turned around and flew into the distance. Gu Hai wanted to chase after him, but he stretched out his hand and stopped. He was only slightly stronger than the White the Arch. If they got entangled, the Grandmaster of Heaven would be in trouble when he regained his senses. Moreover, Long Sanqian was beside him. At this moment, Long Sanqian and Ao Shun's soul exchange ended. What? Impossible, Gu Hai, you lied to me? Long Sanqian's face changed. Crack. Gu Hai grabbed Long Sanqian. At this moment, Long Sanqian's cultivation was sealed, so he could not resist at all. Father, I've changed my body back. Thank you, Father. Gu Qin suddenly said excitedly. Should I call you Mr. Silvermoon or Crown Prince Long Sanqian? Gu Hai said coldly. Yunemo? Yunemo betrayed me? Ah. Long Sanqian revealed a sinister expression. Qiner, enter the ancient immortal dome first and detain Long Sanqian. Be careful not to be swapped again. Gu Hai threw Long Sanqian to Gu Qin. Yes. Gu Qin caught. Whoosh. Immediately, the two were sucked into the ancient immortal dome by Gu Hai. Gu Hai did not delay. He took out the life entrapment saber and rushed out of the city. Boom. In the blink of an eye, Gu Hai was at the edge of the battlefield outside. Gu Hai took out countless magic treasures and stabbed them into the ground under the control of the life entrapment saber. Gu Hai was setting up a formation. Buzz. After a while, the formation was set up. Gu Hai looked up at the battlefield. On the battlefield, under the Tongtian sect master's sword, Shangguan body was a mess. Even though he cultivated the 8 and 9 mystic arts and had the invincible Vajra body, there were still many wounds under the fairy-slaying sword formation. Kong Xian's body was covered in blood. The Tongtian sect master was happily killing. Tongtian sect master, did you kill the wrong person? Gu Hai suddenly shouted. At his shout, the Tongtian sect master, who was holding the immortal slaying sword in the distance, trembled and turned his head. He saw another Gu Hai on the peak of a mountain in the distance. Ha! The Tongtian sect master's expression changed. He turned to look at Gu Hai, who he had just killed many times. He saw that Gu Hai had changed into Shangguan appearance. What? The Tongtian sect master's expression changed. In the next moment, his face turned ferocious. Chapter 891. The Gu Hai they fought for so long was a fake? The Tongtian sect's expression turned ferocious. The feeling of being toyed with instantly lingered in his heart. He turned his head to look at the place where the White Emperor was tied up. As expected, when the smoke dispersed, the place was a mess. Gu Hai's target was the White Emperor? And he succeeded? Ha ha ha, Gu Hai. The Tongtian sect master emitted a monstrous murderous aura. After being schemed against by Gu Hai time and time again, the Tongtian sect master's resentment was enough to make him disregard everything else. Kong Xian and Shangguan Hen's figures flashed and rushed toward Gu Hai. At this moment, the Tong Tian sect master did not stop them. It was better to stay together. Immortals slaying sword formation. The Tong Tian sect master waved his hand again. Boom. Billowing sword chi instantly filled Gu Hai's surroundings. Your Majesty. Shangguan Hen and Kong Xian's figures flashed and immediately blocked a large amount of sword chi. You've worked hard just now. Heal yourselves. Leave the Tong Tian sect master to me. Gu Hai waved his hand. Suddenly he, Shangguan Hen and Kong Xian were enveloped in the immortal dome of the ancients. The Tong Tian sect master, however, held the immortal slaying sword and slashed. Boom. As the sword slashed, a crack appeared in the ground. However, it did not touch the immortal dome of the ancients. Kong Xian and Shangguan Hen looked at Gu Hai in confusion. Last time in the infinite celestial capital, His Majesty used the power of the nation. Now His Majesty is still alone? His Majesty can still fight the Tong Tian sect master alone? Tong Tian sect master. Gu Hai said in a low voice. Tong Tian glared at Gu Hai. You can't take what belongs to me just because you want it. As long as I'm here, that thing will never belong to you. You'd better give up on this idea as soon as possible. Otherwise, it'll only cause trouble. Gu Hai said coldly. Gu Hai, this isn't your limitless celestial capital. Do you think you can hide in the minor immortal dome? Within the 6th Daos immortal dome, once its strength reaches a certain level, it can even shatter the void. Is your lesser immortal dome even more powerful than the 6th Daos immortal dome? The Tong Tian sect master said coldly. Gu Hai's expression turned cold. Even if you destroy my immortal slaying sword, I still have the immortal slaughtering sword, immortal trapping sword, and immortal extinguishing sword. The immortal slaying sword formation is still here. Watch me break your immortal dome. Release of the immortal slaying sword, shatter heaven and earth. The Tong Tian sect master suddenly grabbed the immortal slaying sword and slashed at the immortal dome of the ancients. With a slash of the sword, a huge crack appeared in the void. The void was torn apart. Even the immortal dome of the 6th Daos couldn't withstand it. Could the immortal dome of the ancients withstand it? Gu Hai's expression changed. He immediately took out the life-extinguishing saber and slashed. The eye of life and death opened. Zhou Tian 7. Gu Hai shouted. Boom. The sword and saber collided. The void instantly shattered and Gu Hai was instantly sent flying. Pfft. He spat out a mouthful of blood. The immortal slaying sword was too powerful. Even though Gu Hai used all his strength, he was still sent flying. While he was flying backward, the surrounding void slowly returned to normal. However, a moving black hole appeared in front of Gu Hai. It was as if a black hole had appeared in the immortal dome of the ancients. Ha ha, I told you. Your minor immortal dome is only SOSO. Let's see what else you can rely on now. The Tong Tian sect master laughed loudly and rushed forward. He rushed into the black hole at an extremely fast speed. It was as if he could rush into the immortal dome of the ancients through the black hole. Whoosh! Suddenly the Tong Tian sect master entered the black hole. Gu Hai suddenly waved his hand, and the life-extinguishing saber appeared in the void. The life-extinguishing saber affected the void, and a net of energy rushed toward the black hole. This isn't the immortal dome of the ancients? The Tong Tian sect master's scream came from the black hole. Waves of powerful force squeezed the Tong Tian sect master in the black hole. What kind of power is this? It hurts. Is this a passage? Where does it lead to? The Tong Tian sect master roared in pain in the black hole. Go over there, and you'll know. Gu Hai roared. Of course, this was not the passage to the immortal dome of the ancients. The Tong Tian sect master was right. The immortal dome of the ancients was not invulnerable. It was at least not as strong as the immortal dome of the 6 paths. It was only a broken immortal dome. In the face of absolute power, there was still the risk of it being broken. Gu Hai naturally would not risk the immortal dome of the ancients. Just now, when the celestial slashing sword slashed at him, Gu Hai put away the immortal dome of the ancients and slashed at the vital part of the celestial slashing sword with the 7 heavenly cycles, but it still could not withstand a single blow. It was instantly sent flying. However, Gu Hai had set up a formation earlier. The formation that led to the immortal dome of the 30th level condensed a passage. In the past, Sun Wukong and the Tong Tian of the Jie sect came through this passage. The 2 immortal domes needed to be balanced, and only one person could come over at a time. The Tong Tian of the Jie sect was dead. Gu Hai had been thinking of a way to send ordinary people over, but it was impossible. The strangulation power in the black hole was too strong. Gu Hai guessed that at least the Tong Tian of the Jie sect had a strong physical body. The Tong Tian had been chasing after him. Gu Hai was now tricking him. Didn't he want to go to the immortal dome of the 30th level? Then let him go. He could not subdue the Tong Tian, but there were many people in the immortal dome of the 30th level who could subdue him. As long as Laozi and Shakyamuni made a move, the Tong Tian would definitely not be able to escape. Using the black hole to pretend to be the opening of the immortal dome of the ancients, he had indeed tricked the Tong Tian sect master. The Tong Tian sect master entered. Roar, let me out. The Tong Tian sect master struggled desperately in the black hole. Gu Hai activated the formation and kept sending the Tong Tian sect master over. However, the Tong Tian sect master's struggle was useless. Let go of master. A group of Tong Tian sect master's disciples roared and pounced forward. Kong Xian and Shangwan Hen stopped them. Gu Hai waved his hand and released the two of them. Yes. The two of them answered. Although Kong Xian and Shangwan Hen had just hidden in the immortal dome of the ancients, the outside world could still see clearly. They originally thought that His Majesty could only deal with the Tong Tian sect master in the imperial capital, but now it seemed that they had been too ridiculous. Even with the formation, His Majesty could still trap the Tong Tian sect master. The two of them immediately clenched their fists and rushed toward the Tong Tian sect master's disciples. Boom, 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 boom. In an instant, the battle outside of Han Annihilation intensified again. The Tong Tian sect master was trapped. Although the group of disciples was strong, there was still a gap between them and Kong Xian and Shangwan Hen. In an instant they were beaten into retreat. Gu Hai, you can't trap me, Zhu Xian. The Tong Tian sect master roared as he tore at the black hole. Kaboom. The immortal dome passageway twisted as if it was about to collapse. Gu Hai's face darkened. This passageway could not be destroyed. The Tong Tian sect master was not cooperating. Forget it. Whoosh. Gu Hai waved his hand. Buzz. The black hole opened and Gu Hai released the Tong Tian sect master. What? Kong Xian and Shangwan Hen's expressions changed. Master. The group of Tong Tian disciples exclaimed in surprise. The Tong Tian sect master looked at Gu Hai with a ferocious expression. A hint of fear flashed in his eyes because he could see that Gu Hai had deliberately released him just now. Gu Hai looked at the Tong Tian sect master and asked, Tong Tian sect master, how did it feel just now? Even if you didn't release me, I would have come out in less than a minute. The Tong Tian sect master did not appreciate the kindness. Ha ha ha, Tong Tian sect master, were you fooled by Sima Changkong? Gu Hai said coldly. Do you think that I am at your mercy after leaving the limitless celestial capital? Gu Hai said coldly. Do you think that formation can last forever? The Tong Tian sect master said coldly. Do you think that is all that my formation can do? Besides, have you forgotten that I have the immortal dome of the ancients? Gu Hai said coldly. The immortal dome of the ancients? So what? I can still break it if you use it again. The Tong Tian sect master said coldly. The immortal dome of the ancients? Do you think that I will only use it as a shield? Gu Hai sneered. The difference between the immortal dome and a storage artifact is that there is life inside. Do you understand what life means? In the Dahan Empire, I have the support of 300 citizens. In the immortal dome of the ancients, I have the support of an entire world. If I were to borrow the power of the entire immortal dome of the ancients, do you think that my power would not be as strong as it was back then? Gu Hai shouted. The Tong Tian sect master's expression suddenly changed. He had not thought about it before, but now that he thought about it, it was incomparably terrifying. The power of an entire world's life? In the past, the Longzhonghua had done that, and he could even forcibly take the power of all life. In the Celestial Palace in the past, my soul and body could not support this power. Now that I am in the Celestial Palace, do you still think that I am the same as before? Tong Tian sect master, you are not my match. Stop fighting, I do not want to use the power of an entire world for you. Gu Hai said coldly. The power of an entire world? Kong Xian and Shangwan Hen were delighted. His Majesty had such power? Yes, with this power he could defeat the Tong Tian sect master last time. He could do the same this time. Slash through the immortal dome of the ancients? What a joke, His Majesty did not need the protection of this barrier at all. The Tong Tian sect master's expression was extremely ugly. The power that he was so proud of was actually so laughable in front of Gu Hai? The immortal dome? He had the immortal dome. If he continued to fight, he would only be making a fool of himself. He had already lost once in the limitless heaven. Would he lose again today? I don't believe it. A look of despair and unwillingness flashed across the Tongtian sect master's eyes. If you don't believe me, you can try. This time I will not go easy on you. Gu Hai reached out and grabbed the life-extinguishing saber with a ferocious expression. Everyone in the surroundings was silent. Gu Hai and the Tongtian sect master looked at each other coldly. For a moment the atmosphere became extremely tense. The two of them looked at each other coldly and did not move for a full half an hour. Ha 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 ha. The Tongtian sect master suddenly laughed sadly. Cold sweat appeared on Gu Hai's forehead, but it quickly evaporated. Gu Hai, I will remember this. Wait until I retrieve the Divine Path Sorcerer's book, then I will look for you. The Tongtian sect master said coldly with a tinge of grievance. Let's go. The Tongtian sect master swung his sleeves. Immediately he led a group of disciples into the sky and flew off into the distance. Scared away by Gu Hai? Phew. At this moment Gu Hai let out a long sigh. His forehead was covered in sweat. Your Majesty, what's wrong? Shangguan Hen sharply noticed Gu Hai's abnormality. Nothing, let's go. Gu Hai said with a bitter smile. Yes. The three of them quickly flew toward the limitless celestial capital. Mobilizing the power of all living beings in the immortal firmament was a beautiful idea, but only Gu Hai knew that there were too few living beings in the immortal firmament. At most, there were only so many living beings in the 10 cities of the Dahan Empire that he could borrow power from. Even if he mobilized all his power, he would not be a match for the Tongtian sect master. Fortunately, the Tongtian sect master's heart of a powerhouse had been destroyed by him last time. His repeated setbacks had made him instinctively think that he was inferior to him. The black hole just now was the biggest example. Otherwise, with the former Tongtian sect master's pride, he would not consider anything else. He would just fight first. Gu Hai and the other two disappeared into the horizon. While the Tongtian sect master was being threatened, Sima Changkong anxiously looked at the group of powerhouses from the holy land of Mount Sol in the forest far away. I already said that Gu Hai was lying. Why didn't you all attack? It was such a good opportunity. Sima Changkong shouted gloomily. Amateus. The group of bodhisattvas and arhats were unwilling to attack. Even the Tongtian sect master was frightened. The southern dragon bodhisattva was not here. Did he think that they were stupid? Even if you don't want to, let me go. I'll tell the Tongtian sect master not to stop me. Sima Changkong shouted gloomily. The group of bodhisattvas shook their heads and held Sima Changkong down to prevent him from implicating them. You bunch of cowards. Sima Changkong gloomily roared in anger. Chapter 892. Boundless Celestial Capital. Gu Hai's group of 3 rushed back overnight. Your Majesty, the Guqing Crown Prince's body also changed? Kong Xian asked in shock. That's right. However, he has already changed back. Furthermore, we have already captured this Mr. Silver Moon. Gu Hai said with a smile. Oh. Kong Xian revealed a look of shock. How could he not be shocked? Although this Mr. Silver Moon's reincarnation did not have a high cultivation, his ability to change souls was frightening. Changing souls? How scary would it be if Mr. Silver Moon suddenly discovered that he was no longer himself? Everyone returned to the soaring palace hall's plaza. At this moment, Ao Shun and Mosquito Daoran also rushed back. Mo Yike, Gao Xinji, Qin Tianshan, and Montez knew that Mr. Silver Moon's trip was dangerous, so they also waited in the soaring palace hall's plaza. When everyone saw Gu Hai's group return, they immediately heaved sighs of relief. Welcome back, Your Majesty, everyone said happily. Ao Shun stepped forward and bowed respectfully to Gu Hai. Many thanks to Your Majesty for saving us. Supreme Ao Shun, there is no need for that. Now that you are in the Dahan Imperial Dynasty, we have the obligation to ensure your safety. Gu Hai helped Ao Shun up. Yes. Ao Shun nodded emotionally. Mosquito Daoran, are you injured? Gu Hai looked at Mosquito Daoran. Mosquito Daoran smiled bitterly and said, that Takeshi Ryushin is really powerful when he turned into a zombie. His might should be about the same as the Tongtian sect masters. Gu Hai narrowed his eyes. Gu Hai was very clear about the Tongtian sect master's strength. If not for the Dahan Imperial Dynasty's power, he would not have been able to do anything to him. How strong was Takeshi Ryushin when he turned into a zombie? What if he used the power of the Great Wu World? Your Majesty, has the Crown Prince of Guqin been rescued? Mo Yike asked worriedly. Everyone looked at Mo Yike in confusion. What did Mo Yike mean? Wasn't the Crown Prince fine? Mr. Mo, I can't hide anything from you. Gu Hai smiled. He waved his hand. Guqin escorted Long Sanqian to the plaza of the Soaring Palace Hall. This Crown Prince is? Mo Yike frowned. It's Guqin. Gu Hai nodded. Mo Yike immediately heaved a sigh of relief. He then looked coldly at Long Sanqian, who was being held captive by the Guqin army. Lord Mo, how did you know? Kong Xian asked in surprise. Kong Xian was the only one who knew what had happened on the way here. How did Mo Yike know too? I only speculated that there was a second person to be exchanged. It was a close call. Fortunately, Your Majesty discovered it early and set everything right. Mo Yike sighed. Oh. Gao Xianji's expression changed, revealing a look of surprise. Lord Mo, I am ashamed of my intellect. Qin Tianshan exclaimed. Shang Guanhen also looked at Mo Yike in surprise. If His Majesty could see the problem with Guqin, Mo Yike could too. No wonder His Majesty thought so highly of Mo Yike. This is the Long Sanqian? Montez looked at the Long Sanqian on the ground. Mr. Silvermoon's reincarnation. I didn't expect it either. Gu Hai looked coldly at Long Sanqian. The Guqin Dao soul swap is extremely dangerous. I heard that after the soul swap, even one's fate will change. In other words, if he swaps His Majesty's soul, he will replace His Majesty, and the fate of the world will recognize him as the master. Mo Yike said in a low voice. Everyone looked at Long Sanqian and felt a chill in their hearts. They originally thought that the great Emperor dynasty had created a spy to defeat the Dahan imperial dynasty. Now, it seemed that the great Emperor dynasty was ambitious and wanted to replace His Majesty in one fell swoop. Where's Yun Mo? Long Sanqian asked coldly. Gu Hai waved his hand and Yun Mo appeared. Yun Mo appeared and looked around in confusion. Yun Mo? Ha, unfilial descendant, you dare to betray me? Long Sanqian looked at Yun Mo with a ferocious expression. The ancient emperor has been swapped? Yun Mo asked in surprise. Gu Hai nodded. Long Sanqian's questioning made Yun Mo frown slightly. However, Yun Mo wasn't afraid and didn't retort. Long Sanqian wanted to harm him, so he had to protect himself. Besides, it was to save the people of Silvermoon City. Long Sanqian. Gu Hai said in a low voice. Long Sanqian stared at Gu Hai. Your ability is too dangerous. However, I'm willing to give you a chance to enter the Dahan imperial dynasty. Are you willing? Gu Hai said in a low voice. Your Majesty, it's too dangerous. Mo Yike said worriedly. That's right, Your Majesty. This person's body swap is extremely dangerous. We should kill him immediately. Shang Guanhen said anxiously. Everyone was worried about Long Sanqian's ability, but Gu Hai admired it greatly. Body swap? This ability was a double-edged sword. Although it could hurt the user, if it was used to hurt the enemy, it would be an invincible divine weapon. Gu Hai stared at Long Sanqian. Long Sanqian looked at Gu Hai in shock. Ha ha ha, you want to subdue me? Ha ha, you want to subdue me? Laughable, laughable, laughable. You're already a prisoner. What right do you have to resist? Gu Hai said coldly. You dare to use me? As long as you're willing, I dare to use you. Gu Hai said coldly. Laughable. You really think I have no power to resist? Long Sanqian said coldly. What else can you do? Gu Hai said coldly. Yun Mo frowned. The ancient emperor can still swap souls. Swap souls? I won't give him the chance. Gu Hai shook his head. No, ancient emperor, you forgot my voice-transmitting Qin figurine. It uses the same frequency resonance principle, and this principle was left behind by him. I just modified it. Yun Mo frowned. What do you mean? This mystic art was not originally intended for the Qin figurine, but for the fixed-point soul swap. Yun Mo said worriedly. Fixed-point soul swap? What does that mean? Gu Hai asked curiously. It means to set up a person to swap souls, and use the mystic art on that person's body. In the future, no matter where that person is, as long as Long Sanqian is willing, he can swap souls. Yun Mo said anxiously. What? Everyone's expression changed as they looked at Long Sanqian. If he set up a person to swap souls, wouldn't that mean he could escape at any time? Yun Mo, you talk too much. Long Sanqian glared and said angrily. The fixed-point soul swap person will have a mark left behind by Long Sanqian. His mark is usually a picture of a Guqin. Yun Mo said anxiously. Long Sanqian's body shook, and a blue light shone from his body. Not good, he's swapping souls. Fixed point soul swap. Yun Mo's expression changed. Kill him. Shangguan Hen's expression immediately changed. He wanted to attack. It's too late. His soul has escaped. Yun Mo shook his head. Escaped. Gu Hai's expression darkened. I remember. I saw the picture of the Guqing. It was a tattoo. Mosquito Doran's expression changed. Oh. Everyone looked at Mosquito Doran. It's Takeshi Ryushin. When I was fighting with him, I saw a tattoo of a Guqing on the back of his neck. Is it him? Mosquito Doran said anxiously. Takeshi Ryushin? Everyone's expression darkened. Boom. Suddenly, a blue light rushed from Long Sanqian's body and entered Long Sanqian's body. Unfilial son, how dare you? Long Sanqian roared with a ferocious expression. After roaring, Long Sanqian trembled and looked around in shock. Gu Hai. Long Sanqian's expression changed. Long Sanqian looked at his body and roared, unfilial son, you bastard. Long Sanqian was about to explode, but Shangguan Hen pressed down with his hand and suppressed him. He could not move. Takeshi Ryushin? Gu Hai's eyelids twitched wildly. The surrounding people were also shocked. The ability to exchange souls was truly terrifying. Even if he can't become the master of the Dahan, he can become the master of the Wu dynasty. Long Sanqian? Ha, what a strange Guqing Dao. The king of Tianshan said with a gloomy expression. Let's go back to 800,000 years ago. Long Sanqian secretly controlled the great emperor dynasty. Unfortunately, Takeshi Ryushin discovered it. Takeshi Ryushin turned a group of important officials into zombie descendants and regained power. How long has it been since he regained power? Long Sanqian took drastic measures and swapped bodies with Takeshi Ryushin? Ha, the battle between father and son is really intense. Mo Yike also took a deep breath. Gu Hai's eyes narrowed. You're Takeshi Ryushin? Humph, today I was schemed against by that unfilial son. My Jiangchen bloodline also became that unfilial son's. Gu Hai, kill me if you want, but you have to know that I didn't die at your hands. I was killed by that unfilial son. Takeshi Ryushin was extremely depressed at this moment. Mo Yike questioned the spy in Martial Sky City. Gu Hai said seriously. Mo Yike immediately left. Soon Mo Yike returned. Your Majesty, Martial Sky City's providence suddenly surged. The golden dragon of providence seemed to cry out and then return to its original state. The martial emperor summoned Lu Ji to the palace for an audience. Mo Yike explained. It seems to be true. Gu Hai frowned slightly. Gu Hai, you don't need to verify it. Today I was harmed by that unfilial son and I only have myself to blame. However, you have to remember your achievements today are because of father's great kindness. The Long Sanqian stared at Gu Hai. You still remember Long Zhanghua? That year when Long Zhanghua defied the heavens, why did you stand by and watch? Gu Hai stared at Takeshi Ryushin. Humph, that year father talked to us three brothers. So what if I was unwilling? The Long Sanqian said coldly. Long Zhanghua talked to you three brothers? That's right, not many people know about this. The Long Sanqian definitely doesn't know. However, Long Zhanghua mentioned it to me. I can now confirm that you are Takeshi Ryushin. Gu Hai said coldly. Humph, so what if you can confirm it? Can you let me go? The Long Sanqian sneered. Why not? Gu Hai smiled. The Long Sanqian was stunned. The surrounding officials' expressions also changed. In the next moment they understood what Huang Xiaolong meant. You want to let me go and let me deal with that unfilial son? The Long Sanqian stared at Gu Hai. That's right. Gu Hai nodded without hesitation. The Long Sanqian's face sank. Shangguan Hen, undo his seal and let him go. Gu Hai ordered. Yes. Shangguan Hen undid Long Sanqian's seal. Takeshi Ryushin, letting you go this time can be considered repaying Long Zhanghua's favor. Next time, don't use Long Zhanghua's name to talk about things. Gu Hai said coldly. Humph. The Long Sanqian snorted and soared into the sky. Chapter 893. Great Emperor Dynasty Martial Sky City. In the Imperial Court Hall. The officials retreated. As Takeshi Ryushin was meditating with his eyes closed, he suddenly felt the back of his neck tremble. A ray of blue light shot towards him. Takeshi Ryushin was dazed. His expression suddenly changed. 3,000? What are you doing? Takashi Ryushin immediately stood up. Roar, unfilial son, you want to take my body? How dare you? Takashi Ryushin shouted. Wong. A ray of blue light emerged from Takashi Ryushin's body and disappeared. At this moment, Takashi Ryushin was sitting on the dragon throne with sweat all over his body. He took a few deep breaths. Ha ha ha, Guhai, you ruined my plan. Takashi Ryushin said with a sinister expression. Originally, I planned to take control of the Dahan Imperial Dynasty and use the power of the Dahan Imperial Dynasty to destroy the Great Ing Imperial Dynasty. Then, I would submit to the Great Emperor Dynasty. When the Great Emperor Dynasty attacked the Celestial Empire, I would seize this body. Ha ha ha, Guhai. Takashi Ryushin roared with a sinister expression. It turned out that the Long Sanshin had already seized Takashi Ryushin's body. After all his plans, it was all for naught. How could he not be angry? Your Majesty, do you have any orders? A servant outside the Imperial Court heard the voice and entered the Imperial Court. Go call Lu Ji in. Takashi Ryushin said with a resentful expression. Yes. Boundless Celestial Capital, Soaring Palace Hall. Guhai wore a flat imperial crown, a black dragon robe with golden threads, and a pair of 7-star cloud silk boots. He sat on the Imperial Court throne and looked down at the Imperial Court. Officials filled the 2 rows of the Imperial Court. Guqin, Gao Xianji, Qin Tianshan, Mo Yike, Kong Xian, Mosquito Daoran, Shengwan Hen, Ao Shun, and Montez were in the 2 rows. The officials stood respectfully in the 2 rows. Guhai sat on the Imperial Court throne and gently tapped the armrest of the dragon throne. The Imperial Court's palace hall was silent. Qin Tianshan. Gu announced. Emperor. Qin Tianshan stepped forward and took over the Imperial Court throne. And read. The Emperor's Emperor Dahan. The people of the Dahan Empire live in peace and prosperity. Today the Wu nation invades, killing our people at the border and seizing our cities. They are as evil as tigers and wolves. They seized 5 cities at the border and suffered 3 million casualties. Today the people of the Dahan Empire are all His Majesty's people. Everyone is a member of the Dahan Empire. Today an evil nation invades, and the Dahan Empire will no longer remain silent. Those who kill the people of the Dahan Empire, even if they are thousands of miles away, will be killed. Since the Wu nation invades, we will deal with them head-on. His Majesty orders us to flatten the Wu nation to avenge the people at the border and calm the people of the world. From now on, the Wu nation will be the enemy of the Dahan Empire. If anyone dares to help the Wu nation, the Dahan Empire will treat them as enemies. We will not rest until we are dead. Even if we are dead, we will not rest until we are dead, the officials congratulated. This was a declaration of war against the Great Wu Empire. It was a declaration of war filled with killing intent. From now on, the Dahan Empire would launch an all-out war against the Great Wu Empire. Anyone who dared to help the Great Wu Empire would be treated as the Dahan Empire's mortal enemy and would not rest until they were dead. Announce this declaration to the world. Guhai ordered. Yes. Qin Tianshan replied. The Great Wu Empire has killed our people at the border and should be punished. The country's prestige is not right, and the thieves are wreaking havoc. From now on, form the Hanxiu army, to avenge the people at the border and restore the peace of the Dahan Empire. Guhai said. Yes. The officials replied. Mo Yike. Guhai shouted. Present. Mo Yike walked out of the 2 rows. Present. Mo Yike will be the Hanxiu army's Day 1 commander and will be in charge of the war against the Great Wu Empire. Guhai took out a tiger seal. Yes. Mo Yike respectfully took the tiger seal from the attendant. Gao Xianji stepped forward. Present. Present. Gao Xianji will lead the 1st Legion and enter the Hanxiu army. Gao Xianji will be the Hanxiu army's left-wing Day 1 commander. Mo Yike will be in charge of the war against the Great Wu Empire. Guhai took out a commander's seal. Yes. Gao Xianji replied. Kong Xian stepped forward. Present. Present. Kong Xian will lead the 5th Legion and enter the Hanxiu army. Kong Xian will be the Hanxiu army's right-wing Day 1 commander. Mo Yike will be in charge of the war against the Great Wu Empire. Guhai took out a commander's seal. Yes. Kong Xian received the commander's seal. Shengwan Hen. Present. Present. Shengwan Hen, gather all the Xuanwu in the world and form the Xuanwu army to assist Mo Yike in the war against the Great Wu Empire. Guhai ordered. Yes. Ao Shun. Present. Present. Ao Shun, rescue the North Sea Dragon Palace's Dragon Clan and form an army to assist Mo Yike in the war against the Great Wu Empire. Guhai ordered. Yes. Ao Shun replied. Qin Tianshan. Present. Qin Tianshan replied respectfully. Qin Tianshan, organize the reserve officials of the Dahan army. When the Hanqiu army obtains the cities, use the reserve officials to coordinate with the Hanqiu army and quickly take control of the cities. Do not divide the people and do not oppress them. Gu Hai instructed. Yes. Qin Tianshan replied. Of the 500,000 divine demon soldiers, take 400,000 and cooperate with Mo Yike. Destroy the great martial emperor dynasty in the shortest time possible and with the least loss. Take 500 cities. Yes. Qin Tianshan replied. 400,000 soldiers from the divinity demon army were all experts from Kai Tian Palace. Wouldn't it be like adding wings to a tiger? At this moment, the officials could see Gu Hai's determination. In this war, he wanted to show the might of the Dahan imperial dynasty. He wanted to let the world know the consequences of provoking the Dahan imperial dynasty. In the past, the Deqian celestial dynasty had 1,500 cities. After the Deqian celestial dynasty was destroyed, most of these cities were divided between the Great Ying and Great Wu empires. There were still a few cities that were scattered between the two empires and had not been touched. If the Dahan imperial dynasty could destroy the Great Wu empire this time, then the number of cities in the Dahan empire would reach an extremely large number. Gu Qin. Gu Hai said. Yes. Gu Qin stepped forward. Qin Tianshan, the other 100,000 soldiers of the divinity demon army are under your command. Locate the former location of the heavenly court and move the infinite celestial capital to the north of the divine continent in the name of the Dahan Empire. Gu Hai said. Wow. The officials immediately looked at Gu Hai in an uproar. The former location of the heavenly court, the north of the divine continent? Even the Great Wu Empire and Great Ying Imperial Dynasty did not dare to move their capital there in these few years. The rightful position of the divine continent was not something that could be easily touched by those who were not virtuous and powerful. There were 4 positions in the divine continent. In the past, the east was the Dian dynasty, the south was the Wanshou Taoism, the west was the spiritual mountain sacred ground, and the north was the Deqian celestial dynasty. Those who obtained the rightful position would be the most powerful in the world. This was not a legend and there were no benefits to it. However, it gave people a different feeling. This was a kind of status and the rightful position would be accepted. It did not seem very useful, but it represented a lofty ambition to look down on the world. It represented that the Dahan imperial dynasty wanted to reach the peak of the celestial dynasty. In fact, it was willing to welcome the jealousy of the other dynasties and sections. His Majesty wanted to help the Dahan ascend to the celestial dynasty? After a moment of uproar, the officials fell silent. It was as though they could hear their own breathing. They all looked at Gu Hai excitedly. Yes, Your Majesty. Gu Qin answered. Moving the capital to the north of the divine continent would definitely be met with all kinds of obstacles along the way. However, with the protection of 100,000 god demons, Gu Qin could eliminate all threats along the way. I allow 5 days. 5 days later, the Hanqiu army will leave the limitless celestial capital. Gu Hai instructed. Yes, Your Majesty. The officials bowed respectfully. From this moment onwards, the war between the Dahan and the Dou kingdom began. Although Mo Yike was the commander-in-chief, he did not leave the limitless celestial capital. With the Qin figurines he could quickly send out orders. Kong Xian did not have a large army. Mo Yike assigned a large number of god demons to Kong Xian. He also transferred a portion of the army from various major cities in the Dahan imperial dynasty. Flying boats from all directions headed towards the border. Gao Xinji led countless troops. Without needing Mo Yike to call, she mobilized a group of god demons and quickly left the limitless celestial capital. Qin Tianshan had already prepared a large number of officials for this day. At this moment they would quickly head to the front lines. After seizing the city they would quickly take control of the enemy city. The Hanqiu army was ready to move out in 3 days. In the upper study, Gu Hai summoned Mo Yike. Mr. Mo, do you have any other requests for the Hanqiu army? Gu Hai asked. The Dahan Empire is prosperous and cannot be compared to the Wu Kingdom. The Tongtian sect master has been chased away by Your Majesty. This time it will be easier to mobilize the army. There are only 2 difficulties. The first is Sima Changkong. This person is wise and I will be very careful. The second is the stubborn families of the former Deqian officials. These families are deeply rooted and have won the hearts of the people. These people have been indebted to the Long Jianghu for generations and are still brooding over his death. In their eyes, it was your majesty who killed the Longzhonghua. They have sworn to break off relations with the Dahan Empire. Defeating the enemy is easy, but seizing territory is extremely difficult. This is because their network is spread all over the Daqian Empire. Even if we seize the city and gain the hearts of the people. Mo Yike said worriedly. Sima Changkong? Don't worry, I will send people to deal with Sima Changkong. When the time comes, you just have to take advantage of the situation, Gu Hai said solemnly. Yes. The second is the stubborn families that are loyal to the Daqian. Don't worry, make good use of these letters. Gu Hai took out a box and handed it to Mo Yike. In the box were letters that Gu Hai had asked Long Zhanghua to write for his trusted aides when he was on Earth. Oh, yes. Mo Yike did not understand, but he still nodded solemnly. When the limitless celestial capital drifts to the north of the divine continent, it will pass by Martial Sky City. I hope that by the time the limitless celestial capital reaches Martial Sky City, the battle will have already been decided. Gu Hai said in a low voice. Half a year? Seizing all the cities of the Great Wu Dynasty? Mo Yike's expression changed. So fast? Is there a problem? Gu Hai asked in a low voice. No, your majesty, rest assured. This time, the Hanqiu army will definitely take down the Great Wu Dynasty in one fell swoop. Mo Yike said solemnly. Good. Gu Hai nodded. Chapter 894. The Dahan Imperial Dynasty's Hanqiu army moved out. In just 2 days, Kong Xian led his army to occupy Dahan City at the border. The previous time, the Dahan dynasty had sent out only ordinary soldiers. The Great Emperor dynasty had taken advantage of the situation and lost 5 cities because of spies. This time it was different. This time, the Dahan Imperial dynasty's most elite soldiers did not need too many schemes. The 5 cities were reclaimed in just 5 days. The Dahan Imperial dynasty had been in charge of the 5 cities for many years. The people's hearts were on the Dahan Imperial dynasty's side. Regaining the important positions in the cities went incredibly smoothly. The immortal demon army filled the 2 legions. Gao Xinji split her army into 10 groups to attack the Great Emperor dynasty's 10 cities. Kong Xian split his army into 8 groups, sweeping through all obstacles. The 18 groups charged in like a hot knife through butter. A ferocious one-sided battle immediately ensued. At this moment, the scouts of the 4 factions were all horrified. The Dahan Imperial dynasty's army broke through the cities too quickly. This kind of martial prowess was simply unstoppable. Although Ying Province's cities had many defensive formations, Kai Tian Palace's people only needed 10 people to attack several times to break through them. Even though Kai Tian Palace's soldiers protected the cities, how could Kai Tian Palace outnumber the Dahan Imperial dynasty? The hundreds of thousands of Kai Tian Palace's soldiers were not formed from spirit stones but from killing in the Azura Dao's secret realm. They were hundreds of thousands of murderous gods. If not for the lack of logistics, the Hanqiu army would have charged north long ago. Sima Changkong knew that the Dahan Imperial dynasty's army was ferocious and could not be defeated. So, he had already retreated to Silver Moon City. At Silver Moon City's city lord's residence, Sima Changkong was currently reporting to a zither figurine. Your Majesty, the Dahan Imperial dynasty is coming with great momentum. They have already lost 30 cities. Sima Changkong reported respectfully. On the other side, at Martial Sky City. However, Takashi Ryushin, who was possessed by the Long Sanqian, was enraged. 30 cities? It's only been a few days and you still have the nerve to say that? What did you do? Sima Changkong frowned slightly. When did His Majesty become so violent? Don't you have any shrewdness? That shouldn't be the case. If he wasn't sure that the Guqin figurine in front of him led to Her Majesty, Sima Changkong would even think that it was someone impersonating Her Majesty. Your Majesty, it's just 30 cities. I haven't done anything yet. Sima Changkong frowned slightly. Didn't do it? What? Takashi Ryushin asked coldly. Hanqiu Army's declaration, Your Majesty should have already seen it. The Dahan Imperial dynasty has the moral high ground and sent troops to attack our Great Wu. Their morale is high and there are hundreds of thousands of soldiers from Kai Tian Palace. They are unstoppable and there is no way to stop them. This subject did not fight them head-on. Sima Changkong explained. Then are we just going to let them continue to take over the Dao Empire's cities? Takashi Ryushin said coldly. Your Majesty, this subject is waiting for an opportunity. Sima Changkong explained. Opportunity? What opportunity? In a short time the Hanqiu army has taken over 30 cities, but their speed is about to slow down. And it will only get slower and slower. Sima Changkong confirmed. What? Because it's easy to take over a city but hard to take it back. Sima Changkong smiled. Oh. Once the city is taken, we need to take over everything in the city. Otherwise, what's the difference if the army leaves after the city is taken? Thus, we need to send people to take over the city. However, the city is chaotic, so how can it be so easy to take over? Even if Qin Tianshan had prepared countless officials to take over the city, he still needs the army to suppress the chaos in the city. The Hanqiu army needs to leave a group of people behind to suppress the chaos, and it will take some time for the Dehan imperial dynasty to send troops over. That's why we need to leave some soldiers behind in every city. The more cities the Hanqiu army takes, the fewer people there will be to continue the siege and their speed will slow down. Eventually, the Hanqiu army will be worn down. Sima Changkong explained. That makes sense, but as long as the Dehan's logistical forces arrive, the Hanqiu army will continue to take over the Dao Empire's cities. Are you not going to take action? Takeshi Ryushin said solemnly. Your Majesty, we can't take action now. Sima Changkong said solemnly. What? This subject's army will definitely be inferior to the Hanqiu army if they attack separately. We can only stick together and wait for the right time to attack the Hanqiu armies one by one. We can't stay in a stalemate for long. Sima Changkong said solemnly. Time? What time? Takeshi Ryushin asked solemnly. When the Hanqiu army is at their limit. Sima Changkong narrowed his eyes. Oh. If the Dehan imperial dynasty wants to take over the Dao Empire's cities, it doesn't depend on how many, how fast, or how strong the suppression is. It depends on the people's hearts. If the people's hearts are with the Dehan imperial dynasty, then the city will completely belong to the Dehan imperial dynasty. If the people's hearts are not with the Dehan imperial dynasty, then it will be useless even if they take over the city. The city will only become a burden to them. Sima Changkong said solemnly. The people's hearts? Takeshi Ryushin raised an eyebrow. Yes. If it were any other imperial dynasty, then it would be fine, but this is the Dehan imperial dynasty. Haha, the people's hearts will not be with Gu Hai. Your Majesty, how did the Great Wu dynasty and the Great Ying imperial dynasty become such empires in such a short time? Does your Majesty know? Sima Changkong said with a smile. Because these are the people of the Deqian celestial dynasty in the past. The people's hearts are with the Deqian and the Longzhonghua. Dragon God Ying and I are the Deqian crown prince, so the people love the house and its crow? Takeshi Ryushin frowned slightly. That's right. That's why you and Dragon God Ying can divide the Deqian territory without any resistance. Because the people love and respect His Majesty Daqiansheng. In the past, His Majesty Daqiansheng loved the people like his own children, so he was deeply supported by the people. Each city has its own clan. These clans are not individuals. After thousands of years of marriage, they have formed an extremely complicated network of relationships. This network of relationships is spread throughout the Deqian Empire. Although their clan leaders are not strong and have not high authority, they have a high prestige among their clans. Their attitude is the people's hearts. Your Majesty, have you forgotten? In the past year, the most important thing for me was to build relationships with these prestigious clan leaders. Many of the former Deqian officials were looked down upon by the crown prince. He thought that they were not very talented and were extremely pedantic. The crown prince did not want to care about them. Some of them were even disobedient and wanted to make an example out of them. However, I have repeatedly stopped him. What? Because they have prestige. They can guide the attitude of the clan leaders and influence the people's hearts. Solemnly Sima Changkong said. Sima Changkong. Those old guys? Takeshi Ryushin's face darkened. Your Majesty, the crown prince looks down on them. Why do you look down on them too? I remember that you asked me to treat them well. Sima Changkong said blankly. This is the most basic trick of an emperor. Your Majesty, why? Nothing. Continue. Takeshi Ryushin shook his head. Yes. Who do these people hate the most? Of course it's Gu Hai. Although they are pedantic, this stubbornness is more beneficial to us. They must be extremely disgusted with Gu Hai's invasion. Their attitude will influence the various clans and the people. Although the clan leaders may not listen to them and turn to the Dehan, it's enough as long as half of them hate Gu Hai. They only need to add fuel to the fire and the people who destroyed the Longzhonghua invade again. The people will definitely turn against the Dehan. The Dahan Empire will have to invest more manpower and financial resources. We can slowly wear down the Dahan Empire. At that time, I will destroy the army in my hands one by one. The Hanqiu army will definitely be defeated, Sima Changkong said with a serious look in his eyes. Takeshi Ryushin listened to Sima Changkong's affirmation. He narrowed his eyes and nodded. You are preparing to add fuel to the fire and incite the people to resist the Dahan Empire? Yes. I will contact the clan leaders and old officials. Is the Hanqiu army strong? No. In my eyes, the people are the strongest. He has hundreds of thousands of Kaitian palace soldiers, while I have billions of people. This is an invincible army of the people. It's not certain who will win, Sima Changkong said with a determined look in his eyes. Good. Go ahead. Takeshi Ryushin nodded. Infinite Celestial Capital. Following a loud boom, the limitless celestial capital slowly started to move, drifting towards the north bit by bit. For the sake of the Dahan Empire's prosperity, the people were not against the infinite celestial capital's movement. Only some traveling merchants were not used to it. However, under the guidance of the Guqing Crown Prince, many conflicts were easily resolved. The infinite celestial capital was drifting towards the north of the divine continent. Spies quickly sent news back to their respective factions. For a moment, the experts of the four factions were extremely anxious. Enter the north? Were they trying to conquer the world? However, the declaration not long ago had made it even clearer. If they helped the Great Wu Empire now, they would fight to the death with the Dahan Empire. The tyrannical power of the Dahan Empire made the four factions apprehensive, but no one dared to interfere. In the study, Gu Hai sat behind his desk. In front of him stood the black-robed Chang Ming. Has it begun? Gu Hai asked in a low voice. Yes, Your Majesty. All the blood-robed guards in Martial Sky City have started to stir up public opinion. They are discussing Sima Changkong's loyalty everywhere. They are trying to sow discord between them, Chang Ming said with a smile. Public opinion? If it was Takeshi Ryushin, he would definitely not care about this. He trusts Sima Changkong, which is why he dares to use Sima Changkong. But Mr. Silvermoon can't. He will be suspicious, Gu Hai said with a smile. Your Majesty is so sure? Mr. Silvermoon is smart, but lacking in grand schemes. Otherwise, why would he only occupy Silvermoon City when he had already reached the pinnacle of the Tao of the Zither? Without great talent and strategy, he only knows how to scheme. It is not enough to support a country, Gu Hai said with a cold smile. But this is just public opinion. It might not enter Mr. Silvermoon's ears. He has a trusted aide, Mr. Six-Fingered, right? Gu Hai said with a smile. That's right. Mr. Six-Fingered's hearing is amazing. The blood-robed guards are discussing this in various taverns. If Sima Changkong is turned into a zombie descendant, there will be no more worries. Mr. Six-Fingered will definitely report this to Mr. Silvermoon, Chang Ming said. If my guess is correct, this discussion has already reached Mr. Silvermoon's ears, Gu Hai said with a smile. Will Mr. Silvermoon turn Sima Changkong into a zombie descendant? Chang Ming asked. Not now. Gu Hai shook his head. Then we can add fuel to the fire and tear apart the trust between the ruler and his minister, Gu Hai said with a smile. Oh. Chapter 895. Martial Sky City. Upper Study Room. Takeshi Ryushin sat behind the desk and frowned at Six-Fingered. I have followed Master's orders and monitored the entire city. The entire city is discussing Sima Changkong's loyalty. After all, Sima Changkong and Gu Hai have a close relationship. If he hands over all the military power to him, will he? Six-Fingered frowned. Takeshi Ryushin sipped his tea and said, Sima Changkong has already sent a letter saying that the Dahan Imperial Dynasty will definitely target him and spread rumors in the city. Listen carefully and find out who it is. Capture them. Yes. Six-Fingered nodded. However, Master, even if there are spies spreading rumors, they have already spread. Many of the people talking about them might not be spies. Six-Fingered frowned. Takeshi Ryushin's face darkened. However, there is one point in their discussion that is beneficial to Master. Now that Master has Takeshi Ryushin's body, why don't you turn Sima Changkong into a zombie descendant? This way his life and death will be in your hands and there won't be any problems. Six-Fingered said in a low voice. Turn into a zombie? Takeshi Ryushin narrowed his eyes. Indeed, this way he would no longer have to suspect Sima Changkong. Sima Changkong once said that he would do his best to help Takashi Ryushin. However, his only request was not to turn him into a zombie. Takashi Ryushin agreed then, but now? Takashi Ryushin frowned. You can keep it from him for now. Summon him back to the court first. Six-Fingered explained. Takashi Ryushin narrowed his eyes and pondered for a moment. Sima Changkong is so smart. Now that the news is spreading everywhere in the city, he will definitely know. If we summon him back, he will definitely sense it. Now that the two dynasties are at war, we can't be rash. Takashi Ryushin shook his head. Yes. Six Fingers could only nod helplessly. As long as Sima Changkong's family is in Wuxian City, he will not rebel. Don't worry. Takashi Ryushin said solemnly. Yes. Boundless Celestial Capital, Upper Study. Just as your Majesty said, Takashi Ryushin did not summon Sima Changkong back. Chang Ming said in a low voice. Very soon. Guhai smiled. The next day, Wuxian City, Upper Study Room. Takashi Ryushin and Lu Ji coldly looked at the official in front of them. Your Majesty, yesterday evening, an envoy from the Dahan Imperial Dynasty came to Silvermoon City and requested an audience with Lord Sima. The official said with a frown. Emissary of the Dahan? Asking to see Sima Changkong? Are you trying to bribe Sima Changkong? What did Sima Changkong say? Takashi Ryushin said coldly. Lord Sima did not see him. The official explained. He did not care about the Dahan trying to bribe him? Not bad. Takashi Ryushin sneered. Yes, Lord Sima is wholeheartedly loyal to the Wu Empire. It is impossible to bribe him. The official said respectfully. What about the emissary of the Dahan? Takashi Ryushin asked. I'm not sure. He disappeared that night. Disappeared? Takashi Ryushin stared. Yes, we have already searched Silvermoon City, but we did not find his whereabouts. The official shook his head. You may leave. Yes. Soon, only Takashi Ryushin and Lu Ji were left in the study room. Sima Changkong has also described everything. He said that this is Gu Hai's scheme. Your Majesty, please be assured. Lu Ji explained. Takashi Ryushin frowned. Be assured? What if Sima Changkong betrayed us? Now that the Wu Empire has lost 50 cities, didn't he say that the Dahan Imperial Dynasty will soon stop? Takashi Ryushin said coldly. Your Majesty, are you worried about Sima Changkong? Sift through the reports. Sima Changkong told me that he has the people's hearts and the Hanshio army will slow down. Investigate whether it is true. Takashi Ryushin said anxiously. Yes. Silvermoon City, City Lord's Mansion. Sima Changkong frowned as he listened to the reports coming in from all directions. My lord, we have lost 50 cities. Will His Majesty hold us accountable? Moreover, I heard that there are rumors in Martial Sky City that you will betray the Wu Empire, an official said worriedly. Sima Changkong shook his head. His Majesty is a man of great vision. How can he be bewitched by such rumors? I have already reported everything to His Majesty. His Majesty is not as short-sighted as the Crown Prince. Why would he suspect me? Moreover, our goal is about to be realized. Those elders? That's right. Those elders have already gathered the leaders of the 4 families for a meeting. 3 days later, you can just wait for the 50 cities that we have lost to erupt into chaos at the same time. Sima Changkong sneered. The people of 50 cities will riot at the same time and go against the Dahan Imperial Dynasty? The official's eyes lit up. That's right. The more cities the Dahan Imperial Dynasty takes, the more anxious they will be. In 3 days the Dahan Imperial Dynasty will definitely stop. Sima Changkong's eyes flashed with determination. 3 days later. Martial Sky City, Upper Study. How is it? Takashi Ryushin stared. 70 cities, but the Hanshio army has not stopped. Lu Ji said with an ugly expression. Didn't Sima Changkong say that it will be 3 days? In 3 days all of these cities will riot? Will there be riots? Takashi Ryushin stared. No. Moreover, the families in these 70 cities have all pledged their loyalty to the Dahan Imperial Dynasty and are helping the Dahan Imperial Dynasty to organize the people. Lu Ji frowned. Sima Changkong, he lied to me? Takashi Ryushin stared. Master, the Hanshio army is continuously attacking the cities and obtaining victory. I suspect that it has something to do with Sima Changkong. Sima Changkong is not resisting the enemy at all. He has been hiding from the Dahan army. How can he fight a war like that? What army? It's just an excuse. Lu Ji frowned. You're guessing that Sima Changkong has already betrayed the Wu Empire? Takeshi Ryushin said with an ugly expression. I'm not sure, but the current situation is completely different from what Sima Changkong said. There is not even the slightest resistance? Lu Ji frowned. Takeshi Ryushin anxiously walked around the study. Sima Changkong doesn't care about his family anymore? Takeshi Ryushin frowned. After frowning for a while, Takeshi Ryushin's expression turned ugly. Indeed. Those who achieve great things do not care about family. Then what do we do now? Lu Ji asked in confusion. Since he is not mobilizing his troops, we will summon him back. Takeshi Ryushin narrowed his eyes. Turn him into a zombie descendant? Lu Ji narrowed his eyes. Takeshi Ryushin pondered for a while before nodding. In the end, Mr. Silvermoon did not have the magnanimity of an emperor. The continuous losses at the front line had disrupted Mr. Silvermoon's composure. The Dahan Imperial Dynasty's bribing of Sima Changkong made Mr. Silvermoon even more suspicious of Sima Changkong. Now that Sima Changkong had lost, it deepened his fear. He had to do something. If he turned into a zombie, Sima Changkong would only be loyal to him. Silvermoon City. In a large hall. Sima Changkong was also stunned as he listened to the battle reports coming in from all directions. Impossible. Impossible. Why are the elders taking the lead and pledging loyalty to the Han Imperial Dynasty? Didn't they agree to it a few days ago? Sima Changkong said with an ugly expression. My lord, according to our spies a few days ago, there were various Dahan Chen envoys visiting the elders. The elders did not see the guests, but the next day, they arranged everything to help the Hanqiu army and win the hearts of the people. An official reported. Dahan envoys? Sima Changkong's expression darkened. Yes, I guess that although the elders did not see the guests on the surface, they secretly met the guests and were convinced, the official said with a frown. In the hall, the other officials also looked at Sima Changkong. Sima Changkong suddenly narrowed his eyes. What? Do you think that I secretly met the Dahan envoys that day? I wouldn't dare. The officials immediately shook their heads, but there was suspicion in their eyes. Sima Changkong's expression was unsightly. He understood that Gu Hai was framing him. However, so what if he understood? He had no way of explaining himself. However, it was fortunate that His Majesty was broad-minded and would not suspect him. At this time, another guard stepped into the hall. Reporting to my lord. Supreme Ao Xing requests an audience. Supreme Ao Xing? Please come in. Sima Changkong said doubtfully. In next to no time, Ao Xing stepped into the hall. Lord Sima. Ao Xing said with a smile. Supreme Ao? Are you here to help me? Sima Changkong said with a smile. Ao Xing shook his head. His Majesty sent me here to ask my lord to return to Martial Sky City with me. Martial Sky City? Sima Changkong raised his eyebrows. Yes, I'm fast. I can return in 2 to 4 hours. You won't be sending troops recently, so return to the capital. His Majesty has something to discuss with you. Ao Xing said with a smile. Something to discuss? Why didn't His Majesty say it clearly in the communication figurine? Sima Changkong said with an ugly expression. It's hard to say in the figurine, it's better to say it face to face. This is His Majesty's 9-dragon gold medallion. Lord Sima, please return with me. Ao Xing said solemnly. Sima Changkong's face immediately darkened. Summon me back? That's too obvious. Does he not trust me? Why does His Majesty not trust me all of a sudden? He wants me to return and turn me into his zombie descendant? Sima Changkong's eyelids twitched. Although he was loyal to Takeshi Ryushin, it didn't mean he was willing to become a zombie that was neither human nor ghost. Some people like to become zombies, but Sima Changkong didn't want to. Becoming a zombie meant that he couldn't control his own life and death? Supreme Ao, my army is about to send troops to the Hanqiu army. It's not convenient for me to return for the time being. Sima Changkong immediately shook his head. Lord Sima, you should know that your wife and children are in the imperial capital, and there are so many people in your Sima family. Are you sure you don't want to go back? Ao Xing said solemnly. Aha. Now all the generals in the city are watching. We are loyal to His Majesty with our lives. His Majesty won't use our families to threaten us, right? Sima Changkong said solemnly. Sima Changkong's words caused the expressions of some of the generals in the hall to turn ugly. Lord Sima. Ao Xing said coldly. A general is out in the field, and the emperor's orders are not obeyed. A great battle is imminent, and I can't be distracted for a moment. I won't go back for the time being. Once this battle is over, I will personally return to the imperial court and ask for punishment. Now, if you want to take me away, you can only take my corpse. Either kill me or let me command the two armies. Sima Changkong said coldly. Chapter 896. When a general is out in the field, he can't obey the orders of the emperor. The war is imminent and I can't be distracted. I won't go back for the time being. When the war is over, I will go back personally to ask for punishment. Now, if you want to take me away, you can only take my corpse. You can either kill me or let me command the two armies. Sima Changkong gritted his teeth and said coldly. Sima Changkong knew that as long as he went back, he would become a zombie. As for his family, as long as he didn't betray them, they would be safe. It didn't matter if he went back or not. Ao Xing smiled coldly. Sir Sima, you must be joking. His Majesty's order trumps everything. You've already given away 70 cities. Why would you care about this war? As he spoke, Ao Xing waved his hand. Boom. A gust of wind rushed into the hall. Sima Changkong's expression changed. He knew that things weren't looking good for him, but Ao Xing's strength was too strong after all. He appeared in front of Sima Changkong almost instantaneously and reached out to seal Sima Changkong's cultivation. Stop. The generals in the hall shouted angrily. His Majesty's 9 Dragons gold medallion is here. Seeing the medallion is like seeing His Majesty. Are you rebelling? Ao Xing glared. The officials' faces darkened. Don't worry. Sima Changkong will be back in at most 6 hours. Wait. Ao Xing said coldly. Sir. The officials looked at Sima Changkong anxiously. However, Sima Changkong's cultivation was sealed and he couldn't make a sound. His expression was terrible. Ao Xing didn't waste any time. He held Sima Changkong and rushed into the sky. Whoosh! In an instant, he turned into a stream of light and shot toward the north. Sima Changkong looked regretful as he was held under the armpit. Why did His Majesty become so impatient? He promised not to turn me into a zombie. Why did he do it? Was he blind? Had he misjudged Takashi Ryushin? Sima Changkong felt a sense of regret. He regretted betting everything on Takashi Ryushin. Silver Moon City in one of Gu Hai's shops. Ao Shun stood under the eaves and watched as Ao Xing flew away with Sima Changkong. He sneered, inform His Majesty that the fish has taken the bait. Yes. A person behind him replied respectfully. With that said, Ao Shun immediately turned into a stream of light and chased after him. Outside Silver Moon City, Ao Shun soon arrived at Ao Sheng's place. Boom. In an instant, Ao Shun stood in front of Ao Xing. Ao Shun, why are you here? Weren't you ordered by Gu Hai to subdue the North Sea Dragon tribe? Ao Sheng's expression changed as he said angrily. Gu Hai had arranged for Ao Shun to rescue the North Sea Dragon tribe. However, if he didn't say so in the imperial court, how could the great emperor dynasty let down their guard against Ao Shun? As expected, Ao Shun's appearance caused Ao Sheng's expression to change. Leave Sima Changkong behind. His Majesty wants him. Ao Shun said coldly. Sima Changkong, who was sandwiched under his body, suddenly had a dark expression. Ao Shun was here? Then everything that happened before was a trap that Gu Hai set for him? It seems that His Majesty guessed correctly. Sima Changkong, there is indeed something wrong with you. Ao Xing looked coldly at Sima Changkong. Woo. Sima Changkong tried to speak but couldn't make a sound. Bah. Ao Xing immediately slapped Sima Changkong's back. Sima Changkong immediately opened his mouth. I was tricked by Gu Hai. Ao Xing, don't slander me. Sima Changkong immediately rebuked. Ao Xing frowned and looked coldly at Ao Shun. Sima Changkong did not betray the Great Wu Empire. It's just that His Majesty is thirsty for talents, so he sent me here to invite Lord Sima. Ao Xing, let him go. Ao Shun said coldly. Although Ao Shun said so, Ao Xing still suspected Sima Changkong. Let him go? You must be joking. If you have the ability, kill him. Ao Xing sneered. Ao Xing. Sima Changkong glared angrily. Do you think it's enough to stop me with him? Although His Majesty is thirsty for talents, he is still not a subject of the Dahan. So what if I kill him? At most, I will be reprimanded by His Majesty. Ao Shun slapped at him. When the slap came, Ao Sheng's expression changed and he quickly retreated. Boom. The slap hit nothing. At this moment, Silver Moon City seemed to have noticed the abnormality and a few soldiers rushed over. Protect Sima Changkong and inform His Majesty. Ao Sheng threw Sima Changkong over and rushed toward Ao Shun at the same time. Boom. Ao Shun and Ao Sheng collided and formed a huge airflow. The two powerful people suddenly started fighting. Sir. A group of soldiers rushed toward Sima Changkong. However, at this moment, Sima Changkong seemed to be pulled into the forest by a strange force. Not good, quickly save my lord. A group of soldiers immediately rushed into the forest, but Sima Changkong had already disappeared. In a valley. Sima Changkong landed on a big rock and a man in a black Taoist robe stood in front of him. Mosquito Daoran? Sima Changkong was surprised. It was Mosquito Daoran who had dragged him into the forest. Mosquito Daoran? Ao Shun? Guhai had planned this for a long time. Dahan Imperial Dynasty, Legio 6 Commander, Mosquito Daoran, greets Mr. Sima. Mosquito Daoran smiled. Since you have arrived at Silver Moon City long ago, why didn't you attack earlier? Sima Changkong glared. That's right, as early as 3 days ago, I had already arrived at Silver Moon City and knew where Mr. Sima was. It was easy to catch you. Mosquito Daoran smiled. Sima Changkong's expression changed. However, His Majesty has decreed that we are not to be rude to Sir. We are not to coerce Sir, so we did not take action until just now. When Ao Sheng took Sir hostage, we saved him. Mosquito Daoran smiled. Ao Sheng took action? This is all your fault. Sima Changkong said with a gloomy expression. Sir, that's not right. When two armies fight, it's up to each other. His Majesty did send people to Wuxian City to spread rumors, but didn't you also send spies to the infinite celestial capital? As for the rest, it's all about strategy on the battlefield. It's up to each person's ability. It's fair and square, isn't it? Mosquito Daoran smiled. Sima Changkong snorted coldly. He was speechless. His Majesty loves talents, so he has never coerced Sir. Today, I am here with His Majesty's sincerity to invite Sir to join the Dahan Imperial Dynasty and create great things together. Mosquito Daoran solemnly said. Join the Dahan Imperial Dynasty? Sima Changkong smiled mockingly. Sir, why do you have to do this? Takeshi Ryushin is suspicious of Sir. He even wants to turn you into a zombie. What are you reluctant to do? Mosquito Daoran said with a smile. His Majesty is not what you say. His bearing is also not what you think. Then why is he coercing you today? Mosquito Daoran asked with a smile. A disloyal subject. You want me to join the Dahan Imperial Dynasty? Impossible. Sir, is it because your family is in Wuxian City? We can do our best to save your family and people. Mosquito Daoran said. Sima Changkong's eyelids twitched as if he was tempted. However, he restrained himself and shook his head in the end. This one is appreciated by Takeshi Ryushin. A gentleman will die for his friend. I will not betray the country. His Majesty knows about Sir's integrity and wants me to tell Sir that His Majesty cares more about Sir's integrity and responsibility to his people and family than Sir's intelligence. His Majesty says that the Dahan Imperial Dynasty is determined to obtain Sir. Mosquito Daoran said. However, Sima Changkong smiled coldly and said, Determined to obtain? Is he going to forcefully kidnap me? No, His Majesty said that he will wait until Sir is willing. He will not force Sir. Mosquito Daoran said. Not forcing me? Then are you willing to let me leave? Sima Changkong asked. Of course. If Sir is not willing to go with me, I will leave immediately. However, Sir should let me go back to explain, right? If His Majesty asks, how should I answer? What will it take for Sir to be willing to join my Dahan Imperial Dynasty? Mosquito Daoran asked. Tell Guhai that unless I give up on Takeshi Ryushin, it will never be possible. Sima Changkong said coldly. Okay, I will tell him. Mosquito Daoran said with a smile. With that, Mosquito Daoran's figure flashed and disappeared. Sima Changkong was slightly stunned. Mosquito Daoran really left? Sir, are you okay? Immediately, a group of soldiers found Sima Changkong. I'm fine. Sima Changkong said with a complicated expression. Sir, was that Mosquito Daoran? A soldier's expression changed. Yes. Sima Changkong's expression turned ugly. He understood that Mosquito Daoran had deliberately let others discover him. Was he framing him again? Sir, shall we return to Silver Moon City? A soldier shouted. Sima Changkong frowned as he looked at the battle between Ao Shun and Ao Sheng in the distance. After a moment of silence, he shook his head. No, I will follow Ao Xing back to Wutian City later. Ah. I want to see His Majesty and explain everything. Otherwise, everything in front of us will become more and more unclear, Sima Changkong said bitterly. But won't we be in danger if we stay here? Ao Shun and Mosquito Daoran are extremely strong people in Heavenly Palace. They will leave soon, Sima Changkong said with a bitter smile. Sure enough, there was a loud noise in the sky. Boom. Ao Shun and Ao Xing suddenly separated in the void. Ao Shun walked away, leaving Ao Xing alone with an ugly expression. Supreme Ao Xing. Sima Changkong shouted. Ao Xing, who was far away, narrowed his eyes and came close in an instant. Sima Changkong? What is going on? Ao Xing said coldly. I will follow you back to Wutian City. To see His Majesty. Sima Changkong said with a bitter smile. Now he was more and more suspicious. Gu Hai's framing came wave after wave. He had no way to defend himself. Continue to stay? It would only make His Majesty more suspicious. He could only go back and hope that his explanation could clear His Majesty's doubts. His Majesty is wise and bold, unlike the Crown Prince who haggles over every little thing. He will definitely understand me and convince His Majesty. Sima Changkong said silently in his heart. Ao Xing once again brought Sima Changkong and flew quickly to the horizon. This time there was no obstruction. Wutian City, upper study room. Bam. Takeshi Ryushin slammed his palm on the table. He stared at the official in front of him. Your Majesty, that Mosquito Daoran only met with Lord Sima for a short while. The official reported. Sima Changkong? Guhai. Ha ha ha. Takeshi Ryushin's face darkened. Your Majesty, Takeshi Ryushin will be back soon, you should ask him face to face. And when he becomes a zombie descendant he will. Lu Ji said with a frown. Long Shenwu nodded, suppressing the anger in his heart with a gloomy expression. Not good. Lu Ji's face suddenly darkened. What's wrong? Sima Changkong's wife wants to escape with his son? Lu Ji's ears twitched and his face darkened. Take them and bring them here. Takeshi Ryushin said with a glare. Yes. Chapter 897. Spiritual Mountain Sacred Ground. Past Hall. The past Buddha sat on the main lotus seat, surrounded by a group of bodhisattvas and arhats. Everyone looked at a man in a brocade robe in front of them. The Han Imperial Dynasty, Jianghu of the Embroidered Uniform Guards, Tang Tian, greets past Buddha Lord. The man bowed slightly. Did Gu Hai send you here? Tang Tian? The past Buddha looked at the man in front of him in confusion. However, there was no such person in his understanding of the Han Imperial Dynasty. I am a Jianghu of the Embroidered Uniform Guards. I am only in charge of gathering information about the spiritual mountain sacred ground. Tang Tian nodded. Oh? Just an ordinary embroidered uniform guard? The past Buddha asked. Yes. Tang Tian nodded. Gu Hai sent you to find me? Aren't you afraid that I will make you unable to walk out of this hall forever? The past Buddha asked. I am just a nameless soldier, a Jianghu of the Embroidered Uniform Guards. There are thousands of the Han Imperial Dynasty. I'm not of much value. If you want to keep me, then keep me. It is not a big loss to the Han Imperial Dynasty. Tang Tian smiled casually. You are not afraid of death? The past Buddha asked coldly. Who is afraid of death? But I am willing to die for the Han Imperial Dynasty, for His Majesty. Tang Tian said calmly. My entire family was saved by His Majesty. My son, my daughter, my father, and my mother have already been given the best arrangements by His Majesty. What worries do I have? Past Buddha, I am here today not to discuss my life or death, but to bring His Majesty's words to you. Tang Tian said solemnly. The past Buddha frowned and looked at Tang Tian. His Majesty said that although Tangut betrayed His Majesty, he is still His Majesty's son. His Majesty said that Tangut's soul will be with you for now. His Majesty will come and take it. If His Majesty comes and Tangut's soul is not here, His Majesty will skin you alive. Tang Tian said. How dare you? The bodhisattvas and arhats were furious. How dare he come to the past hall and point at the past Buddha's nose and say that he will skin him alive? Was he tired of living? Under the immense pressure, Tang Tian spat out a mouthful of blood. However, even though his life was on the line, Tang Tian was not afraid at all. Instead he revealed a sinister smile. The past Buddha waved his hand and stopped all the bodhisattvas and arhats. He looked at Tang Tian coldly. Since Gu Hai cares about Tanget's soul, why didn't he tell me personally? Even if he didn't come personally, why didn't he send a message through the Guqin figurine? Do I need you to speak on my behalf? The past Buddha said coldly. Since I've delivered the message, I should take my leave. Of course, if you want to kill me, you can too. Tang Tian sneered and did not reply. Turning his head, Tang Tian walked out of the hall. Step by step, the group of bodhisattvas and arhats wanted to stop him, but they were stopped by the Buddha of the past. The past Buddha watched as Tang Tian slowly disappeared from the hall, his face slightly gloomy. Buddha, what does that Gu Hai mean? Send someone to threaten you? Where did he get the guts? A bodhisattva frowned. He defeated the Tong Tian sect master twice. Does he not have the guts? The past Buddha said coldly. The bodhisattvas were speechless. They suddenly remembered how terrifying Gu Hai was. But as you asked, why didn't Gu Hai use the Guqin figurine to talk to you? Instead, he sent this inconspicuous Jianghu of the embroidered uniform guards? A bodhisattva frowned. Gu Hai doesn't want to negotiate with me? Hey, he sent someone to let me pay attention to Tanget's soul, so that I won't destroy him. Gu Hai is currently busy, or rather, he doesn't dare to look for me. The past Buddha frowned. Doesn't want to negotiate with you? Gu Hai is really cunning, humph. The past Buddha snorted. Buddha, what about Tanget's soul? Do you want to interrogate him? Of course we have to interrogate him. Send him to the 18th level of hell and slowly interrogate him. The past Buddha said solemnly. Martial Sky City. Inside a large hall. Takeshi Ryushin and Six-Fingered looked at a white-clothed lady. The lady was frightened. She bit her lips and hugged a 4- or 5-year-old boy tightly. Mother, it hurts. The boy cried out in grievance. The white-clothed lady immediately loosened her grip. Xiaobao, don't be afraid. Mother is here. Takeshi Ryushin looked at the white-clothed lady and frowned. Madame Sima, don't worry. I won't make things difficult for you. The white-clothed lady, Madame Sima, bit her lips and didn't say anything. She just hugged the boy in fear. Takeshi Ryushin frowned and looked at Six-Fingered. When I arrived, Madame Sima was hugging young Master Sima and secretly escaping. Six-Fingered explained. Escaping? Yes, Your Majesty. Although my hearing is better than others, I can't be distracted too much. The Sima family is a large family. I have to monitor everyone and take turns to listen in. However, I didn't expect Madame Sima to escape with young Master Sima. Just now, I used my hearing ability to eavesdrop. It seems like the servants of the Sima family mentioned that someone recently came into contact with Madame Sima and might have said a lot about how Your Majesty wants to deal with Sima Changkong. Therefore, she might not want to cause trouble for Sima Changkong and decided to escape first. Takeshi Ryushin frowned. Are there really so many rumors in the city? Yes. Six-Fingered nodded. Takeshi Ryushin looked at Madame Sima and fell silent. Shoo. But at this moment, a ray of light flashed past and rushed into the hall. Let him in. Six-Fingered shouted. Outside the hall, a group of guards went to their positions. It was Ao Sheng who brought Sima Changkong and flew into the great hall. Oh. The two of them landed. Your Majesty, we have brought him back. Ao Sheng said. Your Majesty. Sima Changkong bowed respectfully to Takeshi Ryushin the moment he entered the hall. Daddy. Behind him, the little boy's eyes suddenly lit up and he cried out in surprise. Sima Changkong quivered. Xiaobao? Madam? The woman hugged Xiaobao, preventing him from rushing forward. The woman was still in a state of shock. She only hugged Xiaobao without saying a word. Xiaobao was anxious. Mommy, let go of me. Daddy is back. Daddy said that he would bring me toys. I want toys. I want Daddy. I want Daddy to hug me. Xiaobao struggled, but Sima Changkong felt a lump in his throat. He instantly understood what was going on. Turning his head, Sima Changkong looked at Takeshi Ryushin. Your Majesty, this subject and Your Majesty had an agreement. No matter what, as long as this subject did not betray the great Emperor dynasty, Your Majesty would not disturb my family. Your Majesty, you promised this subject. Sima Changkong said with reddened eyes. Six-Fingered immediately smiled. Madame Sima was bewitched by a scoundrel and misunderstood Your Majesty. She wanted to hide, so I... Shut up. Sima Changkong glared at him. Mr. Six-Fingered? When is it your turn to interrupt when I am talking to His Majesty? Don't think that the Crown Prince will protect you. When it comes to national affairs, even the crown prince cannot interfere with His Majesty's judgment. Sima Changkong glared at Six-Fingered. Six-Fingered's face stiffened. Takeshi Ryushin's face darkened. Your Majesty, this subject has suffered a setback at the front lines. If Your Majesty thinks that this subject is not up to the task, you can dismiss me. Why did you do so much? Your Majesty, you shouldn't be like this. How much did you trust this subject in the past? During the revival assembly, you asked this subject to guard the great emperor dynasty. This subject was cautious and conscientious. The crown prince wanted to seize power and expressed goodwill to this subject many times. This subject did not waver and guarded the country for Your Majesty. Your Majesty, why do you doubt this subject? Sima Changkong said bitterly. At the side, Ao Xing frowned slightly. He did not say anything and just watched from the side. Sima Changkong, you have worked hard and contributed greatly. This emperor will naturally recognize it. Takeshi Ryushin said after taking a deep breath. Then what about this subject's wife and children? Sima Changkong asked with reddened eyes. This emperor invited them here to be witnesses. Sima Changkong, since you said that you are loyal to this emperor, then prove it here. Takeshi Ryushin said solemnly. Proof? How does Your Majesty want to prove it? Sima Changkong asked with reddened eyes. Sima Changkong suddenly realized in despair that he could not say the words he had thought of to explain Gu Hai's schemes. His Majesty did not care about the motives of those schemes. His Majesty only wanted to turn him into a zombie? However, His Majesty had promised him that he would never turn him into a zombie. Could it be that His Majesty wanted to break his promise? As my descendant, this emperor will trust you unconditionally. The great emperor dynasty's 3 armies will be under your command. Even the dragon race's army will be under your command. How about it? You will be this emperor's most trusted person. Takeshi Ryushin said solemnly. Sima Changkong's head buzzed. His Majesty still said it in the end. Did not trust him? Wanted to turn him into a zombie descendant? Your Majesty, you have changed. You have become less confident in yourself. No one dares to approach you now that you have changed. You said before that the zombie bloodline is only an auxiliary ability, so you won't rely on it too much. After all, not everyone wants to become a zombie. As an emperor, you should embrace the heroes of the world with your heart, not rely on your zombie descendants to threaten the heroes of the world. This will only make the heroes of the world fear you and stay away from you. Sima Changkong said anxiously to Takeshi Ryushin. Takeshi Ryushin frowned slightly. This emperor knows, but this emperor cares more about Mr. Sima. What if I say no? Sima Changkong stared at Takeshi Ryushin. Lu Ji sneered. It's not up to you. Takeshi Ryushin's eyes were firm as if he was determined to win. Ao Xing opened his mouth but did not know what to say. Daddy, mommy, let go of me. I want daddy. Xiaobao shouted from behind. The woman hugged Xiaobao tightly and cried silently. Sima Changkong's eyes reddened slightly. At this moment, Sima Changkong seemed to have completely given up on Takeshi Ryushin. Your Majesty, if I don't agree, are you going to kill my wife and child? Sima Changkong said with reddened eyes. Don't worry, this emperor only cares about you. As long as you cooperate, you will be able to take them away quickly. This time, I can even bring them to the front line. Takeshi Ryushin said in a low voice. Ha ha ha. Sima Changkong showed a look of despair. In the main hall, his cultivation was so weak that he could not resist at all. However, after hearing Takeshi Ryushin's words, Sima Changkong still felt like his heart had given up. That kind of ambition in the past had turned into dejection and despair. Just as Sima Changkong was in despair. Suddenly, a loud shout came from outside Martial Sky City. Sima Changkong, you said to Mosquito Daoran that if you enter the Dahan Imperial Dynasty, you must give up on Takeshi Ryushin. Now have you given up? The loud shout reverberated throughout Martial Sky City. What? The officials and citizens in the city were in an uproar. Gu Hai's voice? Lu Ji's expression changed. Impossible, Gu Hai came to Martial Sky City? Ao Sheng's expression also changed. Takeshi Ryushin's eyelids twitched as he looked at Sima Changkong. Even Sima Changkong was shocked. Gu Hai's voice? That's right, it's him. But why would there be Gu Hai's voice in Martial Sky City? Did he come specially to pick me up? Chapter 898. Gu Hai's voice could be heard from outside Martial Sky City. The entire city was in an uproar. Is that Emperor Dahan the Great? Gu Hai's voice, that's right. He's courting death. How dare he come to Martial Sky City? How dare he? His Majesty is in court and he dares to come? The entire city was in an uproar. In Takashi Ryushin's hall, everyone's expression changed. Gu Hai. Ao Shung's expression changed, and he was the first to step out. Takashi Ryushin looked at Sima Changkong with a gloomy expression. Sima Changkong was slightly taken aback. He glanced at his wife and son, gritted his teeth and stepped out of the hall. Only then did Long Shenwu step out of the main hall. Before stepping out of the hall, Takashi Ryushin said, Lu Ji, protect Mrs. Sima and young Master Sima. Yes. Lu Ji stayed in the hall. Sima Changkong turned to look at Takashi Ryushin and sighed bitterly. Even now, His Majesty is guarding against me? What do you mean by protecting my wife and son? It's more like holding me hostage. Takashi Ryushin walked out of the hall, and the Great Wu's officials quickly gathered from all directions. They looked coldly at the three figures in the south of the city, Gu Hai Ao Shun, and Mosquito Daoren. Gu Hai. Takashi Ryushin glared. His eyes were filled with hatred. Gu Hai looked at Takashi Ryushin and smiled coldly. He then looked at Sima Changkong. Mr. Sima, this time I came especially for you. What do you think of Mosquito Daoren's suggestion? Gu Hai asked again. Sima Changkong's eyelids twitched. He looked at Gu Hai with a complicated expression. Takashi Ryushin looked coldly at Sima Changkong. Lord Sima, is Gu Hai here for you? Sima Changkong looked at Takashi Ryushin. At this moment he felt that Takashi Ryushin was a stranger. Sima Changkong turned to Gu Hai and said coldly, Gu Hai, you came especially for me? Ha, do you know how badly you've caused me harm? Ha, not long ago you plotted a conspiracy in the boundless celestial capital. Isn't that causing you harm? Gu Hai laughed. Sima Changkong's expression froze. Sir, you and I are opposing each other. I don't think it's about who is harming who. It's about who's far-sighted. Gu Hai laughed. Sima Changkong's expression darkened. Sir, the Dahan Imperial Dynasty sincerely invites Mr. Sima to join the Dahan Imperial Dynasty. I guarantee your safety. Gu Hai said solemnly. Ha ha ha, Gu Hai, where do you think this is? You're inviting my subjects in my Martial Sky City? Takashi Ryushin glared. Gu Hai then looked at Takashi Ryushin. You don't trust your subjects. People turn into corpses and are feared like snakes and scorpions. Even without me today, your subjects will leave you one by one in the future. You're not fit to be the emperor. I'm not fit? Ha ha, Gu Hai, aren't you overconfident? Takashi Ryushin said coldly. You can ask Mr. Sima. He was your most trusted subject in the past. What about now? Gu Hai said solemnly. Takashi Ryushin looked at Sima Changkong. Sima Changkong looked at Gu Hai and sneered. Gu Hai, give up. I'm a subject of the Wu dynasty. I will never betray the Wu dynasty. Takashi Ryushin sighed inwardly. The people in the city also frowned and looked at Gu Hai. This person was too arrogant. Did he think that he could bewitch Master Sima with a few words? Mr. Sima, is that what you think, or is it because your wife and children are being held hostage by Takashi Ryushin behind you so you have no choice but to agree? Gu Hai asked. What do you mean? Your wife and children are being held hostage? Countless people in the city were puzzled. Gu Hai, I don't know what you're talking about. You're saying that in Martial Sky City, are you provoking the Great Emperor Dynasty? Do you know that you're seeking death? Martial Sky City is full of luck. His Majesty can kill you like killing a chicken. Sima Changkong said coldly. If Takashi Ryushin mobilizes the power of the dynasty, I will naturally be in danger. I might even be in danger of dying. However, even if I know the danger, I still came. It's not that I don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. I just want to invite you to join the Dahan Imperial Dynasty with my most sincere sincerity. The Great Emperor Dynasty is no longer worth risking everything for. The Dahan Imperial Dynasty is your best choice. Gu Hai said sincerely. Gu Hai invited Sima Changkong as the emperor to personally come to danger. No matter who it was, they could feel Gu Hai's sincerity. How could Sima Changkong not feel it? At the very least, Takashi Ryushin couldn't possibly do this to him, right? Sima Changkong showed a trace of bitterness. However, he could not agree at all. However, Takashi Ryushin glared and said, Gu Hai, it looks like this emperor will have to keep you here today. As he spoke, the golden dragon of luck above the sea of luck roared as if it wanted to mobilize the power of the nation. Takashi Ryushin, you don't dare to come over. Gu Hai said with a cold smile. Huh? Because Sima Changkong has not been turned into a zombie descendant by you. If you charge at this emperor guarantees that the mosquito Daoran will take him away immediately. Do you believe me? Gu Hai said coldly. But you will also stay here. Takashi Ryushin said coldly. You can try. Gu Hai said coldly. At the same time, Gu Hai looked at Sima Changkong. Mr. Sima, if Takashi Ryushin attacks with all his strength, I will have to retreat because I don't have the power of the nation. However, I will let the mosquito Daoran save you as well as your wife and children in the palace behind you. I will ensure your safety. Please cooperate with me. Gu Hai shouted. Takashi Ryushin's eyelids twitched violently. Unless he turned Sima Changkong into a zombie first, if he couldn't kill Gu Hai, then Sima Changkong would. Takashi Ryushin glanced at Sima Changkong. At this moment, Sima Changkong's mind was in a dilemma. The first thought in his mind was to reject Gu Hai. But what would happen after that? Even if he didn't cooperate with Gu Hai and stayed, he would still be turned into a zombie by Takashi Ryushin in the end. From then on, he would be neither human nor ghost. Even his wife and children would become zombies. Takashi Ryushin had changed. He was different from before. He would definitely do that. But what about agreeing to Gu Hai's request? Look at Gu Hai's bearing. His subjects, Montez Mo Yike, Kong Xian Ao Shun, and Mosquito Daoran, were all enemies of Gu Hai in the past. They even had a feud of life and death. However, after they were subdued by Gu Hai, they never cared about their past hatred. This was the bearing of an emperor. It was a bearing that accepted all rivers into the sea. Compared to Takashi Ryushin, he could even doubt the person he trusted the most. Was there still a future for him to follow Takashi Ryushin? His loyalty in the past was so laughable. Moreover, Gu Hai was extremely sincere to him. In order to invite him, he didn't care about life and death. What else could he be picky about? Sima Changkong? Takashi Ryushin said in a low voice. Sima Changkong smiled bitterly. He couldn't escape at all. Although Gu Hai invited him, what could he do? Even so, Sima Changkong suddenly bowed slightly to Gu Hai. How dare you? Takashi Ryushin glared. Thank you, Mr. Sima. Gu Hai laughed. Takashi Ryushin reached out to grab Sima Changkong. Attack! Gu Hai shouted. Boom! Mosquito Daoran suddenly waved his hand, and an overwhelming number of mosquitoes attacked the palace. Release the arrows. The palace guards shouted. Boom! The rain of arrows went straight for the mosquitoes. Ao Shun immediately rushed over. Obviously, Takashi Ryushin didn't have time to turn Sima Changkong into a zombie. Ao Shing block Ao Shun. Gu Hai and the others, leave them to me. Takashi Ryushin shouted. Yes. Boom. Ao Shun and Ao Shing collided in the sky. Takashi Ryushin immediately rushed into the sky. His body shook and a pair of huge dragon scale wings appeared on his back. People of the Emperor dynasty, the Dahan bandits are attacking. I need your strength. Please raise your right hand and help me destroy them. Takashi Ryushin shouted. Brr. The golden dragon of luck roared. Takashi Ryushin's voice immediately spread throughout the Emperor dynasty and entered the ears of all the people. All the people immediately raised their right hand. They needed to borrow the strength to come forward. Retreat. Gu Hai sneered. Swish. Gu Hai and Mosquito Daoran immediately fled into the distance. You want to leave? It's too late. Takashi Ryushin shouted. He instantly appeared in front of Gu Hai. Boom. Mosquito Daoran collided with his palm and was immediately sent flying. Even so, the golden dragon of luck continued to surge into Takashi Ryushin's body. Takashi Ryushin became stronger and stronger. Gu Hai quickly escaped under the protection of Mosquito Daoran. Escape? Let's see where you can escape to. Takashi Ryushin sneered. Five-colored divine light. A loud shout suddenly came from the direction of Martial Sky City. Boom. With a loud sound, a large number of Emperor Dynasty zombies were sent flying. Disciples of the Sima family quickly fly up. I will bring you away. Kong Xian's voice came from the direction of Martial Sky City. Takashi Ryushin, who was charging towards Gu Hai, had a change in expression. He knew that Gu Hai was too prepared. He wanted to deal with Kong Xian, but he couldn't give up this opportunity to kill Gu Hai. 6 fingers, kill Sima Changkong and his family. Takashi Ryushin shouted. At this moment, Takashi Ryushin's target was Gu Hai. As long as Gu Hai died, he would win. As for Sima Changkong, in order to prevent any accidents, he couldn't let Kong Xian snatch her away. Even if he couldn't get her, he couldn't give her to Gu Hai. Under Takashi Ryushin's order, Sima Changkong's expression changed. No, don't kill my wife and child. Sima Changkong instantly rushed into the main hall in fear. In the main hall, Six Fingers' palm was aimed at Sima Changkong's wife and daughter. "Daddy, I'm scared," Xiaobao cried. However, Six Fingers' strength was much stronger than Sima Changkong's family. Madame Sima was about to die under Six Fingers' hands. "Don't." Sima Changkong cried out in fear. However, Madame Sima suddenly revealed a cold smile and extended her hand to meet Six Fingers' attack. Boom. With a loud sound, Madame Sima was unharmed. However, Six Fingers was instantly crushed by this powerful force. Six Fingers was a heaven-grade Guqin. His body was slightly different from a human's. At this moment, he was crushed by a palm, and his entire body was filled with cracks. How is this possible? It's you? Shengwanhen? Six Fingers shouted in despair. However, he saw that the Lady Sima in front of him slowly changed shape, slowly taking on Shengwanhen's appearance. Walalala. Six Fingers instantly turned into a pile of fragments and fell to the ground. Six Fingers died. Shengwanhen. Sima Changkong's expression changed. "Mr. Sima, please forgive me. His Majesty was worried that your wife would be hurt, so he had me transform into her appearance." Shengwanhen bowed slightly. "Where's my wife?" Sima Changkong glared. "She's fine. When your son and I were captured, she had already been sent out of the city." Shengwanhen said. Sima Changkong's mind suddenly buzzed. He then revealed a bitter smile. Sima Changkong understood. What did he mean by his wife escaping? This was all an act by Guhai. In order to force Takashi Ryushin to suspect him, in order to force Takashi Ryushin to use his wife to threaten him. Guhai had appeared at the right time. Shengwanhen must have informed him. Takashi Ryushin had been fooled. He had also been fooled. However, at this moment, so what if he was fooled? Takashi Ryushin's sentence, Six Fingers kill Sima Changkong's family, had completely made Sima Changkong give up. Although he was flustered, Guhai had given him a way out. "Sir, don't worry. With me here, you and young master will definitely be safe." Shengwanhen reached out and grabbed Sima Changkong. Shio. The three of them instantly disappeared from the main hall. Without Takashi Ryushin, Shengwanhen's strength was unrivaled in Wuxian City. Chapter 899. Takashi Ryushin mobilized the power of the great martial arts world. More and more power surged toward Takashi Ryushin. He was already strong enough, but now he was even more powerful. Mosquito Daoran was sent flying again and again, but he did not gain any advantage. "Guhai, if you have the ability, don't hide behind Mosquito Daoran. Come out, don't hide." Takashi Ryushin glared. "Your Majesty, I can't hold on any longer." Mosquito Daoran crawled out of the ruins with difficulty. Guhai never made a move. He always hid behind Mosquito Daoran. It was as if he was afraid of competing with Takashi Ryushin. "Alright, Mosquito Daoran, you go first. Leave this to me." Guhai said coldly. "Yes." Mosquito Daoran answered. Guhai slowly flew out, surrounded by rolling smoke. Takashi Ryushin's gaze was fixed on Guhai. When he saw Guhai fly over, he revealed a cold smile. "Guhai, do you think that I am as gullible as the Tongtian sect master?" Takashi Ryushin glared and reached out with his palm. Bang! Guhai suddenly turned into a cloud of smoke and exploded. "Ancient Immortal Dome? Break." Takashi Ryushin slashed with his hand. Boom! A super huge black hole suddenly appeared in the void. He hoped to tear apart the barrier of the ancient Immortal Dome. However, under Takashi Ryushin's slash, the black hole appeared, but Guhai still did not. What's going on? Takashi Ryushin's face darkened. He saw thin threads of energy emerging from the void around the black hole. Takashi Ryushin grabbed. Boom! A large number of spirit stones and magic treasures emerged from the ground. Ego Daore? Where are they? Takashi Ryushin's expression changed. Who? When he turned around, the Mosquito Daoran disappeared. The battle in Wuxian City had also ended. Although Ao Sheng was strong, Ao Shun, Shengwanhen, and Kong Xian were all experts. In almost an instant, Ao Sheng was heavily injured and knocked to the ground while vomiting blood. Everyone had already fled. Everyone had fled? Even Guhai was gone? Takashi Ryushin's expression instantly turned ferocious, and he quickly searched around. Takashi Ryushin searched every nook and cranny of the forest. However, the people that Guhai had brought were all gone. Your Majesty, Six Fingers is dead. Kong Xian swallowed the Sima Changkong clan and took them away. We were tricked. Ao Xing said with a pained expression as he climbed out of the hole. Takashi Ryushin. He had mobilized the power of the nation, an extremely strong force, to fight to the death with Gu Hai. Yet he fled. He fled. Everyone had fled? No. Bastard. Bastard. Takashi Ryushin's expression changed dramatically. At this moment, Takashi Ryushin did not know how to explain this to the people. He had borrowed their strength, but it was useless. He had been tricked. Takashi Ryushin showed a ferocious expression. Humph? Flee? I want you to flee. Boom. Takashi Ryushin's figure flashed and rushed toward the south. He was extremely fast and disappeared in an instant. Takashi Ryushin's strength was already very strong. Now that he had mobilized the power of the nation, he was even faster than the Tongtian sect master in the past. In just a few breaths, he had reached the border of the Great Wu Empire and entered the Dehan Imperial Dynasty. After entering the Dehan Imperial Dynasty, the Golden Dragon of Destiny in his body left its territory. Its power instantly dissipated, but even so, its power was extremely strong. Limitless Celestial Capital? Gu Hai, you're not as fast as me. Since you came to disturb my martial sky city, I'll crush your limitless celestial capital and blow it up. Takashi Ryushin rushed toward the limitless celestial capital with a ferocious expression. The limitless celestial capital was still flying. Although it was not where it used to be, Takashi Ryushin still knew its general location. In just a short while he arrived outside the limitless celestial capital. Boom. Takashi Ryushin's arrival immediately brought about a storm. The storm swept across the limitless celestial capital. The limitless celestial capital trembled slightly. Takashi Ryushin was filled with rage. He wanted to completely destroy the limitless celestial capital to avenge the humiliation that Gu Hai had inflicted on him. However, just as he was about to attack, a loud shout suddenly rang out. Takashi Ryushin. A loud shout instantly spread throughout the void. Takashi Ryushin paused. His expression changed as he looked toward the Soaring Palace Square. He saw Gu Hai in the Soaring Palace Square, holding the life execution saber in his hand and looking at him coldly. What? Takashi Ryushin's expression changed. Why are you here? Gu Hai looked at the golden energy that kept emerging from Takashi Ryushin's back in the distance. He sneered. The power of a nation? Once you leave your territory, your destiny will no longer help you accumulate power. How much power do you have left? Roar. Inside his body, the golden dragon of destiny let out a miserable cry. Clearly, after leaving the Great Wu Empire for too long, it was struggling painfully like a fish without water. The power of the people was also decreasing at an exponential rate. Seeing Gu Hai standing in the limitless celestial capital, Takashi Ryushin was completely dumbfounded. No wonder I couldn't find you earlier. No wonder you didn't attack earlier. Was it fake? That was fake. You didn't go to Martial Sky City at all. That was formed using the chest Dao formation. Gu Hai, you liar. Takashi Ryushin roared. Attacking, but it was useless. The Dehan Imperial Dynasty's Golden Dragon of Destiny seemed to have sensed the foreign Golden Dragon and suddenly roared. Roar. With a roar, the Golden Dragon in his body was almost completely destroyed without the territory to rely on. Looks like you don't want to leave either. It's fine if you don't want to leave. Stay then. Gu Hai said coldly. Roar. Gu Hai, I'll kill you. Roar. Takashi Ryushin roared ferociously. He didn't even attack. That was because the Golden Dragon of Destiny had been destroyed and the power of the people had almost completely dissipated. Once Gu Hai tangled with him, Kong Xian, Shanghai Guanhen, and Mosquito Daoran would return. He wouldn't be able to leave even if he wanted to. Boom. Takashi Ryushin turned around and shot into the distance. He was going back to where he came from. After Takashi Ryushin left, Mo Yike walked out from the side of the Soaring Palace Hall. Guqin Crown Prince, you can remove the life entrapment blade formation. Mo Yike looked at Guqin beside him. Guqin also walked out from the shadows. The life entrapment blade in his hand trembled. In the square of the Soaring Palace Hall, Gu Hai disappeared in a flash. Takashi Ryushin retreated in shock and anger. At this moment, a huge peacock flew towards the limitless celestial capital. It was Kong Xian who had transformed into his 3,000 feet body and spat out the disciples of the Sima clan. There was also a lady in white. Husband Xiao Bao. The lady in white hugged Sima Changkong. Sima Changkong also hugged his wife and daughter tightly. For a moment, tears welled up in his eyes. He almost thought that he was going to lose his wife and daughter. Family head. The disciples of the Sima clan bowed respectfully to Sima Changkong. Sima Changkong was slightly choked with sobs. Xiao Bao, go to mother's arms. Sima Changkong then placed Xiao Bao in the lady's arms. Father, father, hug, hug, hug. Xiao Bao cried. Sima Changkong, however, wiped his tears and smiled. Turning his head, Sima Changkong looked at Gu Hai. Ancient Emperor, previously I was still guessing that you were using a chess formation to trick Takashi Ryushin. Sima Changkong looked at Gu Hai. I said that it was worth the risk for teacher to come here. Only by coming here personally can I show my sincerity, Gu Hai said with a smile. Previously, when Takashi Ryushin attacked, Gu Hai was indeed in danger, especially when he tore open the void. Even if he hid in the immortal dome of the ancients, it was useless. However, this was different from the previous time with the Tongtian sect master. This time it was premeditated and premeditated. When Takashi Ryushin attacked, Gu Hai had already prepared a tunnel to escape. At that time there was a large amount of smoke around, and it was easy to confuse one's vision. Takashi Ryushin had not thought of the most obvious tunnel. That location was where Gu Hai's vision was. When Takashi Ryushin attacked with all his strength and tore open the void, the tunnel would definitely have collapsed under the tremendous force. Gu Hai had also set up a chess formation nearby, but this was to make Takashi Ryushin suspicious. However, this suspicion was not confirmed. When Takashi Ryushin arrived at the infinite celestial capital and saw him standing before the soaring sky hall, he would definitely guess the purpose of the chess formation. He would think that the person in the infinite celestial capital was the real person, and that he, who had not made a move previously, was a fake. Gu Hai believed that Mo Yike could delay Takashi Ryushin for a while. Of course, Gu Hai could not put all his eggs in one basket. Besides Mo Yike, Gu Hai had also arranged for Chang Ming. Chang Ming had the Chaos Essence Bead, one of the 16 great magic treasures of history. Given his strength in the Heavenly Palace, he could delay Takashi Ryushin for a while. That was enough time for Shangguan Hen and Mosquito Daoran to fly back to the infinite celestial capital. At that time, the longer this dragged on, the more of a disadvantage he would have against Takashi Ryushin. Although it seemed like everything had been calculated precisely, Sima Changkong understood the dangers best. Gu Hai had put in a lot of effort to express his sincerity to him this time. This commoner Sima Changkong greets your majesty. Sima Changkong bowed respectfully. At this moment there was nothing more to say. If he continued to refuse, he would feel that he was being unreasonable. Haha, how could it be this commoner? It is Gu Hai's fortune that Mr. can enter the Dahan Imperial Dynasty. From today onwards, Sima Changkong shall be the 7th Army Commander of the Dahan Imperial Dynasty. We have obtained Mr., and we have defeated the Great Emperor Dynasty. Gu Hai said with a smile. Many thanks, Your Majesty. Sima Changkong smiled bitterly. Who would have thought that in such a short time, he would already be the Army Commander of the Dahan Imperial Dynasty? We greet Your Majesty. The group of Sima clan disciples bowed respectfully to Gu Hai. Looking at Sima Changkong, Gu Hai took a deep breath and said, Since Mr. has entered the Dahan Imperial Dynasty, we have something to tell Mr. Sima Changkong said in confusion. That Takashi Ryushin from before is actually the Crown Prince Long Sanqian. Gu Hai said solemnly. What? Sima Changkong's expression suddenly changed. Since Mr. has entered the Dahan Imperial Dynasty, we do not wish to hide it from you. Presumably, even you do not know much about the Long Sanqian's actions, right? Gu Hai said solemnly. When did you change? Sima Changkong looked at Gu Hai with an ugly expression. He had given up on Takashi Ryushin, betrayed the country, and pledged his loyalty to the Dahan Imperial Dynasty. Now he was telling him that it was fake and not the Takashi Ryushin he had pledged his loyalty to? Sima Changkong felt like he was about to collapse. Do you still remember when we destroyed Dahan City? When the Tongtian sect master fought against Kong Xian and Shangguan Hen, we swapped the souls of the Long Sanqian and Guqin amidst the dust. Presumably you could not see it in the dust. When we return, the Long Sanqian will use a secret technique to swap souls with Takashi Ryushin. Gu Hai said solemnly. Ha 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 Gu. Your Majesty, you are forcing this subject to enter Dahan. Sima Changkong felt sorrowful in his heart. We are not threatening Mr. Gu Hai said solemnly. Sima Changkong felt like his heart was about to collapse. He was extremely depressed. This was a mess and he was also confused. He should have seen through the problem with Takashi Ryushin. Gu Hai looked at Sima Changkong and knew that Sima Changkong was depressed and uncomfortable. However, since he was already on his boat, there was no reason to disembark. After a moment of silence, Sima Changkong smiled bitterly and said, "Your Majesty, this subject will not speak a word about the conflict between Dahan and Dao." Sima Changkong still remembered Takashi Ryushin and did not want to participate in the war between the two countries. All right. Gu Hai nodded and sighed inwardly. Sima Changkong had decided to stay in Dahan. This was more important than anything else. Destroy the Dao dynasty? There was no need for Sima Changkong. Thank you, Your Majesty. Sima Changkong smiled bitterly. Chapter 900. Sima Changkong had betrayed the country? When the news came out, the entire Great Emperor dynasty was in an uproar. Not only the people but also the military and political circles. In the past, Sima Changkong had led the Great Wu dynasty's army, and many soldiers had been ordered around by him. They were very familiar with Sima Changkong. How could such a conscientious and loyal subject of the Great Wu Empire be forced to commit treason? It was forced. All the soldiers and officials were sure that it was because the matter in Martial Sky City could not be hidden. His Majesty suspected Sima Changkong and wanted to turn Sima Changkong into a zombie descendant. He did not hesitate to use Sima Changkong's wife and children. How disappointing was this? Takashi Ryushin was indeed the former crown prince of the Deqian, but his actions were far worse than Long Zhanggua's. The Great Emperor dynasty fell into a deathly stillness. Many soldiers and officials were trembling with fear in their hearts. Would they be turned into zombies by His Majesty? All the civil and military officials in the court, the most powerful people, had already become zombies. What would happen next? The Great Emperor dynasty was filled with uneasiness. It was a kind of worry, a kind of fear. Just as Sima Changkong had said in the past, the ability to become a zombie could only be used as a support, and could not be used as a stepping stone. Because, as more and more people became zombies, more and more people feared Takashi Ryushin. It would only become more and more difficult for the Great Wu dynasty to gather talents. Talents would only hide and disappear. 1 month later, in Martial Sky City's upper study room, Takashi Ryushin was listening to the report of the official in front of him. The Dahan Imperial Dynasty has captured another 20 cities? Silver Moon City has also been captured? Takashi Ryushin said coldly. Yes, Your Majesty. After Lord Sima's betrayal, many officials resisted passively, so. The official knelt and said softly. Ha, passively resisting? Sima Changkong? You really know how to mess with the morale of the army. Do you think that apart from Sima Changkong I don't have any other methods? You've already taken nearly 200 of my cities. Dahan Imperial Dynasty, Takashi Ryushin said coldly. This official is unwilling to accept this. However, there are unfavorable rumors about Your Majesty everywhere. Moreover, the major families are strangely cooperating with the Dahan Imperial Dynasty. The official said in a deep voice. I understand. You may leave. Takashi Ryushin said coldly. Yes. The official exited the study room. Only Takashi Ryushin and Ao Sheng were left in the upper study. Ao Sheng, do you agree with them? Takashi Ryushin looked at Ao Sheng. Don't worry, Your Majesty. Your Majesty and I are already connected. Your Majesty doesn't need to doubt me. Ao Sheng nodded. The Dahan Imperial Dynasty has the army of gods and devils. I also have 1 million Qin figurines and 1 million bronze soldiers. Originally we thought that it wouldn't be so early. Takashi Ryushin snorted coldly. The Silver Moon sees 1 million bronze soldiers? Weren't they unable to move? Ao Sheng asked in shock. If I say it is possible, then it is possible. Takashi Ryushin said coldly. Yes. Killed 6 fingers? I can repair it. Takashi Ryushin said coldly. Outside the study room a man slowly walked in. It was 6 fingers but his expression was stiff. Greetings, Master. 6 fingers said respectfully. Your Majesty, you repaired 6 fingers in a month? Ao Sheng asked in shock. Unfortunately, the Zither Dao no longer exists in this world. This time, 6 fingers lost some spirituality. Takashi Ryushin said with a frown. Ao Sheng was confused. Zither Dao? Other than the Crown Prince, even His Majesty was so good at it? With 6 fingers leading the Silver Moon Army, we can stop the Dahan Imperial Dynasty and the army of gods and devils. Takashi Ryushin said solemnly. But your majesty, I remember that the 1,000,000 bronze soldiers are only the Yuanying state's peak strength. But the army of gods and devils seems to have opened the sky palace? Ao Xing said worriedly. The Yuanying state's peak? That's only because they haven't played the battle song. Six Fingers has learned the Silver Moon battle song. With the battle song, the bronze army strength will increase tenfold. Takashi Ryushin said coldly. Oh. Ao Xing's eyes lit up. Increase tenfold? If that was the case, they wouldn't be weaker than Gu Hai's army of gods and devils. Furthermore, the 1,000,000 troops would be stronger. Without Sima Changkong, there's no need for schemes. If the Dahan Imperial Dynasty is going all out, I'll go all out with them. Takashi Ryushin said coldly. Your Majesty, the Dahan Imperial Dynasty's 18 armies are invincible against ordinary armies. However, there's still Kong Xian at the front lines. The Dahan Imperial Dynasty has too many top experts. I'm worried. Ao Xing said with a frown. The 1,000,000 bronze soldiers were strong and weren't weaker than the army of gods and devils. However, they were only a middle-level army. In terms of high-ranking generals, they weren't as strong as Kong Xian. If Kong Xian showed his might, the 1,000,000 bronze soldiers wouldn't be enough, right? Don't worry. I'll introduce someone to you today. Ao Xing said with a smile. Let's invite Ao Sihai. Takashi Ryushin said solemnly. Ao Sihai? The South Sea Dragon King? Ao Xing's expression changed. Then he saw a man in blue slowly walking in from outside the upper study room. The man was quite handsome, but his eyes were filled with malice. Takashi Ryushin, how are the preparations? Ao Sihai asked coldly. Supreme Ao Sihai, the battle is about to begin. I hope Supreme Ao can stay calm. I'll introduce you here. Takashi Ryushin said with a smile. This is the commander of the 1,000,000 bronze soldiers, Lu Ji. Takashi Ryushin looked at Lu Ji. Lu Ji said respectfully, Greetings to Supreme Ao Sihai. 1,000,000 bronze soldiers? This is Mr. Silvermoon's hidden army. This king is looking forward to it. Ao Sihai's eyes lit up. This one, I don't think there's a need to introduce him. My great Emperor Dynasty's national beast, North Sea Dragon King Ao Xing. Takashi Ryushin introduced. Ao Xing? Ao Sihai looked at Ao Xing with narrowed eyes. Ao Xing said with a frown, the South Sea Dragon King from 800,000 years ago? That doesn't seem to be you. It's been 800,000 years. Everything will change, won't it, Supreme Ao Xing? I heard that the West Sea Dragon King gave you a drop of Ancestor Dragon Essence blood? A light flashed in Ao Sihai's eyes. It's a coincidence. Ao Xing nodded with a frown. A coincidence. Why didn't this king have such a coincidence? Ao Sihai said with a smile. South Sea Dragon King, this one is curious. Why did you come all the way from the South Sea to help my great Emperor Dynasty? Ao Xing said with a frown. What? This king has an irreconcilable enmity with the Dahan Imperial Dynasty. Ao Sihai's expression turned cold. At the side, Takashi Ryushin said indifferently, not long ago at the Silver Moon Sea, Gu Hai's people killed the South Dragon Bodhisattva. You know about that, right? The South Dragon Bodhisattva? Ao Xing's expression changed. That's my daughter. Although my daughter's soul has already returned to the South Sea Purple Bamboo Forest, I still need to avenge her death. The Dahan Imperial Dynasty is really bold. Ao Sihai said with a ferocious expression. The South Dragon Bodhisattva mobilized all the Bodhisattvas and Arhats of the Spirit Mountain's holy lands. If she is your daughter, wouldn't the Bodhisattvas and Arhats of the Great Emperor Dynasty listen to your orders? Ao Xing's expression changed. That's right. This king has already gathered them. Furthermore, I brought the dragon race with me. Although your North Sea Dragon Palace has declined, a group of elders are still alive. They are still an army. We are not weaker than the Dahan Imperial Dynasty. As long as we work together, we will definitely be able to destroy the Dahan Imperial Dynasty. Ao Sihai said coldly. That's right. We will work together. Takashi Ryushin revealed a ferocious expression. In that case, I can rest assured. As long as we work together, the Dahan Imperial Dynasty will definitely be defeated. Ao Xing said with a smile. Boundless Celestial Capital, Upper Study, Your Majesty, our spies have reported that the South Sea Dragon King has appeared in Martial Sky City. He might be working with the Great Emperor Dynasty to deal with our army. Mo Yike said with a frown. Work together? Do you believe that? Gu Hai said with a smile as he sipped his tea. Your subject does not believe it. Oh. This South Sea Dragon King must be closely related to the spiritual mountain Holy Land. Why didn't the spiritual mountain Holy Land react much when the South Sea Dragon Bodhisattva died? Also, Yun Imo mentioned last time that the spiritual mountain Holy Land did not come to deal with the Dahan Imperial Dynasty. They have another purpose. This time, the South Sea Dragon King should be here for the same purpose. He is just using the Great Emperor Dynasty to scheme. Mo Yike said in a low voice. Guhai nodded. Without Sima Changkong, the current Mr. Silvermoon can only see the surface. He is not the real Takashi Ryushin after all. He is being used without realizing it. Mo Yike said with a smile. Find out the purpose of the spiritual mountain Holy Land as soon as possible. Also, inform Gao Xinji and Kong Xian to be careful of this South Sea Dragon King. Gu Hai said in a low voice. Yes, Your Majesty. Mo Yike nodded. By the way, Your Majesty, we just received news today that the Long Sanchen has appeared in the Great Ing Empire. Mo Yike said with a slight frown. I know that too. He went to find the Dragon God Ing for help. The battle between father and son is getting more and more interesting. Gu Hai said with a smile. Yes, if the real Takashi Ryushin is in the Great Emperor Dynasty, it will take a lot of effort to take him down. Now, Mr. Silvermoon, who does not understand the way of the Emperor, is in charge of the country. He is hastening the destruction of the Great Wu Dynasty. Even if Takashi Ryushin manages to regain his body, it will be too late. Mo Yike said with a smile. Great Ing Empire, Ing God City. In a large hall. Bang. The Long Sanchen smashed the desk in front of him with a palm. Unfilial son, you idiot. My great country is in chaos because of you? Sima Changkong? Ha, you actually forced Sima Changkong to marry Gu Hai, you trash idiot. The Long Sanchen roared gloomily. In the hall, the desk was smashed and a large amount of information scattered on the ground. At this time, Dragon God Ing slowly stepped into the hall. He looked at the somewhat irritable Long Sanchen and picked up a battle report from the ground. Third brother, there is no need to be angry. From the moment you switched bodies, you have lost the Great Emperor Dynasty. Even if you are angry, so what? That is no longer your country. Dragon God Ing said indifferently. The Long Sanchen looked at Dragon God Ing and said, You promised to help me regain my body. When will it be? That unfilial son ruined the foundation I built. I can't stand it anymore. I want to go back, I want to regain control of the Great Emperor Dynasty. Don't be impatient, the time is almost right, almost right. Dragon God Ing shook his head. Almost right? What do you mean almost right? The Long Sanchen said gloomily. Chapter 901. Calm down. The time is almost right. Almost right. Dragon Shenying narrowed his eyes. Almost right? What do you mean by almost right? Long Sanchen said gloomily. Wait for a while more. Dragon Shenying said seriously. Wait. Wait until when? Long Sanchen said seriously. Do you think it's so easy to get your body back? Do you think I can suppress that unfilial son of yours if I go to Martial Sky City? Dragon Shenying said seriously. Long Sanchen's face sank. Long Sanchen knew how strong Takashi Ryushin's body was. If he added in the power of a nation, even the Tongtian sect master might not be a match for him. If Dragon Shenying went to Martial Sky City, he would not be able to mobilize the power of a nation, let alone that unfilial son of his. What do you mean? Are you waiting for my great Martial Emperor Dynasty to be destroyed and that unfilial son to lose his luck before you make a move? Long Sanchen said coldly. I already said that the moment your body was swapped, the great Martial Emperor Dynasty was already destroyed. Do you still want me to help you protect the great Martial Emperor Dynasty? Dragon Shenying said coldly. Long Sanchen clenched his fists, but there was nothing he could do. This was his big brother and also his opponent. Helping him get his body back was already the limit. How could he help him restore his dynasty? The Dahan Imperial Dynasty destroyed my great Martial Emperor Dynasty. At that time, your great Ing Imperial Dynasty will not be able to escape. Do you think Gu Hai, your neighbor, will be on good terms with you for generations? Long Sanchen said coldly. You don't have to worry about that. Third brother, we agreed earlier. I will help you recover your body, and you will stay in the Great Ing Imperial Dynasty and help me. Dragon Shenying looked coldly at Long Sanchen. Long Sanchen's eyelids twitched and his face sank. After a moment of silence he said, Don't worry. I will do as I say. It's good that you're a man of your word. Not long ago the South Sea Dragon King contacted me and promised to help me take care of everything. Once we've forced your unfilial son to go all out, it'll be our time to make our move. Dragon Shenying said calmly. South Sea Dragon King? What happened? Long Sanchen frowned. Just watch, don't ask too many questions. Dragon Shenying said indifferently. After saying that, Dragon Shenying turned and left, leaving behind Long Sanchen with a confused expression. Great Emperor Dynasty, Martial Sky City. In the square outside the court. The square was filled with soldiers. There were dragons, bronze soldiers, and a large number of monks. Ao Sihai, Ao Shun, and Lu Ji, the three of you cooperate well with the formation of the Great Destroyer Army. With me in charge of Martial Sky City, no one can come here. Takeshi Ryushin said solemnly. Don't worry, Great Emperor. The South Sea Dragon Tribe, Bodhisattvas, and Arhats are all ready. Just wait for the good news. Ao Sihai smiled. Your Majesty, don't worry. I've already mobilized the North Sea Dragon Tribe's army. The Hanshio army won't be able to return. Ao Shun said solemnly. Your Majesty, don't worry. With 1,000,000 bronze soldiers, the Hanshio army won't be able to return. Lu Ji solemnly said. Go. Takeshi Ryushin said with satisfaction. Let's go. Ao Sihai shouted. Brr. The crowd quickly flew into the sky, followed by the dragons. Behind them was 1,000,000 bronze soldiers. Each of them emitted a murderous aura and rumbled toward the southern front line. The army headed toward the front line. Boundless Celestial Capital, Upper Study. Your Majesty, the Hanshio army might have to change their battle strategy. Mo Yike frowned. You're the commander-in-chief of the Hanshio army. You can give the orders. Gu Hai said solemnly. Yes, Your Majesty. Mo Yike replied. With the South Sea Dragon King and Ao Shun heading to the front line, the battle situation will be tense. Your Majesty, please allow Shangguanhen to head to the front line and await your orders. Mo Yike solemnly said. I already said that day that Shangguanhen and Ao Shun will cooperate with your orders. You can make the arrangements. Gu Hai nodded. Yes, Your Majesty. 10 days later. Martial Sky City. In the court. Report. An official rushed into the hall. Your Majesty, we've destroyed the Hanshio army and retaken Ingbei City. The official reported. Good. Takeshi Ryushin's eyes lit up. The third day. Report. Another official rushed into the hall. Your Majesty, we've destroyed the Hanshio army and retaken Moonfall City. Good. Takeshi Ryushin sighed again. The sixth day. Report. Your Majesty, we've destroyed the Hanshio army and retaken Yueying City. Good. Takeshi Ryushin said happily. Takeshi Ryushin was getting happier with the news. In Kong Xian's military camp. Great Commander, the Great Destroyer Army has broken through our cities again and again. They've already broken through 10 of our cities. Many of our brothers have already died. What's so great about them? Great Commander, why do we have to keep avoiding them? If the Grand Marshal goes there personally, we can definitely destroy that Hanshio army. A soldier said with a frown. Kong Xian shook his head. Lord Mo's orders are not to clash head-on. If we do, our losses will be greater. Our priority is to retake as many cities as possible in the shortest time possible. Wait for an opportunity. But, the soldier beside him said anxiously. Kong Xian's eyes turned cold. Your Majesty is watching. Mo Yike can predict the course of the battle. Can't he compare to your, but? Yes, I've said too much. Since you're angry, use your limited anger on the siege strategy. If they're destroying cities, we'll destroy cities too. Let's see who's faster. Kong Xian said coldly. Yes. The soldiers roared in unison. Martial Sky City in the Imperial Court. Takeshi Ryushin was very happy with half a month of good news. However, on the 16th day everything changed. Your Majesty, Hanshio army has destroyed another city this morning. Your Majesty, 18 cities on the front line have fallen. The two officials reported separately. What? 18 cities? Takeshi Ryushin's face darkened. Yes, the Dahan army didn't clash head-on with us. They have 18 armies while our Hanshio army only has 1 army. They're too slow. An official said with an ugly expression. Your Majesty, the Hanshio army should split into several armies like the Dahan Imperial Dynasty. We must seize the cities as soon as possible. Another official said. Takeshi Ryushin's face darkened. Split into several armies? How could Takeshi Ryushin not think about it? However, the Hanqiu army was strong when gathered and weak when divided. The Dahan imperial dynasty had too many experts. Wait a little longer. Takeshi Ryushin's face darkened. The second day. Reporting to your majesty, this morning we reported that 15 cities have fallen. The third day. Reporting to your majesty, we reported this morning that 10 cities have fallen. The fourth day. Another half a month passed. Takeshi Ryushin felt mentally and physically exhausted. Seizing a city wasn't something that could be left immediately after breaking into a city. They also needed to arrange officials to control the entire city, which was very troublesome. The Great Wu dynasty didn't prepare so many reserve officials. At this moment, seizing a city had become difficult. The Dahan imperial dynasty seized more than a dozen cities in a day. Whether it was the reserve of officials or the strange cooperation of the major families in the cities, the Great Wu dynasty couldn't compare to them. In just half a month, the Great Wu dynasty only had 100 or so cities left. The luck above them was rapidly dissipating. Takeshi Ryushin's face was extremely unsightly. How was this possible? So fast? So fast? Sima Qiangkong had betrayed the country, and the Great Wu dynasty's people were scattered, so the elites didn't dare to approach Takeshi Ryushin. Now that the country was about to be destroyed, the speed of losing cities was increasing. No one told Takeshi Ryushin what to do next. At this moment, Takeshi Ryushin was anxious and panicked. How he wished that Sima Qiangkong was by his side. Your Majesty, if this continues, our Great Wu dynasty will only exist in name. An official said anxiously. Inform Ao Xing, the South Sea Dragon King, and Six Fingers to divide their forces and intercept the Dahan army. Takeshi Ryushin said with an ugly expression. Yes. Infinite Celestial Capital, Upper Study. Your Majesty, good news? Takeshi Ryushin has been forced into a corner. Mo Yike said with a smile. The Great Wu dynasty has been destroyed, and it's difficult to reverse the situation. Gu Hai nodded. That's right. Our Dahan has justice, the right time, and the right people. Takeshi Ryushin is short-sighted. He originally had the geographical advantage, but he forced Sima Qiangkong away. He doesn't know how to use it, so he can only retreat. They won't be able to hold on for long. Once the Great Wu dynasty's cities are exhausted, the Great Wu dynasty's destiny will completely collapse. Then Takeshi Ryushin won't be afraid anymore. Mo Yike said with a smile. Teacher, are you going to start your counterattack? Gu Hai said with a smile. Yes, it's about time. Mo Yike said with a cold smile. Six Fingers led 1,000,000 bronze soldiers to fallen Zither City and looked at the sealed city in the distance. General, this time, there are no experts from the Dragon Clan or the Spiritual Mountain. We won't be much slower in breaking the city. A general said with a smile. Yes, General, we have 1,000,000 bronze soldiers. The Dahan Imperial Dynasty is only SOSO. Another general said with a smile. This is the first time we've divided into 3 groups. I hope nothing happens. Six Fingers frowned slightly. Okay, let's break the city. Six Fingers shouted. Ha! Immediately, 1,000,000 bronze soldiers rushed into the sky. Six Fingers stretched out his hand and waved it. Dong 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 dong. The Silver Moon war song rushed into the sky. The group of bronze men immediately emitted waves of green flames around their bodies. Their aura suddenly soared. Boom! 1,000,000 bronze soldiers rushed toward fallen Zither City with a fearful aura. At this moment in fallen Zither City, at the entrance of the city lord's residence, Kong Xian looked coldly at the 1,000,000 bronze soldiers flying toward him. Sir, you've just arrived. Why don't you take a break and let the city defense formation intercept you for a while? A soldier in the city asked respectfully. No need. I've waited for more than a month for this day, haven't I? Qin Terracotta Warriors? I haven't tasted a Qin Terracotta Warriors yet. Ah! Kong Xian stepped into the sky. Boom! Billowing devil chi instantly filled the sky. Oh no, it's Kong Xian. Quick, inform the South Sea Dragon King and Crown Prince Ao Sheng. Six Fingers' expression changed. Such an expert was not someone Six Fingers could contend against. However, he saw Kong Xian transform into a 30,000-foot-long giant peacock and suddenly open his mouth to inhale. Rumble. Instantly, thousands of bronze soldiers were sucked into Kong Xian's mouth. Like a whale sucking in water, they surged into Kong Xian's mouth. No. Six Fingers' expression changed drastically. Martial Sky City. Report. Your Majesty, outside fallen Zither City, General Six Fingers led the bronze soldiers and was ambushed by Kong Xian. The entire army was annihilated. The official knelt in the main hall. What? The entire army was annihilated? Takeshi Ryushin stood up from his chair in anger. Yes, including General Six Fingers, all of them were eaten by Kong Xian. The official said. You can go to hell now. Takeshi Ryushin smashed the official into pieces in anger. Your Majesty, please calm down. All the officials trembled in fear. Chapter 902. Limitless Celestial Capital. Upper Study Room. Reporting to Your Majesty, the 1 million strong army has been swallowed by Kong Xian. Victory at Fallen Qin City? Mo Yike reported excitedly. What about the other two? Guhai asked. As for the South Sea Dragon King's army, this subject did not bother with him. After all, this subject is still unfamiliar with him. This subject has sent Shengguan Hen and Ao Shun to Three Mountain City to deal with Ao Sheng and subdue Ao Sheng's North Sea Dragon tribe. Once they are subdued, the great martial emperor dynasty's wings will be completely cut off. Mo Yike's eyes gleamed. Three Mountain City? Guhai raised his eyebrows. That's right, Three Mountain City, that is. Mo Yike smiled, but his expression suddenly froze. Give me the map. Guhai said solemnly. Mo Yike also felt that something was wrong, so he quickly fetched the map. Hua! The map was spread out. Because of the spell drawing, the locations on the map were as clear as 3 dimensions. Three Mountain City? Not good, Your Majesty, this subject has failed in his duty. Mo Yike's expression suddenly changed. Three Mountain City? Had the Great Martial Emperor Dynasty, the Dahan Imperial Dynasty, and the Great Ing Imperial Dynasty, the intersection of the 3 empires? Guhai asked with a gloomy expression. Yes, the Great Ing Imperial Dynasty has never interfered in the war. Although the border cities of the Great Ing Imperial Dynasty are heavily guarded, there were no signs of an attack. This subject sent an envoy to the Great Ing Imperial Dynasty to show goodwill. I thought that Dragon God Ing would not interfere, but who would have thought this could be a trap? Mo Yike said with an ugly expression. The intersection of the 3 empires? Ao Sheng was arranged to stay at Three Mountain City? Guhai narrowed his eyes. This subject should have thought of it. These days, the Great Martial Emperor Dynasty's army has been attacking our cities, but they all have one thing in common. They are all heading for the intersection of the 3 empires. This subject. Mo Yike said with an ugly expression. This is not your fault. Moreover, it is not the most critical moment yet. Guhai said solemnly. Yes. Mo Yike nodded. Inform Shengguan Hen and Ao Shun to withdraw. Guhai ordered. Yes, but I don't know if it's too late. Mo Yike said with a complicated expression. Dragon God Ing? It's not that, he has been waiting for this moment. Dragon King Dynasty? He is Emperor Dynasty is Emperor Dynasty is Emperor. He is his Dragon Emperor Ing Dragon Imperial? Dragon is Emperor. Huang is? Lord was Master was? Guhai replied. The unborn man of the Longevity Temple has returned. He requests an audience with Your Majesty. The unborn man is back? Guhai suddenly stood up, anticipation flashing in his eyes. Mo Yike, go and make arrangements for Sanshan City? Guhai ordered. Yes. Mo Yike left the study immediately. Guhai also left the study anxiously. The unborn man Long Wanqing and Long Wanyu had been gone for so many years. Was the unborn man back? Were Wanqing and the others back as well? Guhai stepped out of the study. He saw a man in a black and white robe standing in front of the plaza. He was looking toward the northwest from afar. The black and white robe was the unborn man's attire. However, there were no signs of the 2 women around. The unborn man? Guhai walked over with worry in his eyes. Only then did the unborn man shift his gaze away from the northwest. The Longevity Temple's priest greets Your Majesty. The unborn man bowed slightly. Although this person was wrapped in robes, this aura and voice allowed Guhai to quickly confirm that it was him. The unborn man? You're finally back. Where's Wanqing? Also, has Wanyu recovered from her injuries? Guhai asked anxiously. Your Majesty, don't worry. They're all fine. With Wanqing's protection, Wanyu won't be hurt. However, it will take some time. The unborn man frowned. What? Wanyu's injuries haven't recovered yet? Guhai's face sank. Almost, but it's a little complicated. Wan Qing asked me to come back and ask your majesty to follow me to the underworld. The unborn man solemnly said. What do you mean? What happened? Gu Hai was worried. I can't say. The unborn man said solemnly. What? Your majesty, please don't ask again. You'll know when you get there. I don't want to say it for Wan Yu's sake. I can't say anything about her. Otherwise, her life will be in danger. The unborn man solemnly said. Are you worried that the walls have ears? I'll set up a soundproof barrier. Gu Hai said solemnly. No, your majesty. If your majesty trusts me, please don't ask. I really can't say anything about Wan Yu. The soundproof barrier is useless. If I talk too much, she'll definitely die. The unborn man solemnly said. How is that possible? Who wants to kill her? Gu Hai said with an ugly expression. The unborn man didn't speak. He stretched out his withered right hand and pointed to the sky. Buzz. Gu Hai's pupils suddenly shrank. He looked surprised. Gu Hai understood the unborn man's meaning. The heavens want to destroy Wan Yu? The unborn man was referring to the immortal of 6 paths? Taking a deep breath, Gu Hai suppressed all the curiosity in his heart. When are we going? Gu Hai asked solemnly. There's no hurry. Your majesty, I see that the limitless celestial capital is drifting. What are you? The unborn man was puzzled. The limitless celestial capital is going to the north of the divine continent. Now they're at war with the great emperor dynasty. Perhaps the great Ying imperial dynasty is also involved. Gu Hai explained. Oh. The unborn man looked at Gu Hai in surprise. After leaving for a few years, the Dahan not only advanced to the imperial dynasty, but was also going to conquer the world? So fast? Then let's finish the things at hand first. After all, we don't know how long this trip to the netherworld will take. The unborn man solemnly said. Wan Qing, Wan Yu, are they really okay now? Gu Hai asked again. Your majesty, don't worry. They are my daughters. I won't joke about their safety. The unborn man nodded. That's good. Gu Hai took a deep breath. Your majesty, there's a battle in that direction? The unborn man suddenly pointed to the northwest. Gu Hai's expression changed slightly. The unborn man seemed to be pointing in the direction of Tri-Mountain City? That's right. That's Tri-Mountain City, the intersection of the Han, Wu, and Ying empires. It should be the center of the upcoming battle. Gu Hai frowned and nodded. Tri-Mountain City? What a heavy corpse aura. The unborn man frowned. Corpse aura? Gu Hai was puzzled. We longevity cultivators can open our heaven's eye. Once we open our heaven's eye, we can see that there's corpse aura in that direction. It seems like someone has set up a longevity array. It gathers corpse aura and doesn't disperse. It's a place of great danger. The unborn man said solemnly. Heaven's eye. Gu Hai was slightly stunned. At the mention of the heaven's eye, Gu Hai suddenly remembered that the heavenly soul also had a heaven's eye between his brows. It was just that it consumed too much energy. He took a step forward. Gu Hai suddenly activated his heavenly soul, and a thin slit appeared between his brows. Buzz. The slit opened and a third eye appeared between his brows. The heaven's eye opened. With his back facing the unborn man didn't notice the abnormality between Gu Hai's brows. Gu Hai opened his heaven's eye and saw Tri-Mountain City. Whoosh! A black storm raged. When Gu Hai looked over, he saw rolling black aura, an endless amount of black aura. The black aura roared, forming a giant tornado that wrapped around the entire Tri-Mountain City. Within the black aura, huge evil demons' heads continuously condensed. They didn't disperse and let out desperate cries. Looking at the black aura storm, it was like looking at the purgatory of evil spirits. It made one's heart palpitate. Corpse aura? Longevity array? Gu Hai's face sank. Buzz. After all, the heaven's eye had consumed too much energy. It immediately disappeared between Gu Hai's brows and returned to the heavenly soul. The unborn man seemed to have sensed something and looked at Gu Hai in confusion. However, Gu Hai had already retracted his heaven's eye. Gu Hai didn't ask the unborn man about the heaven's eye. He didn't want to expose his own heaven's eye. However, Gu Hai also saw the majestic scene of Tri-Mountain City just now. At this moment he was worried. You just said corpse aura and longevity array? What's going on? Gu Hai looked at the unborn man. I didn't see very clearly. I only felt the corpse aura in the distance. It didn't disperse. There must be a longevity master in Tri-Mountain City who set up a longevity array. Moreover, a longevity array of this level is not simple. It must have been set up for a long time, at least 4 months. The unborn man frowned. 4 months? That means the Hanqiu army was established not long ago? In that case, it should have been set up by Dragon God Ing? Has it been planned for a long time? Gu Hai's face darkened. This corpse aura is really strong. The people in that city are probably going to suffer. The unborn man said in a deep voice. The people in the city? Yes, all of them turned into zombies. What a big deal, what a ruthless heart. That place only allows people to enter and not leave. As long as they enter, it will be very difficult for them to come out. The unborn man said in a deep voice. Gu Hai's face darkened. At this moment, Mo Yike hurried in with an ugly expression. Your Majesty, we can't contact Ao Shun and Shangguan Hen. Moreover, Kong Xian has also gone to Tri-Mountain City. I'm afraid he has also entered the city. Can't contact him? Gu Hai frowned. The longevity array forms a world of its own. The zither figurines are probably useless. The unborn man explained. Just as Mo Yike was worried, reporting to your Majesty. A guard quickly rushed in. The Great Emperor Dynasty's Takeshi Ryushin has used his destiny to spread the Great Emperor Dynasty to the world and borrowed the strength of the people. Oh. Gu Hai's face darkened. According to the report from the Martial Sky City Scouts, Takeshi Ryushin has not rushed to the limitless celestial capital after mobilizing the country's power. The guard said respectfully. Southwest? Tri-Mountain City? Gu Hai's face darkened. Assassinate Kong Xian, Shangguan Hen and Ao Shun? Mo Yike's face suddenly changed. Even if Kong Xian, Shangguan Hen and Ao Shun are not a match, they can still escape unscathed. Inform Mosquito Daoran to prepare to go and support them. Gu Hai's face darkened. Reporting. Reporting to your Majesty, the Great Ing Imperial Dynasty's Dragon God Ing has used his destiny to spread the Great Ing Imperial Dynasty to borrow the strength of the people. Another guard shouted. Dragon God Ing also wants to go? He wants to kill Kong Xian, Shangguan Hen and Ao Shun? Mo Yike's face changed. If it was before, Kong Xian and the others could still escape with the help of Mosquito Daoran. But now it was a dead end. Dragon God Ing was slightly stronger than Takeshi Ryushin, and with the help of the country's power, his strength was comparable to the Tongtian sect masters. Tri-Mountain City, the border between the 3 countries. They had made up their minds to cut off Gu Hai's right-hand men. Chapter 903. Three-Mountain City was shrouded in fog. Ao Shing led the army over, but he was at a loss. Supreme Being, are there no city guards? A giant dragon frowned. The city is also shrouded in fog, but there's no sound? It's like a dead city? Another giant dragon said. Let's break into the city first. Be careful of the ambush. Ao Shing shouted coldly. Yes. 10 giant dragons pounced on the barrier. Boom. The dragon tails slammed into the barrier, and countless cracks appeared on the barrier. However, no army came out to stop them. Continue. Ao Shing said in a deep voice. Boom. The barrier protecting the city exploded, and the entire Three-Mountain City shook violently. It broke. The eyes of the dragons lit up. However, the city was still shrouded in fog and no sound could be heard. Something's wrong. Supreme Being, there's no sound. Have we been ambushed? The giant dragon said. Let's go and take a look. Ao Shing said. Boom. Suddenly, a gust of wind blew from afar. Ao Shun and Shangguan Hen had arrived. It's you? Ao Shun's expression changed. Crown Prince Ao Shun? The eyes of the surrounding dragons lit up. Although Ao Shing had injected his ancient soul into his body, and he could only listen to Ao Sheng's orders, he still respected Ao Shun from the bottom of his heart. Inform Lu Ji, the South Sea Dragon King, and His Majesty. Ao Shing shouted. Yes, yes. A group of officials in charge of logistics behind him answered. Ao Shun, after more than a month, you finally dare to face me? Ao Shing said coldly. Ao Shing, I have never treated you as an opponent. Ao Shun said. But you always go against me. Ao Shing said coldly. You asked for it. Ao Shun shook his head. Asked for it? Did he ask for it? Since you're here today, don't even think about leaving. Everyone attack and take down Ao Shun. Ao Shing roared. As he spoke, he flipped his hand. Deathly aura surged out of the dragons' bodies as if they were being controlled. Their eyes glowed red as they roared and charged at Ao Shun. Ao Shun stepped forward and passed through the group of dragons in an instant, arriving in front of Ao Sheng. He sent a palm strike towards Ao Sheng. Ao Sheng's expression sank as he met the palm strike head-on. Boom. Ao Sheng was immediately sent flying by Ao Shun. Ao Shun quickly chased after him. Ong ong ong. The dragons were possessed by the ancient soul. They roared and turned their heads as if they wanted to chase after him. Dragons, sorry for the offense. Sheng Guanhen's expression darkened. Sheng Guanhen instantly blocked the group of dragons. Then he stretched out his hand and sent a large group of dragons flying. Sheng Guanhen grabbed one dragon with each hand and quickly sent a strand of golden energy into them, instantly sealing the two dragons. He made them unable to move and threw them into the city. Soldiers of Three Mountain City, keep these sealed dragons. Sheng Guanhen said coldly. Sheng Guanhen moved like the wind and was extremely fast. He quickly sealed the dragons and threw them into the city. Meanwhile, the logistics officials of the Great Wu Empire were fleeing in fear. Sheng Guanhen alone was like a vast army. A golden light immediately shone brightly in the fog, blocking the group of dragons. Ao Sheng was blocked by Ao Shun. When he saw the scene in the distance, his expression changed. Ao Shun, you want to steal my subordinates? Ao Sheng's expression changed drastically. They're your subordinates? It's all because of you. Today I'm going to take them away. Leaving them to you will only cause their deaths. They are my comrades, my brothers? Ao Shun said coldly. Bastard. Ao Sheng transformed into a huge black dragon. However, Ao Shun's black dragon was even bigger. The two dragons tangled in the air, spitting out black water as they collided. The dragon god possessed them, biting and colliding. However, Ao Sheng was no match for Ao Shun. For a moment he was extremely anxious. Seeing that more and more dragons were being sealed, less than 20% of the dragons were left. Sheng Guanhen was about to free up his hands to deal with him. Ao Shun, just you wait, Ong. Ao Sheng roared angrily. Turning his head, Ao Sheng fled into the distance. Ao Shun looked at Ao Sheng and sighed softly. However, he did not chase after Ao Shun. He watched as Ao Sheng charged into the fog, disappearing in a flash. However, in the blink of an eye he was back. You're still coming? Ao Shun's expression darkened. He looked like he was about to attack again. Ao Sheng's expression changed and he was dumbfounded. Why am I back? Turning his head, Ao Sheng charged into the fog again. Ao Shun was dumbfounded, but soon Ao Sheng returned. What? Can't fly out? How is that possible? Ao Sheng's expression changed drastically. You're not leaving? Ao Shun asked doubtfully. Ao Shun, you set a trap? You've already set up a formation in Three Mountain City? Ah, you're indeed sinister. Can't leave? If I can't leave, then I won't leave. Today either you die or I live. Ao Sheng charged at Ao Shun angrily. Boom. The two dragons collided again. Outside the fog in Three Mountain City. The South Sea Dragon King stopped outside the fog with 100 South Sea Dragons and 50 Bodhisattvas and Arhats. Send a message to Wu Tian City. Send a message to Takashi Ryushin. The South Sea Dragon King ordered coldly. Yes. A zither figurine at the side trembled. Takashi Ryushin, Lu Ji and Ao Sheng have been ambushed. I've arrived at Three Mountain City. Ao Sheng is not dead yet. If you want to save him, come quickly. This is the border of the Dao Emperor dynasty. You have the strength of a country. There are a few experts from the Dahan Imperial dynasty here. Come and help me. Kill them and kill Gu Hai's right-hand men. Then, the Dahan Imperial dynasty will stop in their tracks. The South Sea Dragon King said. Three Mountain City? Three Mountain City? Good. You destroyed my bronze army. Today I'll make sure you don't return. Aosihai, hold them back. I'll be there soon. Takashi Ryushin's voice came from the zither figurine. Okay. Aosihai answered. He reached out and smashed the zither figurine. Looking at the fog in front of him, Aosihai sneered. The dragon god won? What a good move. Everything is going according to your plan? Dragon King, are we going in? A bodhisattva at the side asked with a frown. Go in. Don't worry, this array formation will only cooperate with us. It won't hurt us. Let's go. Aosihai said coldly. Whoosh. Aosihai led everyone into the array. As soon as they entered, they saw the intense battle inside. Two black dragons were fighting in the sky, and below them Sheng Guanhen was shining with golden light. In a short time all the dragons were sealed. They entered the city, but there was no movement in the city. Shangguanhen's face sank and he instantly entered the city. As soon as he entered the city, he saw that everyone in the city had fainted. All the citizens seemed to be dead and there was black qi around them. Oh no, is this a trap? Shangguanhen's expression changed. Raising his head, Shangguanhen looked at the battle in the sky, and his figure flashed and rushed into the sky. Ao Shun, something is wrong. Quick, evacuate this place immediately. Shangguanhen rushed into the sky, wanting to help Ao Shun end the battle as soon as possible. However, just as he was about to rush into the sky, the South Sea Dragon King instantly appeared in front of Shangguanhen and threw a punch. Ha! Shangguanhen's expression changed and he threw a punch. Hong! A loud boom rang out and a crack appeared in the void. Shangguanhen took a step back, and so did the South Sea Dragon King. Ao Si Hai? Shangguanhen's expression turned cold. Shangguanhen? Ah, you have such great strength? The South Sea Dragon King said in surprise. What's wrong with the citizens of Three Mountain City? Did you guys set up the fog here? Shangguanhen's expression changed. Umph. The South Sea Dragon King snorted coldly. Shangguanhen's expression darkened. He knew that things were not going well, so he did not waste any more time. He avoided the South Sea Dragon King and instantly shot into the distance. Swish. The moment he shot out, he strangely shot back. What kind of formation is this? I can't get out? Shangguanhen's expression changed. After shuttling for a while, he still could not get out. Shangguanhen looked anxious. He flipped his hand and took out a Guqin figurine to send a message. Unfortunately, the Guqin figurine could not transmit any sound in this formation. It's useless. Once you come in, you can forget about contacting the outside world. The South Sea Dragon King sneered. Shangguanhen's expression turned cold. If we can't contact them, then so be it. His Majesty and the Grand Marshal know that we're here and will send people over soon. Ao Si Hai, since you're an accomplice to the villain, then don't even think about leaving today. As he spoke, Shangguanhen's expression turned ferocious. He instantly charged toward the South Sea Dragon King. Boom. The two experts started fighting again. Outside Three Mountain City, Kong Xian flapped his wings and flew over. After devouring the Bronze Army, Kong Xian was in high spirits. After holding back for so long, Mo Yike finally allowed him to confront the Han exterminating army. How could the Bronze Army be satisfied? He immediately flapped his wings and flew to the other two cities. In one of the cities, the South Sea Dragon King had already left. Kong Xian did not waste any time and flapped his wings and flew toward Three Mountain City. When he arrived outside Three Mountain City, he saw the South Sea Dragon King and a group of people stepping into the fog formation. Haha, you're here as expected. Kong Xian laughed coldly. With a flap of his wings, Kong Xian also entered the fog outside Three Mountain City. The Han exterminating army was the foundation of Takashi Ryushin's comeback. Now that the Bronze Army had been wiped out in an instant, Takashi Ryushin's anger could burn everything. Now Ao Sheng was also ambushed, and the South Sea Dragon King was asking for help. Ask me to go? If it was the old Takashi Ryushin, he would have calmed down. However, this was Mr. Silvermoon and he immediately lost his cool. Takashi Ryushin shouted, "People of the Great Wu Empire, the Great Wu Empire is on the brink of death. I implore the people of the Great Wu Empire to help me repel the enemy. I will borrow your strength again. Please raise your right hand. For our homeland, for the Great Wu Empire, protect this last piece of land. Don't be slaves of a fallen empire. Raise your right hand and lend me your strength." Ong. Above the sea of Providence clouds, the golden dragon of Providence, which had become much dimmer, roared. Its voice instantly spread to the ears of the people in the 100 or so cities of the Great Wu Empire. Many people were silent, but countless people still raised their right hand and lent their strength. Brr. The golden dragon roared and gathered the strength of the Great Wu Empire and rushed into Takashi Ryushin's body. Rumble. Although there were fewer people to lend strength to, Takashi Ryushin was still full of strength. With a ferocious expression, he turned to look in the direction of Three Mountain City. Boom. In an instant, Takashi Ryushin rushed toward Three Mountain City. He was extremely fast and arrived outside Three Mountain City in a short while. Looking at the fog outside Three Mountain City, Takashi Ryushin rushed in without hesitation. Chapter 904. Grading Empire in God City. Tri-Mountain City's longevity array? You started it half a year ago? Long Sanchen looked at Dragon Shenying in surprise. Yes, it's a rare sight at the intersection of the three empires. Dragon Shenying looked into the distance and narrowed his eyes. So, it doesn't matter if the bastard swapped my body or not, what happened today would have happened anyway. If I was still in Martial Sky City, you would have plotted against me as well? You would have used Great Wu to perish together with Dahan, and then reap the benefits? Is your goal to swallow both the Great Han and Great Wu empires? No, even if you couldn't destroy Dahan, you would have damaged Dahan's vitality and destroyed its peak experts? Long Sanchen stared at Dragon Shenying. Dragon Shenying looked at Long Sanchen and smiled. My good brother, you are indeed well versed in the way of the Emperor, and you are not stupid. Of course you are not smart either. Otherwise how could you have swapped bodies? However, with Sima Changkong's wisdom, you can be on par with me. Long Sanchen snorted. Dahan has Mo Yike and Great Wu has Sima Changkong. Both of them are top strategists. As long as there is a slight movement in Grading Empire, they can immediately catch it. I want them to think that I have to guard against both empires, but I don't want to participate in your war. Do you know how difficult it is to control this and hide it from Mo Yike and Sima Changkong? However, I did it. The war between the two empires was too intense. It was so intense that you finally neglected me. Of course, maybe you didn't, but you didn't expect that the spiritual mountain sacred ground would be involved this time. South Sea Dragon King is just a chess piece of the spiritual mountain sacred ground. We have prepared so much. If we can't hide it from you, then it will be a failure. Dragon Shenying said in a low voice. Spiritual mountain sacred ground? Why would they work with you? Long Sanchen asked blankly. Let's use each other. The Soul Mountain Holy Ground wants to use you and me to deal with Gu Hai, while I need to use the Great Martial Emperor Dynasty and the Soul Mountain Holy Ground to deal with Gu Hai. Once I take over the Great Wu and Dahan territories, I can try to ascend to the top and succeed Father's position. Dragon Shenying said solemnly. Celestial Empire? Long Sanchen's face darkened. Report. An official rushed over. Reporting to your majesty, Sanshan City has reported that after Ao Sheng, Ao Shun, Shengguan Hen, South Sea Dragon King, and Kong Xian have entered Sanshan City's Grand Array, Takashi Ryushin has also mobilized the power of the Great Wu Empire to enter Sanshan City's Grand Array. The official reported respectfully. You want to keep all of them here? Long Sanchen looked at Dragon God Ing. That depends on Gu Hai. Perhaps he will gain more than this. Dragon God Ing smiled. Alright, it's time to go. I'll bring you to change your body. Third brother, remember what you said. Dragon God Ing looked at Long Sanchen. Don't worry. Once I change my body, I will definitely fulfill my promise and enter your grading empire. However, I must be a king. Long Sanchen said coldly. Alright. Dragon God Ing nodded. As he spoke, Dragon God Ing looked up at the Sea of Providence in the sky. People of the grading empire, I, Dragon God Ing, wish to lead the grading empire into a more glorious era. I implore the people to raise their right hands and lend me their strength. Dragon God Ing shouted. Roar. Above the Sea of Providence, the Golden Dragon of Providence suddenly roared, and the sound entered the ears of the grading empire's people. The Great Wu Empire's Golden Dragon of Providence was already thin, but the grading empire's Golden Dragon of Providence was majestic and powerful. Moreover, the people had great confidence in Dragon God Ing. With one call from Dragon God Ing, almost all the people in the empire raised their right hands. Waves of energy turned into streams of light and rushed toward the Golden Dragon of Providence. Then the Golden Dragon roared and rushed into Dragon God Ying's body with the momentum of Great Ing. Boom! With Dragon God Ing as the center, a powerful energy flow rushed in all directions. Alright, time to go. Dragon God Ing grabbed Long Sanchen and rushed toward Three Mountain City. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, they disappeared into the horizon. Boundless celestial capital. Mosquito Dauren received the news and rushed over. Your Majesty, the grading empire intervened? They ambushed Kong Xian, Shengguan Hen, and Ao Shun in Three Mountain City? Mosquito Dauren said with an ugly expression. The grading empire ambushed? Not only that, but also the spiritual mountain holy ground? The spiritual mountain sacred ground has been plotting for a long time. What do they want? Gu Hai's expression was gloomy. Your Majesty, I will go and support Kong Xian, Shengguan Hen and Ao Shun. At least let them come back. Mosquito Dauren said with a frown. It's not enough for you to go. Gu Hai said in a deep voice. Oh. They have Ao Sheng, the South Sea Dragon King, Takashi Ryushin, and Dragon God Ing. Among them, the Long brothers have mobilized a nation's providence. Takashi Ryushin has mobilized a nation's power. You can barely handle it, but what about Dragon God Ing? How can you handle it? He is stronger than Takashi Ryushin, and he has the power of a nation. He is not weaker than the Tongtian sect master. If you go, it is very likely that you will all be left there. Then the Dahan Empire will suffer a great loss. Gu Hai said with a gloomy expression. But we can escape. Mosquito Daoran said anxiously. If we could escape, Kong Xian and the others would have escaped long ago. At Longevity Array? The spiritual mountain sacred ground has really put in a lot of effort this time. Gu Hai said with a gloomy expression. Your Majesty, I have failed in my duty. Mo Yike said with a bitter expression. This is not your fault. After all, I have not figured out the purpose of the spiritual mountain sacred grounds trip. Gu Hai said in a deep voice. My guess is that the spiritual mountain sacred ground has come with great momentum. Perhaps there are more than these people. Mo Yike said with a frown. Mosquito Doran's expression changed. In addition to the Three Mountain City, they may also target the limitless celestial capital. This time they are here to destroy the Dahan Empire. Mo Yike said with an ugly expression. Gu Hai's expression sank. Then, are we still going to save the Three Mountain City? Mosquito Daoran asked worriedly. We must. If we don't, Kong Xian and the others will die. Gu Hai said in a deep voice. Then I will go immediately. Mosquito Daoran nodded. No, you stay in the limitless celestial capital. I will go. Gu Hai said in a deep voice. Your Majesty, you can't. If you leave the limitless celestial capital, the spiritual mountains experts will come again. The limitless celestial capital will be in danger. Mo Yike said anxiously. Mosquito Daoran, stay behind and defend the city. Gu Hai ordered. Yes, Your Majesty. Mosquito Daoran replied with a frown. Don't worry, the limitless celestial capital is not as weak as you think. I have already made arrangements. Gu Hai looked at everyone solemnly. Yes. Unborn man, since you saw through the longevity array, follow me to the Three Mountain City and try your best to save Kong Xian and the others. Gu Hai looked at the unborn man. I will do my best. The unborn man nodded. Gu Hai looked up at the sea of providence clouds in the sky. The golden dragon of providence had become even larger after seizing nearly 400 cities of the Great Wu Empire. As it breathed, it carried a faint purple aura. People of the Dahan Empire, today the Dahan Empire is facing a great calamity again. The foreign enemy is savage and wants to destroy our country. Today I implore the people of the Dahan Empire to raise your right hand and lend me your strength to help me destroy the foreign enemy and rule the world. Gu Hai shouted. Roar. The golden dragon of providence roared and its voice was instantly heard by all the people. Not long ago, after the battle with the Tongtian sect master, the people learned that His Majesty had defeated the Tongtian sect master. Now at Gu Hai's command, the people of the Dahan Empire quickly raised their right hand. Your Majesty, use my strength. Your Majesty, I lend you my strength. Defend the Dahan Empire and destroy the foreign enemy. Voices sounded one after another, carrying the strength of the people. The strength surged into the golden dragon of providence. The golden dragon of providence roared and swooped down toward Gu Hai. In an instant, it rushed into Gu Hai's body with the power of the Dahan Empire. Boom, boom, boom. The powerful force instantly caused Gu Hai's clothes to flutter. Although most of the people were unwilling to lend their strength to Gu Hai, there were still a small number of people who were willing. Moreover, the tacit cooperation of the major families also provided Gu Hai with a huge amount of strength. At this moment, his strength was even stronger than when he fought the Tongtian sect master. Gu Hai's muscles were bulging. Unborn man, let's go. Gu Hai stretched out his hand and beckoned. Whoosh. After sweeping up the unborn man, Gu Hai's figure flashed and rushed toward the Three Mountain City. In just a short while they arrived outside the Three Mountain City. Outside the Three Mountain City, Gu Hai and the unborn man stopped and brought out a gust of wind. When they got closer, they could see that the Three Mountain City was only shrouded in white fog and nothing unusual. However, when Gu Hai opened his third eye earlier, he could clearly see that it was black fog, corpse fog, and endless corpse fog. It was like a tornado that swept through the entire city. Unborn man, can you break it? Gu Hai looked at the unborn man. What a complicated longevity array. It won't be that easy to break it. It will take time. The unborn man said in a deep voice. Then you'll be in charge of breaking it. I'll go in first. Gu Hai said in a deep voice. Your Majesty, you want to save Kong Xian, Shangguan Hen and Ao Shun? This subject has 4 longevity talismans, one for each of you. When you activate them, this subject can use the longevity art to drag you out first. The unborn man took out 4 black jade talismans. Longevity talismans? Gu Hai's eyes lit up. That's right. The interior of this lifespan formation is a world of its own. To prevent any accidents, this official will not enter. There are only 4 lifespan talismans. Your Majesty, please make good use of them. Perhaps, Your Majesty, you will be able to come out even without me breaking the formation, the unborn man said gravely. Unborn man, you came back just in time. If we can get through this crisis, you'll be the one who deserves the most credit. Gu Hai grabbed the longevity talisman and rushed into the fog. Infinite Celestial Capital. The moment Gu Hai left, far away from the infinite celestial capital, a group of monks stood on the peak of a mountain. The monks in the lead were the Buddha of the past and the Buddha of the future. Beside them stood Sakra, Brahma, Shiva, and Vishnu. There were also many Buddhas, Bodhisattvas, and Arhats emitting golden light. Amateus Buddha, Gu Hai has gone to the 3-mountain city. The Buddha of the future said with his palms together. Buddha, do we need so many people to deal with a limitless celestial capital without Gu Hai? Sakra asked with a smile. Shiva, Brahma, and Vishnu. These 3 were powerful people who defeated the Tongtian sect master in the past. Together with the Buddha of the past, the Buddha of the future, and Sakra. This was a group that could sweep the imperial dynasties in the world. Now, it was just to enter the infinite celestial capital without Gu Hai? This trip cannot be lost. That's why I called all of you along. That Gu Hai must have something to rely on since he dares to leave like this. Be careful. The Buddha of the past said in a deep voice. Yes. Chapter 905. Outside the 3-mountain city, the unborn man landed on the peak of a mountain and lightly stepped on it. Buzz. With the unborn man as the center, strange changes suddenly occurred on both sides of the mountain. On one side, the vegetation suddenly withered and became lifeless. On the other side, the vegetation suddenly flourished and grew rapidly. The 2 extreme transformations moved towards the fog like 2 earth dragons surging towards the ground. Boom, boom. The 2 earth dragons crashed into a huge barrier with a loud bang. All of a sudden, the white fog around them changed color. Rumble. In the blink of an eye, the white fog turned pitch black. The black gas soared into the sky, forming a huge tornado. On this black tornado, malicious spirits screamed in pain, seemingly unable to escape. The black gas was mixed with streaks of blood. Seeing this, the unborn man's heart sank. Which longevity master is disturbing my longevity array? Suddenly, a loud shout came from the rolling black fog. Who are you to commit such a great sin? You actually refined all the people in the city alive? Depriving them of their lifespan, turning them into corpse demon bodies to provide endless lifespan for your longevity array? The unborn man said coldly. Buzz. A black-robed figure slowly emerged from the sea of black gas not far away. The black-robed figure's clothes were tattered and filled with dust. He looked like a person who had just climbed out of a grave. Neither dead nor alive, unborn man? Who was I? Ah. Now, you have become a running dog of a country? You dare to meddle in my business? The black-robed figure sneered. Chunshinsho? Haha, 200 million people, 50 billion lifespan? Depriving so many of them at once, aren't you afraid that your lifespan will be shortened and you will die immediately? The unborn man said coldly. You don't need to worry about my business. Get lost immediately. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite. Chunshinsho said coldly. Impolite? Why don't you give it a try? I want to see what the quality of your longevity array is. The unborn man stepped on the ground. Buzz. With the unborn man as the center, 2 whirlwinds suddenly swept up, one black and one white. Within the black whirlwind, there seemed to be an illusion of a skeleton, emitting a myriad of deathly chi. Within the white whirlwind, there seemed to be an illusion of a giant baby, emitting boundless holy light, rushing towards the grand formation of Chunshinsho. Half life and half death, you want to have both? You're really courting death. Even Fushi couldn't do it back then and you still want to do it? Since you want to die, then don't blame me, humph. Chunshinsho coldly snorted and waved his hand. A gust of black smoke mixed with evil spirits rushed towards the unborn man. Boom. Their spells collided in the void, and the whole area was shrouded in black and white fog. For a moment, the inside was filled with ghostly wails and howls, and it was incomparably gloomy. Gu Hai stepped into the white fog. In the white fog it was difficult to see the corpse chi with the naked eye. However, Gu Hai's third eye could see clearly that the surroundings were filled with a monstrous corpse chi. As soon as Gu Hai entered, his heavenly soul reacted. The great compassion fu of heaven and earth operated automatically, as if absorbing the endless corpse chi. Oh, corpse chi can be absorbed too? Gu Hai's expression changed. From the first to the second level of the heavenly palace, Gu Hai had absorbed an immeasurable amount of sorcery chi. Now, this rolling corpse chi seemed to be a great supplement to his heavenly soul, constantly being absorbed by it. Ordinary heavenly palaces could not absorb all kinds of chi, it had to be compatible with the body. Some heavenly palaces only cultivated one kind of chi for several levels, but Gu Hai had the great compassion fu of heaven and earth, so he did not reject it. Although the corpse energy was a great supplement, the corpse energy was extremely nourishing. Cultivating here would definitely yield twice the result with half the effort. However, there was no time to cultivate at this moment. He had entered the city and there were bursts of screams everywhere. He lowered his head and looked at the people in the city below. Woo 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 woo. Roar roar roar. Help help. Shrill screams could be heard. Gu Hai arrived in the city in an instant. He saw that the people in the city were all dead, and there was a large amount of black chi coming out of their 7 apertures. However, some people crawled up. They were like demons, pouncing on their companions around them. He saw a man biting off another man's finger, chewing it in big mouthfuls and crying bitterly as he chewed. They were walking corpses. Gu Hai remembered seeing records in ancient books. Corpse demons had 3 souls and 7 spirits were carriers. They ate people for a living. Were these corpse demons gnawing at each other? As they bit each other, more and more black chi came out of the corpse demon's 7 apertures. Save me, save me. A corpse demon cried bitterly. Whoosh. Gu Hai reached out and slapped away the corpse demons around him. He looked at the corpse demon that still had some consciousness. Yuanying state? Gu Hai was slightly stunned. Only the corpse in the Yuanying state had a trace of consciousness. Your Majesty, save me, save me. The corpse demon cried bitterly and covered its body. What's wrong with you? My 3 souls have been taken away. My nascent soul still has a trace of consciousness, but it can't hold on any longer. We have all become corpse demons. It's so uncomfortable. I want to eat people. Your Majesty, kill me, kill me. No, my 3 souls should have been refined into evil spirits. Your Majesty, save me, save me. The corpse demon cried bitterly. However, in the next moment, the corpse demon trembled and the red light in its eyes shone brightly. Whoosh. The corpse demon suddenly lost its mind and pounced on Gu Hai as if it wanted to bite Gu Hai. Gu Hai extended his hand wanting to smash it. However, his hand stopped in midair. You used to be my people. I failed to protect you. It's my fault. Although your corpses have turned into demons, I won't destroy them. His Majesty sighed and did not attack the corpse demons. The corpse demon took the opportunity to grab Gu Hai's shoulder, as if it was going to bite him. However, just as it was about to bite Gu Hai's cauldron soul produced a strong suction force. Rumble. The corpse demon's body was covered in rolling black gas. It was visible to the naked eye as it quickly entered Gu Hai's body. The corpse gas and rolling corpse gas were all absorbed by the cauldron soul. The corpse demon's cauldron soul was absorbed and slowly fell limp. In the void, 3 evil spirits with rolling black gas approached and merged into one. The black gas surrounding the evil spirits was instantly absorbed by Gu Hai's cauldron soul. Slowly a soul was revealed. It was the corpse demon that had gone limp. Thank you, Your Majesty, for releasing my soul. The soul knelt on the ground and cried bitterly. Releasing your soul? Gu Hai's face darkened. Yes, the corpse gas in my corpse and 3 souls were purified by Your Majesty. That was why I could regain my consciousness. Otherwise, I would have become someone's puppet forever. Thank you, Your Majesty. The soul said in pain. Can you still possess a body and revive? Gu Hai asked. The soul entered the body and then floated out. It shook its head in pain. My body is broken. I'm already dead. In that case, I'll send you to reincarnation. Gu Hai sighed. Thank you, Your Majesty. Gu Hai waved his hand and sent the soul into the celestial dome of antiquity. It was temporarily settled down. Roar roar roar. At this moment, a group of corpse demons seemed to have smelled the scent of a living person and pounced on him. Gu Hai stepped into the sky and looked at the corpse demons. He did not make a move. I couldn't protect you, but I will avenge you, Gu Hai said with a ferocious expression. Although Gu Hai wanted to release more souls, Gu Hai had to save Kong Xian, Shangguan Hen and the rest. He quickly flew around. The longevity array formed a world of its own. After entering, Gu Hai couldn't leave. The interior of the longevity array seemed to have expanded countless times. Gu Hai searched for a while before he found Kong Xian. Seeing Kong Xian's appearance, Gu Hai's expression changed. Kong Xian turned into a giant peacock. His body was covered in blood and countless feathers were falling down. He looked extremely miserable. He was fighting Takeshi Ryushin, who had turned into a corpse. Takeshi Ryushin slashed down with his saber. Screech. Kong Xian let out a ferocious roar. He flapped his wings, and the rainbow divine radiance shot out towards Takeshi Ryushin. Boom. The rainbow divine radiance blocked Takeshi Ryushin's saber. It barely blocked Takeshi Ryushin. However, the rainbow divine radiance seemed to shatter at any moment. You took so long to kill Kong Xian? A cold sneer sounded. Boom. A blood-red palm print hit Kong Xian's back. Dragon God Ing suddenly appeared and made a move. BFFF. Kong Xian spurted out a mouthful of blood. All the bones in his back were shattered. At the same time, Takeshi Ryushin slashed through the rainbow divine radiance and stood on Kong Xian's shoulder. Boom. Half of Kong Xian's shoulder was torn off. Screech. Kong Xian screamed and flew backwards. Dragon God Ing? Why are you here? Takeshi Ryushin glared at Dragon God Ing. Third brother, you're really slow. I just helped the South Sea Dragon King deal with Shangguan Hen. You mobilized the entire country's power, but you still can't kill Kong Xian? Dragon God Ing said coldly. I can kill him very soon. Don't need your help? Takeshi Ryushin's eyelids twitched. You mobilized the entire country's power. Kill him? You took so long to kill him? You're also injured? Dragon God Ing sneered. Why are you here? Takeshi Ryushin asked coldly. Don't worry about why I'm here. If you want to kill him, hurry up. Gu Hai might be here soon. Hurry up. Dragon God Ing shouted. Both Dragon God Ing and Takeshi Ryushin looked at Kong Xian at the same time. Kong Xian was heavily injured, reverting to his human form. He was vomiting blood and there was a large wound on his shoulder. Ha ha ha, Dragon God Ing, Takeshi Ryushin, mobilizing the entire country's power, what kind of ability is that? Kong Xian said while coughing out blood. Kong Xian, this emperor knows your pride. I don't know how you were subdued by Gu Hai, but this emperor knows that it's impossible to subdue you in a short time. To avoid any more trouble, this emperor must kill you today. This emperor believes that after today, even if Gu Hai can survive this calamity, without you and Shangguan Hen, his two arms, his vitality will be greatly damaged. Dragon God Ing raised his hand, preparing to strike down. Kong Xian swallowed my army of 1,000,000, I'll be the one to kill him. Takeshi Ryushin glared at Kong Xian, raising his saber and slashing it down. The saber slashed down, bringing with it a torrential might. A huge crack was torn in the void as if it was going to cut Kong Xian in half in an instant. Kong Xian was still able to resist Takeshi Ryushin's attack, but now with injuries on top of injuries, how could he withstand it? Moreover, there was still Dragon God Ing. Ha, even if I die, I'll drag you down with me. Kong Xian charged towards the saber with a ferocious expression, throwing out a 5-colored divine light as if he wanted to perish together with Dragon God Ing. The Dragon Clan brothers roared at the same time. It seemed that Kong Xian was about to be killed. Zhou Ba. A loud shout came from behind Kong Xian. A huge saber suddenly emerged from Kong Xian's back, colliding with Takeshi Ryushin's saber at a speed faster than Kong Xian's saber. Hong. With a loud bang, a huge black hole tore open in the void, and Takeshi Ryushin's saber shattered. Gu Hai's saber momentum did not decrease as he charged towards the Dragon Clan brothers. Chapter 906. Limitless Celestial Capital. Gu Hai had only left the Limitless Celestial Capital for a short while. Mosquito Doran's expression suddenly changed. Not good. They are here. He waved his hand. Suddenly, countless black mosquitoes spread all over the Limitless Celestial Capital, buzzing as if on alert. The expressions of Gu Qin, Qin Tianshan, and Mo Yike all changed. Just then, a strong aura swept over from the south of the city. Beams of golden light shone from a mountain peak. Many figures flew into the sky, slowly suppressing the limitless celestial capital. Past Buddha? Future Buddha? Indra? Qin Tianshan exclaimed in shock. Brahma? Shiva? Vishnu? Guqin's expression also changed. And a large number of spiritual mountain bodhisattvas, arhats, and Buddhas? Mo Yike's expression sank. Mosquito Daorin immediately flew into the sky, blocking everyone. Stop right there. Mosquito Daorin blocked everyone, but his eyes were filled with shock. So many experts? I am the only peak expert in the limitless celestial capital. What should I do? Amateus Buddha, Mosquito Daorin, are you trying to stop us? The past Buddha asked with a smile. Past Buddha, what are you trying to do? Mosquito Daorin was not very confident. We're looking for someone. Mr. Mosquito Daorin, please move aside. The past Buddha said indifferently. Although his tone was calm, there was an irresistible force in it. Mosquito Daorin, please don't create trouble for yourself. You can't stop us. The future Buddha said sullenly. Mosquito Daorin looked at this group of people and felt nervous. Back when he joined the Dahan imperial dynasty, he told Gu Hai that he had the right to flee if there was danger. However, once he fled, it would be impossible for him to return to the Dahan. However, could he stop them now? Even the Tongtian sect master was not a match for Brahma and the other two back then. How could he stop them? Fight to the death? That was not his style at all. Army Commander Mosquito Daorin. Guqin suddenly said. Huh. Mosquito Daorin looked at Guqin with uncertainty. Spiritual Mountain Holy Land sent some experts here. However, Mosquito Daorin, can't you see? When Emperor Father was here, they did not dare to show themselves. What does that mean? They are afraid of me. The Mosquito Taoist was shocked. Yes, you are powerful. Why didn't you come out just now? What am I afraid of? Mosquito Daorin, you are ordered by Emperor Father to guard the Dahan Empire. Although there are many enemies, but after defending the city, your contribution is also great. Guqin shouted. Mosquito Daorin nodded. Your Highness, don't worry, I will not let them hurt the people of Dahan. Mosquito Daorin waved his hand. Black mosquitoes that covered the sky and earth instantly blocked the people from Spiritual Mountain. Ah Buddha, let me do it. Hurry up and use the great technique to search for them. Indra sneered. Eh. The Buddha of the past said coldly. Indra twisted his head and his eyes turned cold. He took a step forward and threw a punch. Ah Indra, with just you? Mosquito Daorin greeted with a punch. The rolling black mosquitoes followed the punch and went towards Indra. Boom. With a loud bang, countless black mosquitoes exploded, and Sakura was instantly beaten into retreating. Just so. Mosquito Daorin swayed and appeared in front of Indra. Rumble. Suddenly, the rolling black mosquitoes surrounded the two of them. Amidst the sea of mosquitoes, the two of them started fighting. Mosquito Daorin revealed a sinister expression. Every move was fatal as he attacked Indra. Wing. A large number of black mosquitoes swarmed towards the people from Spiritual Mountain. The Buddha of the past sneered and took out the world-illuminating lamp. He gently activated it and countless strange green flames appeared in the void. Once the green flames appeared, countless black patterns were instantly burned away. The black mosquitoes can't stop us, let's go. The Buddha of the past continued to fly towards the infinite celestial capital. Whoosh! In the distance, Mosquito Daorin tore open Indra's chest with a claw. Blood splattered everywhere. The rolling black mosquitoes swarmed forward. Buddha, I need backup. Indra smiled bitterly and retreated. Brahma? The Buddha of the past said. Brahma nodded and rushed towards Mosquito Daorin. He threw a punch at the black pattern from behind. Mosquito Daorin's expression changed. He turned his hand and threw a punch. On the other side, Indra took the opportunity and threw another punch. Boom. Mosquito Daorin was fighting 1 against 2 and instantly lost his advantage. However, the two of them couldn't do anything to Mosquito Daorin. Release the arrows. Mo Yike shouted. In the city there were still 100,000 demon god army. Following Mo Yike's order, thousands of arrows were released together. The 100,000 arrows with the power to open the sky suddenly erupted with invincible power. Buddha illumination. 1,000 Buddhas greeting. Bodhisattvas, arhats and Buddhas rushed out. Without the Buddha of the past doing anything, they instantly smashed the arrow rain and shattered it. The Spiritual Mountain's sacred ground was too well prepared. Without Gu Hai, the limitless celestial capital suddenly became a crisis. Future Amit Ba rain light. The Buddha of the future put his palms together. Instantly, millions of blue rays of light emerged from his palms and sprinkled on the limitless celestial capital like raindrops. What is that? Gu Qin's expression darkened. The rain light incantation. Unfortunately, he practiced it wrongly and turned it into a demonic technique. He wants to put all of us into a deep sleep. Qin Zibai, wake up. Mo Yike shouted coldly. Yes. Qin Zibai shouted and immediately activated the bamboo staff in his hand. Whoosh. He swung the bamboo staff towards the sky. Immediately, a monstrous green light welcomed the blue raindrops. Zzz. Like raindrops meeting a soldering iron, they quickly evaporated and broke the Buddha of the Future's technique. Intelligence Communication Divine Staff? The Buddha of the Future revealed an expression of ecstasy. In his ecstasy, he reached out to grab Qin Zibai. A huge force immediately brought along a powerful aura and rushed towards Qin Zibai. Qin Zibai was about to make a move. However, at this moment, a huge blood-red bat suddenly shot into the sky. Boom. The blood-red bat immediately hit the Buddha of the Future's palm and knocked it back. A bat? The Buddha of the Future's expression darkened. Squeak, 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 squeak. The blood-red bat flapped its wings and instantly transformed into millions of small bats that rushed towards the spiritual mountain's experts. It's just a vampire. Let me. Shiva smirked coldly and slapped out. The millions of bats instantly exploded. The palm energy was huge and rushed towards the blood-red bat. Boom. The blood-red bat and Shiva's palm collided, and the void shook violently. The blood-red bat was instantly knocked into the ground, creating a huge crater. That's all you got? Ah. Shiva laughed coldly. As he spoke, Shiva slammed his palm down again. The palm became 10,000 feet large. It carried with it a power that could destroy the sky and the earth. It slammed towards the blood-red bat in the city. Not only was this palm going to kill the bat, but it was also going to shatter the infinite sky. No. Your Majesty, help. Ah. Poof. Mother, I'm scared. The people in the city cried out in fear. Under this huge pressure, many people instantly vomited blood from the pressure. The blood-red bat was Changming. Seeing Shiva's powerful palm, his expression changed. Run. No, if he ran, countless people in the limitless celestial capital would be in trouble. No. Changming roared and suddenly turned into a human. He threw a palm at the giant palm that towered into the sky. Boom. Poof. Changming could not fight back. He coughed up a mouthful of blood, and a black orb shadow appeared around him. Because of that shadow, Changming was able to block Shiva's palm. He was able to hold on for dear life. What is this thing that blocked me? Shiva's expression was cold. Chaos Essence Pearl? The Buddha of the past looked shocked. What? Chaos Essence Pearl? The Dahan Imperial Dynasty has such a treasure? Shiva was overjoyed. In his joy, Shiva's expression turned ferocious. He grabbed Changming as if he wanted to crush Changming. Even with the Chaos Essence Pearl, how much could he block? Poof. Under the huge power, even with the Chaos Essence Pearl, Changming could not take it. He coughed up blood. Shoot him. Mo Yike anxiously pointed at Shiva. Boom. Thousands of arrows were shot, but the other bodhisattvas, Buddhas, and Arhats were in front of him. The rain of arrows could not hit Shiva. Shiva, let me help you. Vishnu wanted to go forward. No need. He is about to be crushed to death. This Chaos Essence Pearl is mine. God power is unlimited. Explode. Shiva shouted ferociously. Just as Changming was having a hard time holding on, shing. A ray of green light shot out from the city. It was a ray of sword light. The moment it appeared, it gave off billions of rays of green light. Many people could not open their eyes. Boom. Changming exploded. However, Changming was fine now. This was because Shiva's arm was sent flying and fell to the ground. Boom. Shiva's arm was cut off by a ray of sword light. Ah, my arm. Shiva cried out in pain. Shiva? The Buddha of the past and the others' faces sank. Vishnu immediately stretched out his hand and grabbed Shiva's arm. The moment he grabbed it back, another ray of sword light shot into the sky and headed for Vishnu's forehead. How dare you? Vishnu blocked with his arms. Boom. With a loud sound, Vishnu was sent flying by the sword light. His arms were lacerated and blood flowed. Who? The Buddha of the past's face changed as he looked at the city. Vishnu and Shiva were god cultivators with strong bodies. In the past, even the Tongtian sect master's fairy-slaying sword could not cut through their bodies. Now their arms were cut off by a ray of sword light? How could it be? Who in the world was more powerful than the Tongtian sect master? The Buddha of the past, Vishnu and Shiva looked at the city together. They saw a white-robed man holding a bronze sword at the top of a restaurant in the boundless celestial capital. He looked at the people of Spirited Mountain coldly. Huh? Chang Ming, who had just been rescued, was shocked. Wansho Taoism? Young Master Green Lotus? How could it be? How did you become so strong? The Buddha of the past's face sank. He stood on the roof, his white robe fluttering in the wind. He looked at the people in the sky coldly and said, "When Gu Hai sent me a message and asked me for help, I did not expect that the Spirited Mountain holy ground had no bottom line. How dare you casually kill a group of ordinary people? You deserve to die." Chapter 907. Inside the Longevity Formation in Three Mountain City. The Dragon Brothers were about to kill Kong Xian when Gu Hai appeared. He slashed out with the 8 heavenly cycles. It instantly shattered Takeshi Ryushin's energy saber. The saber momentum did not diminish as it charged toward the Dragon Brothers. Gu Hai. Dragon Shenying's expression turned cold as he increased the strength in his hand. Boom. A loud explosion rang out as a black hole appeared in the void. Gu Hai's energy saber exploded, and so did Dragon Shenying's energy palm. Gu Hai. You dare to come? Takeshi Ryushin roared as he glared at Jiang Chen. Cough. Your Majesty? Kong Xian coughed out a mouthful of blood. Kong Xian, you've worked hard. Rest for now. Gu Hai waved his hand. Whoosh. In an instant, Kong Xian was pulled into the Immortal Dome of the Ancients. A day in the Immortal Dome of the Ancients was equivalent to 10 years in the Immortal Dome of the Ancients. In just a short time, Kong Xian would be able to heal his injuries quickly. Gu Hai tossed a bottle into the Immortal Dome of the Ancients. Kong Xian, use this to heal your injuries. Hurry up and recover. Gu Hai's voice rang out from the dome. Yes, Your Majesty. Kong Xian received the bottle. It was a bottle of heaven replenishing energy. Gu Hai, you've come. Dragon Shenying sneered. He had expected this. Dragon Shenying, you want him dead just like me. Hurry up and make your move. Takeshi Ryushin glared at Jiang Chen. Gu Hai's eyes turned cold as he ignored the two. His figure flashed as he moved through the ritual array. Don't run. Takeshi Ryushin was furious as he chased after Jiang Chen. Dragon Shenying sneered. He did not chase after Jiang Chen. Instead, he turned to look at the sky. Whoosh. A white-robed figure slowly descended from the sky. The white-robed figure looked like a child. He was small and looked comical in his white robe. Your Majesty. The white-robed figure said respectfully. Baiming Shou, Gu Hai is here. You and Chun Shin Shou, get ready to leave Gu Hai here. Dragon Shenying said. Baiming Shou? If Gu Hai heard this, he would be very surprised. Back then in the Heaven Realm, Baiming Shou and the Long Zhangguo were killed by the Immortal of 6 Paths. How could there be another person? Gu Hai is here with the unborn man. Chun Shin Shou is dealing with the unborn man outside. Baiming Shou said in a low voice. Unborn man? He actually came back at this time? Dragon Shenying's expression sank. Don't worry, Your Majesty. Chun Shin Shou should be able to stop the unborn man. Everything will go according to plan. This corpse tomb longevity array was specially prepared for Gu Hai. He will definitely die. Baiming Shou said coldly. Good, since Chun Shin Shou is stopping the unborn man, get ready to begin. Dragon Shenying said in a low voice. Yes. Baiming Shou answered. While speaking, Baiming Shou's figure flickered and disappeared. On the other side, Gu Hai was shuttling back and forth with Takeshi Ryushin chasing after him. However, Takeshi Ryushin was still slightly weaker than Gu Hai even though he had mobilized the country's power. In just a short while he lost sight of Gu Hai. Humph, Gu Hai, you can't escape. Takeshi Ryushin quickly chased after him. Gu Hai was also very anxious. Kong Xian was almost killed by the Long brothers. Although he was very angry, the most important thing now was to find Shangguan Hen and Ao Shun. Boom, boom, boom. Suddenly, a loud noise came from afar. Gu Hai rushed over. However, he saw another battle not far away. Shangguan Hen was cut in half. His whole body was covered in blood, lying in a pool of his own blood. He was on the verge of death, but he was still breathing. That was close, just a little? Gu Hai's face twisted. That was Shangguan Hen, the art of 8 and 9, the invincible Vajra body. How could such a strong body be cut in half? Shangguan Hen was lying in a pool of blood. In front of him was Ao Shun, who had turned into a dragon. Ao Shun had turned into a black dragon to protect Shangguan Hen. However, his body was full of wounds. Blood spurted everywhere and even his bones were exposed. The South Sea Dragon King and Ao Shing each slapped Ao Shun. Boom. Ao Shun let out a painful cry. Many of his bones were broken. His body went limp and he fell to the ground. Supreme Ao, don't worry about me. Hurry up and leave. His Majesty will avenge me. Shangguan Hen roared with unwillingness. It's too late. My bones are almost broken. I can't leave. Dragon God Ing attacked you, so he went to find Kong Xian. They want to keep us here. His Majesty will definitely come and save us. Shangguan Hen, hang in there. Ao Shun said bitterly. You can't even save yourself and you still want to protect a dying man? Ao Shun, you really don't know what's good for you. Ao Shing said coldly. Cough cough humph. Ao Shun coughed up blood and looked coldly at Ao Shing and the South Sea Dragon King. Alright, don't waste your breath. He doesn't have much strength left. Ao Shing, didn't you want to kill him? I'll let you do it. Smash his head. He's dead for sure. South Sea Dragon King said with a ferocious expression. Ao Shing looked coldly at Ao Shun. As expected, Ao Shun had no strength to fight back. Alright. Ao Shung's expression turned vicious and he slammed his palm over. Ao Shun was about to die. Ao Shun looked at his younger brother. He didn't show any fear. Instead, he showed a sad smile of relief. Ao Shung's expression was ferocious. However, when he saw Ao Shun's sad smile of relief, his hand suddenly paused just as it was about to smash Ao Shun's head. Boom. The giant palm stopped in front of Ao Shun's head, bringing with it a strong gust of wind. What's wrong? You can't bear to kill him? South Sea Dragon King said with a cold smile. Ao Shun's face was filled with uncertainty. Although he always wanted to kill Ao Shun and this jealousy was engraved in his heart, when he saw that he was about to smash Ao Shun's head, many images of the past suddenly appeared in Ao Sheng's mind. Xiao Sheng, are you being punished by father to copy books again? Look, what is this? Big brother went to Heavenly Stellar City to buy some fried whitebait crisps for you. Eat it, don't let father see it. Xiao Sheng, remember this. This time I secretly took you out to play, don't let father find out. Xiao Sheng, what happened to your face? Who hit you? Tell me who dared to hit my little brother Ao Shun. Without knowing why, scenes of his childhood suddenly filled his mind. Ao Shing wanted to kill Ao Shun, but even though it was right in front of him, he didn't know why. His heart suddenly tightened and he couldn't do it. Shaking his head, he threw away the distracting thoughts in his mind. You don't want to kill him? If you don't want to, then let me do it. The South Sea Dragon King said in a cold voice. No, it's just that he has the ancestral dragon blood essence in his body, it can't be destroyed. Ao Shing bit his lip and shouted with a complicated expression. The South Sea Dragon King's expression changed. That's right, I almost forgot. Ha ha ha, ancestral dragon blood essence. Don't worry, my hands are fast. I can reach into his head and take out the dragon orb in his body. While speaking, the South Sea Dragon King suddenly made his move again. Ao Shung's expression suddenly changed, but he still suppressed the restlessness in his heart. He watched as the South Sea Dragon King reached for Ao Shun's head. Supreme Ao Shun, I've harmed you. Shangguan Hen weakly shouted. Ao Shing, my father said that you're immature and asked me to give in to you. You won't have the chance in the future, so take good care of yourself. Ao Shun said with a smile. Ao Shung felt a lump in his throat, and his whole body trembled. However, he still clenched his fists tightly to prevent his emotions from exploding. It looked like the South Sea Dragon King was about to kill Ao Shun. You're courting death, Zhou Tian 8. Suddenly, a furious roar rang out from behind the South Sea Dragon King. An aura of a saber slashed toward him, and the threat of death instantly enveloped him. The South Sea Dragon King's hair stood on end. He wanted to kill Ao Shun immediately, but this threat of death could take his life in an instant. Bastard! The South Sea Dragon King gloomily roared. His palm quickly deviated from its original trajectory and struck Ao Shun's tail. At the same time, he used the momentum to dodge. The aura of the saber tore through the void and brushed past the South Sea Dragon King and Ao Shung's bodies. Boom! Ao Sheng and the South Sea Dragon King were instantly blasted away by the shockwave and staggered. However, when the two of them regained their senses, Gu Hai instantly appeared beside Ao Shun and Shanghai Hen. Your Majesty! You're really here. Cough cough cough. Shanghai Hen immediately shouted excitedly. Your Majesty! Ao Shun was also pleasantly surprised. Whoosh. With a flip of his hand, Gu Hai sent the two of them into the celestial dome of antiquity. Shanghai Hen Ao Shun, quickly heal your injuries. Gu Hai shouted from the celestial dome. Whoosh. 2 bottles filled with replenishing heavenly energy were thrown to the two of them. Shangguan Hen had been saved by this heaven-mending power in the past. At that time he only had a head left, but the heaven-mending power could heal his body. Naturally, he knew how powerful this heaven-mending power was. With great difficulty, he pieced his broken body back together and quickly infused his heaven-replenishing energy into it. TSS 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 TSS. Immediately, the ruptured area began to recover at a speed visible to the naked eye. Ao Shun's broken arm had been repaired before, so he knew how to use it. He propped up the broken bones and quickly poured in heaven-replenishing energy. A powerful healing effect quickly healed the injuries of the two of them. Lord Kong? Shangguan Hen's eyes lit up when he saw Kong Xian recuperating nearby. His Majesty even saved Kong Xian? Outside the immortal dome. Gu Hai. The South Sea Dragon King's eyes widened. Gu Hai, it's you. Ao Sheng looked at Gu Hai with a ferocious expression. Gu Hai, let's see where you're going to run to. Takashi Ryushin roared as he chased after Gu Hai again. In the blink of an eye, Gu Hai was surrounded by Takashi Ryushin, Ao Sheng, and the South Sea Dragon King. What a trap. Your goal is to kill me, right? If that's the case, come at me. Gu Hai's expression was ferocious. Without wasting any time, he slashed at the South Sea Dragon King with the life-extinguishing saber in his hand. You're courting death. The three of them charged at Gu Hai at almost the same time. Boom. The saber energy was ferocious. Under the 8 cycles of heavens, Gu Hai sent the South Sea Dragon King flying with a single slash. Then he slammed his saber into Ao Sheng. Boom. Blarg. Ao Sheng spat out a mouthful of blood as he was sent flying. Don't forget about me. Takashi Ryushin's expression was ferocious. A massive saber energy slashed at Gu Hai with a loud boom. If you were in your prime, you might be able to fight me. Now you're only at the 9th level of the Heaven Palaces, right? You're not strong enough. Gu Hai glared at him as he charged forward with his saber. A massive saber territory was formed. It transformed into a massive saber energy that charged at Takashi Ryushin. Hong. A loud boom rang out as the two sabers collided in the air. A massive black hole instantly appeared. Bam. Takashi Ryushin was instantly sent flying. His face was flushed red. 1 against 3 and he won. Chapter 908. Takashi Ryushin was sent flying by the 8 heavenly cycles. His face was flushed red. Again? Takashi Ryushin pounced forward again with a ferocious expression. Roar. On the other side, the South Sea Dragon King also pounced forward. Ao Sheng's strength was a little weaker, but he still rushed up. Your goal is to keep me here, right? Come on then. I have the power of a nation. Let's see who's going to keep who here. Gu Hai's expression turned cold as he quickly slashed down. Boom, boom, boom. The life-extinguishing saber was unsheathed, and purple light soared into the sky. In an instant, Gu Hai's 8 heavenly cycles filled the surroundings, forcing the 3 experts to retreat continuously. Takashi Ryushin had the power of a nation, but he only had 100 cities left. Gu Hai, on the other hand, had several times more power than Takashi Ryushin. Even with the 8 heavenly cycles, the 3 of them were heavily injured. Dragon Shenying, what are you doing? Hurry up and attack. The South Sea Dragon King roared as blood gushed out of his body. Gu Hai's expression darkened. He didn't dare to hesitate and the speed of his saber increased. Blood splattered from the 3 of them. Gu Hai, you're just a little luckier than me. If you don't have any luck, you're nothing. Takashi Ryushin roared angrily. Takashi Ryushin was also covered in bloody wounds. Blood splattered everywhere. He was enraged by Gu Hai's suppression. 1 against 3, the 3 of them still couldn't win. Dragon Shenying, the South Sea Dragon King roared again. He's here. Shut up. Dragon Shenying snorted coldly and appeared behind the 3 of them. But at this moment, a sea of black liquid gushed out from behind Dragon Shenying. Within this sea of black liquid, countless evil spirits were churning and roaring. And in the center of the evil ghosts, there seemed to be a black bug that was commanding the group of demons. The bug was extremely ugly. It bared its teeth and stuck out its tongue. On the tongue there was a small mouth that revealed countless fangs. It roared at Gu Hai. This is. Gu Hai's hair stood on end. Quick, trap him, yelled the South Sea Dragon King. Dragon Sheniying slowly urged the Black Sea. For a moment, all the corpse chi in the longevity array seemed to listen to the Black Sea's command and rushed over. Go! Long Shining shouted. Boom! The Black Sea poured down on Gu Hai. Gu Hai's pupils shrank instinctively. Zhou Tian 9. Gu Hai's eyes widened. Hundreds of millions of saber chi surged toward the life extermination saber's saber energy. The 9 cycles could shatter galaxies, and its might instantly skyrocketed 100-fold. An energy saber that could split heaven and earth slashed out. Arg! Ao Xing, the South Sea Dragon King, and Takashi Ryushin immediately screamed in pain. Boom! Even with the three's full power, they were still no match for Zhou Tianjiu. Blood spurted from their bodies. Their bones were exposed and they were sent flying as they vomited blood. A huge black hole appeared around them. However, the Black Sea seemed to be unaffected by the black hole and continued to surge forward. Dragon Sheniying's expression turned cold. He also punched at Zhou Tianjiu. Hong! The saber and the fist collided and exploded. Dragon Sheniying was sent flying. He vomited a mouthful of blood. Dragon Sheniying stabilized himself. At this moment, the Black Sea split in half under the energy saber. However, it only split in half. It merged again in the blink of an eye and enveloped Gu Hai. Walala! Gu Hai was submerged in the Black Sea. Gaga gaga! Roar! Eat him! Human flesh! Human flesh! Evil spirits roared as they charged at Gu Hai. At this moment, Gu Hai suddenly could not move. Zhou Tianjiu's burden was too great. The backlash from the saber caused Gu Hai to vomit blood. However, he still had some strength. However, as the evil spirits charged at him, Gu Hai felt like his body weighed billions of kilograms. He could not move. No, he could move. However, he felt like he had fallen into a quagmire. Moving was extremely taxing, not to mention escaping. Boom! Thousands of evil spirits charged into Gu Hai's body. Outside, Dragon Sheniying vomited a mouthful of blood and stabilized himself. After all, Takashi Ryushin and the other two had neutralized most of Zhou Tianjiu's power. Furthermore, Dragon Sheniying had the upper hand, so his injuries were not serious. Cough cough cough. Thank you, Your Majesty, for protecting me. Behind Dragon Sheniying, Baiming Shou suddenly said with lingering fear. Dragon Sheniying was not the only one who controlled the Black Sea. Baiming Shou was also there. If not for Dragon Sheniying's protection, Baiming Shou would have died under Zhou Tianjiu's attack. Baiming Shou, how is Gu Hai? Dragon Sheniying looked at the Black Sea floating in the air. The shattered void around them slowly recovered. However, the Black Sea was still floating in the air, covering Gu Hai and the longevity array. Don't worry. Gu Hai can't come out. He should be enduring the torture of millions of evil spirits and corpse demons. He won't be able to hold on for long. Soon he will be refined into a corpse demon. Baiming Shou sneered. That was a corpse worm? Dragon Sheniying asked in a low voice. That's right. The corpse mound lifespan formation was activated by the corpse bug. It turned all the people in the city into corpse devils to set up the corpse mound lifespan formation. This Black Sea can be considered the corpse bug's lair. All the corpse devils and evil ghosts here are controlled by the corpse bug. Together they will refine Gu Hai into a corpse devil. He's dead for sure. Baiming Shou said coldly. Corpse worm? The spiritual mountain holy ground doesn't look as good as it looks on the surface. How can they take out such an evil thing? Dragon Sheniying's face was gloomy. Trapped. The South Sea Dragon King flew over, covered in blood. Yes, trapped. The corpse worm's nest is filled with liquefied corpse chi, the filthiest and thickest energy in the world. It can corrode one's fate energy. His fate energy is about to be destroyed. Moreover, this corpse worm is at least hundreds of thousands of years old. Corpse chi is rare in the world. With so many of them that Gu Hai can't escape. Baiming Shou said in a low voice. Can he hear me? The South Sea Dragon King asked. Use this corpse worm's tooth to transmit sound. Baiming Shou handed over a tooth. The South Sea Dragon King took it and flew to the edge of the corpse worm's nest. He activated the tooth and transmitted his voice to Gu Hai. Dragon Sheniying watched the South Sea Dragon King fly over with narrowed eyes. Cough cough cough. Not far away, Ao Xing coughed out blood and got up from the ground. Looking at the corpse worm's nest filled with evil spirits, he was shocked. Ha ha ha, the South Sea Dragon King? You've allied with Dragon Shenying? Takeshi Ryushin crawled out from the ruins while vomiting blood. Takeshi Ryushin's flesh was mostly torn off by Zhou Tianjiu. Large amounts of bones were exposed and blood splattered everywhere. Moving was difficult. Huff. In the blink of an eye, Dragon Shenying arrived in front of Takeshi Ryushin. Dragon Shenying, what do you want? Takeshi Ryushin's face darkened. What do you think? Dragon Shenying sneered. I understand now. Aha, this is all part of your plan. You want to kill Gu Hai, set up my Grand Emperor dynasty and perish together with him? You're picking up a ready-made one. Takeshi Ryushin said with grief and indignation. It's too late for you to realize now. Dragon Shenying walked over step by step. You want to kill me? Takeshi Ryushin's face changed. Dragon Shenying didn't say anything and walked closer. Aren't you the most filial to Holy Father? Now that Holy Father is dead, you want to kill Holy Father's son, your little brother? Takeshi Ryushin panicked. Little brother? Aha, you really think I don't know? My good nephew. Dragon Shenying sneered. What? Takeshi Ryushin's face changed. Shio. Not far away, another figure flew over. This time it was the Long Sanqian and he flew over angrily. Unfilial son. Long Sanqian roared. Takeshi Ryushin's face changed greatly. You Gu Hai let you go? You went to find Dragon Shenying? Enough nonsense, quickly switch back to your body. Dragon Shenying said coldly. Takeshi Ryushin's face changed. He crawled to his feet and immediately fled. You want to escape in front of me? Dragon Shenying's eyes turned cold. His figure flickered and he appeared behind Takeshi Ryushin. He reached out and grabbed Dragon Shenying's shoulder. Let go of me. Takeshi Ryushin immediately attacked Dragon Shenying's chest. Boom. Just as he scratched Dragon Shenying's shoulder, Dragon Shenying's hand passed through Takeshi Ryushin's chest. Boom. Takeshi Ryushin spat out a mouthful of blood and looked at Dragon Shenying in shock. My patience is limited. Dragon Shenying said coldly. Don't destroy my body. Long Sanqian said anxiously. If you don't, he won't be obedient. Quickly, if you don't switch your soul, I will kill you now. Dragon Shenying said coldly. Good. I'll switch. Takeshi Ryushin nodded with a trace of fear. Dragon Shenying threw Dragon Shenying to Long Sanqian. Takeshi Ryushin suddenly uttered a strange sound and then shouted, Switch. Takeshi Ryushin's body suddenly emitted a blue light, which rushed into Long Sanqian's body. Long Sanqian's body also rushed into Takeshi Ryushin's body. Both of them were in a deadlock for a while. Both of them trembled and separated. I'm back. Cough. Ah. Takeshi Ryushin spat out blood and laughed loudly. Long Sanqian turned around and fled into the distance. Dragon Shenying slapped down with his palm. Boom. Pooh. Long Sanqian spat out a mouthful of blood and fell down. Uncle, father, this child was wrong. Cough. Long Sanqian spat out blood and begged for mercy with a trace of fear. Dragon Shenying ignored him and walked towards Takeshi Ryushin. You and I are both cultivating Jiangchen's body. I will help you heal. Dragon Shenying said in a deep voice. As he spoke, he slapped Takeshi Ryushin's body. Rumble. A surge of energy entered Takeshi Ryushin's body, and Takeshi Ryushin's injuries rapidly healed. In a short while, new flesh grew, and his pale face slowly regained its color. However, Dragon Shenying's aura was weakening. After a while, Takeshi Ryushin's body shook and he broke free from Dragon Shenying's grasp. My injuries are all healed? Takeshi Ryushin said in surprise. Of course. This emperor converted the power of providence in my body into the power of the same source as yours and helped you heal everything. Dragon Shenying said. Your power of providence is gone? Takeshi Ryushin revealed a trace of worry. Don't worry. Gu Hai's power of providence should be mostly gone by now. It doesn't matter if you have the power of providence or not. As long as you can recover, our power comes from the same source. If one of us is injured, we can heal each other. Takeshi Ryushin, do you still remember what you promised me? Dragon Shenying asked. Don't worry. When we get out, I will join the grading imperial dynasty. Takeshi Ryushin nodded. When Dragon Shenying saw that Takeshi Ryushin did not greet him, he frowned slightly. However, this was not the time to do anything, so he only nodded. This son of yours is quite capable. How are you going to deal with him? Dragon Shenying looked at Long Sanqian. Long Sanqian was injured all over his body, and his face was full of fear. Father, I was wrong. I won't do it again. Long Sanchen immediately said in horror. Takashi Ryushin looked over coldly. In the corpse nest. Rolling evil spirits rushed toward Guhai with a huge corpse aura. For a moment, the power of the corpse aura was quickly melting the power of providence on the surface of his body. However, Guhai had difficulty moving and his face was extremely ugly. Whoosh! The evil spirits rushed into Guhai's body. At this moment, the great compassion fu of heaven and earth was quickly activated. His heavenly soul quickly absorbed the corpse aura carried by the evil spirits. Whoosh! The corpse aura in the evil spirits was instantly purified. They turned into souls. Guhai's divine thought moved and immediately, the souls were sent into the immortal dome. Corpse aura? So much corpse aura. This black sea is formed by corpse aura? Guhai was shocked. Then he fully activated the great compassion fu of heaven and earth. Rumble. The surrounding black water rushed into Guhai's body and into his heavenly soul, and was quickly absorbed. The rolling corpse aura and countless evil spirits were no longer a burden to Guhai. Instead, they were a great tonic that was quickly absorbed by Guhai. Crack, crack, crack. In the middle of the thousands of evil spirits, the corpse worm seemed to have sensed some kind of natural enemy. In fear, it kept roaring, commanding countless evil spirits and countless corpse demons to rush toward Guhai. Chapter 909. The filthy corpse energy quickly melted the power of luck on Guhai's body. Although it seemed extremely dangerous, it was not as scary to Guhai as the people outside thought. This was because Guhai had the great compassion poem of heaven and earth. Under the great compassion poem of heaven and earth, the corpse energy did not turn Guhai into a corpse. Instead, it became a tonic for Guhai's heavenly soul, increasing his cultivation rapidly. Rumble. The corpse energy was absorbed, and the evil spirits were purified. The corpse demons flew over. However, it was the same principle. The instant it came into contact with Guhai, it drained all its corpse energy and purified the corpse. The corpse bug seemed to have seen its predator. It commanded more corpse energy to rush toward Guhai in fear. The corpse energy, which had always been successful, could not harm Guhai today. This frightened the corpse bug. Guhai looked at the nearby corpse bug and sneered, "Although I don't know what you are, you can't escape from the deaths of the people of Three Mountain City. You killed 200 million of my people. Don't think you can leave alive today." Screech. The corpse bug roared in anger. The small mouth on its tongue opened and let out a sharp screech. More and more corpse demons and evil spirits rushed toward Guhai. Boom. Too much corpse energy rushed over. Guhai could not handle it for a while. Black veins appeared on his face as the corpse energy entered his flesh. However, as the great compassion poem of heaven and earth absorbed more corpse energy, Guhai could handle more and more corpse energy. He could still hold on. Screech. Screech. The corpse bug screeched but did not dare to come forward. Guhai did not care so much. He sent a strand of consciousness into the immortal dome of antiquity. Kongxian Shanghai Hen Ao Shun, how are your injuries? Guhai asked. It's been 10 days. Your Majesty's miraculous medicine is really amazing. I've already recovered 80%. Solemnly, Kongxian said to the emperor. Your Majesty, I have recovered half of it. Shangguan Hen nodded. Your Majesty, I have also recovered 70%. Ao Shun nodded. 1 day in the outside world was 10 years in the inner world. 10 days in the inner world was only a short while in the outside world. Since you've recovered half of your strength, I won't wait any longer. This is the longevity talisman the unborn man gave me. I'll let you out of the immortal dome of antiquity in a moment. When you're out, be careful of the surging corpse energy. Once you're out, activate it immediately and return to the limitless celestial capital to provide support and await the orders of the Hanshio Army's Commander-in-Chief, Mo Yike. Guhai instructed. Yes. The three of them replied. With a thought from Guhai, the three of them instantly appeared beside him. Boom. Immediately, some of the corpse demons were sent flying. Corpse energy? The three of them suddenly changed their expressions. The surging corpse energy surged towards their bodies. The momentum of the corpse energy was too ferocious. Bus, bus, bus. The three of them activated the longevity talisman at almost the same time. A blue light enveloped their bodies, making them feel better. Your Majesty, this is the corpse lair. If we leave, what will happen to you? Kongxian's expression suddenly changed. Go, I still have a longevity talisman. There won't be any problems. Quickly return to the limitless celestial capital. Guhai said solemnly. Yes. Enveloped by the blue light, the three of them immediately flashed and disappeared like three streams of light shooting into the sky. Screech. The corpse bug roared and wanted to attack the three of them. However, the three of them had already disappeared. Whoosh. In an instant, the three of them appeared outside of the three-mountain city. Boom. The battle between the unborn man and Chun Shinsho suddenly stopped and separated. Longevity talisman? Unborn man, you actually refined 3 yuan shao to refine this useless thing? Chun Shinsho said in shock. Useless? Of course it's useless to a selfish person like you. However, sometimes, cultivating longevity is not for yourself. The unborn man said coldly. If it's not for yourself, why would you cultivate longevity? Ah, what a joke. This is the first time I've seen a longevity master strip away his own shao to give benefits to others. Do you know how difficult it is to cultivate 1 yuan shao? Chun Shinsho was shocked. Where's His Majesty? The unborn man looked at the three of them. His Majesty still doesn't want to come out. Unborn man, thank you for your trouble. Shangguan Hen said solemnly. Still doesn't want to come out? What? This is a corpse grave longevity array. There might be corpse bugs inside. How dangerous is this? Why doesn't His Majesty come out? The unborn man said anxiously. I'm not sure. Unborn man, we have a mission from His Majesty. We won't stay any longer. Farewell. Kong Xian said solemnly. Oh. The unborn man's face darkened. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Ao Shun, Kong Xian, and Shangguan Hen turned into 3 streams of light and flew toward the infinite celestial capital. The infinite celestial capital was extremely dangerous. They couldn't stay any longer. They immediately returned to the infinite celestial capital. Stop. Chun Shinsho shouted angrily. However, Chun Shinsho didn't dare to chase after them. A longevity master might not be powerful. In the longevity array he had monstrous means. However, once out of the longevity array, he couldn't stop Kong Xian and the other 2 even if he summoned the experts of the netherworld. The 3 of them disappeared into the horizon. Kong Xian, Shangguan Hen, and Ao Shun escaped. Baiming Shou, be careful. Chun Shinsho suddenly slapped the corpse grave longevity array and shouted. Baiming Shou? The previous Baiming Shou was killed by the immortal of the 6 paths less than 10 years ago. Another Baiming Shou is born? The unborn man said coldly. Doesn't that mean His Majesty is in more danger inside? The unborn man's face suddenly darkened. While speaking, the unborn man waved his hand. Rumble. A huge black hole suddenly appeared in the void. A giant skeleton man emerged from the black hole. You can summon from the netherworld, but I can't? Unborn man, you're still not strong enough to break the corpse grave longevity array. Chun Shinsho said coldly. While speaking, Chun Shinsho waved his hand and opened the netherworld gate. A monster covered in flames crawled out from inside. In the corpse grave longevity array, Dragon Shenying and Takeshi Ryushin were looking at the Long Sanchen begging for mercy. Father, uncle, I was wrong. I won't dare to do it again. I can help you wholeheartedly. You can even put a restriction on my soul. Father, I won't dare to do it again. The seriously injured Long Sanchen said pitifully. Kill him? Dragon Shenying asked in a low voice. Takeshi Ryushin narrowed his eyes. I want to kill him, but I can't bear to. What do you think? Do you need his ability? Dragon Shenying frowned slightly. Indeed, soul exchange is a powerful double-edged sword. Although it may hurt you, it can hurt the enemy more. Dragon Shenying was also very reluctant. Uncle, I will do whatever you ask me to do in the future. I won't dare to disobey you anymore. The Long Sanchen immediately begged for mercy. The Long brothers narrowed their eyes in silence. Uncle, father, I am a descendant of the Long family. Grandfather is the Long Jianghu. We have the same blood. Although I took the wrong path, please give me a chance. Just once is enough. The Long Sanchen said pitifully. The Long brothers hesitated for a moment. On the side, Bei Mingshou's face suddenly changed. Not good, Chun Shinsho sent news. Kong Xian and the others escaped. What? The Long brothers' faces suddenly changed. Where's Guhai? Takeshi Ryushin asked coldly. Shio. Dragon Shenying, however, instantly flew towards the South Sea Dragon King. He no longer cared about the Long Sanchen's life. Is Guhai still there? Dragon Shenying asked coldly. Yes. The South Sea Dragon King was puzzled. He turned his head and continued to talk to Guhai through the tooth of the corpse worm. In the corpse nest. Rumble. Gu Hai quickly absorbed the rolling corpse chi when a voice suddenly sounded. Gu Hai, are you dead? Gu Hai suddenly opened his eyes. South Sea Dragon King? It's great that you can hear me. The South Sea Dragon King's cold voice sounded. Gu Hai narrowed his eyes. South Sea Dragon King, you came with a mission from the spiritual mountain sacred ground, right? Tell me, what does the spiritual mountain sacred ground want from me? You still have the strength to speak? The corpse chi doesn't taste good, right? Gu Hai, I'll ask you a question now. The South Sea Dragon King said coldly. Oh, Jingfa Ming. Where is he? In the infinite celestial capital, or in your immortal dome of the ancients? The South Sea Dragon King said in a low voice. Jingfa Ming? Gu Hai was slightly stunned. Gu Hai quickly recalled this name in his mind. Soon he remembered. Before the Thousand Saints Conference in Heavenly Courts, Gao Chen and the people of Spiritual Mountain fought over the little beggar. He was a mute and the only one who liked Gao Chen's singing. At that time, Gu Hai played the Great Compassion Mantra and used the Guqin Dao to condense the Guanyin Bodhisattva, in Gu Hai's memory on earth. As a result, the Guanyin Bodhisattva's Dharma image, along with the Great Compassion Mantra's Buddhist voice, rushed into Jingfa Ming's forehead. At that moment, many people called him the devouring Dao physique. He was the person that the spiritual mountain sacred ground desperately wanted. However, after that, the people of the spiritual mountain sacred ground didn't show any intention of seizing Jingfa Ming. Gu Hai almost forgot. Devouring Dao physique? But devouring some of the laws of heaven and earth was like devouring the laws of the Great Compassion Mantra. Some devouring Dao physiques had appeared in history, but they didn't care before. Why did the spiritual mountain care so much this time? That's right, where is Jingfa Ming? In your immortal dome of the ancients? Gu Hai, hand over Jingfa Ming and I can spare your life, said the South Sea Dragon King in a deep voice. Had the spiritual mountain sacred ground spent so much effort just to find a little mute mortal beggar? What? Asked Gu Hai. You don't need to know, said the South Sea Dragon King in a deep voice. Then forget it. I don't want you to spare me. Let's see who has the last laugh, said Gu Hai coldly. At this moment, Takashi Ryushin flew over and asked about Gu Hai's situation. The South Sea Dragon King naturally said that Gu Hai was still inside. Takashi Ryushin narrowed his eyes and glanced at Dragon God Ing from behind before flying over as well. Below, the Long Sanchen heaved a sigh of relief. The Dragon Brothers had finally let go of their killing intent. He looked up at the Dragon Brothers above with a sharp glint in his eyes. South Sea Dragon King, you're looking for that little beggar? What use does he have? Asked Dragon God Ing in a deep voice. Sorry, it's better if you don't know. The South Sea Dragon King shook his head. Looks like you're not here to avenge your daughter. Hey, is Jingfa Ming that important? Asked Takashi Ryushin in a deep voice. The South Sea Dragon King shook his head and did not explain. South Sea Dragon King, no matter what Gu Hai says, don't believe him. He just wants to escape. As long as Gu Hai is dead, we can get his immortal dome and slowly search, said Dragon God Ing in a deep voice. Gu Hai is ignoring me. He would rather die than tell us Jingfa Ming's whereabouts. The South Sea Dragon King shook his head. Then let's have Bai Ming Shou activate the corpse nest and turn Gu Hai into a corpse demon as soon as possible. A long night means trouble, said Dragon God Ing in a deep voice. All right. The South Sea Dragon King shook his head. Let me do it. Activate the corpse worms quickly. Bai Ming Shou began to activate the corpse nest. Rumble. The corpse nest rumbled as the corpse worms inside unwillingly approached Gu Hai bit by bit. Sitting cross-legged in the corpse nest, Gu Hai had already adapted to the rolling corpse chi. Looking at the approaching corpse worms, not only was he not afraid, he even revealed a trace of viciousness. Chapter 9-10. Gu Hai seemed to have woken up from somewhere. However, he had forgotten about the past. He only knew that there was a great panic in his heart. His whole body was in extreme pain. It was dark all around and he seemed to be in a cave. His body was covered with insects. The insects drilled into his skin and kept gnawing at Gu Hai's flesh. Gu Hai screamed. Some insects seemed to have eaten some of Gu Hai's flesh and crawled out from his eyes and mouth. It was disgusting. He looked down and saw that his chest had been eaten by countless insects, leaving only his skeleton. At the same time, when he looked at his chest, his right eyeball suddenly fell out and was covered with small insects. It was exceptionally disgusting and terrifying. Anyone who saw such a scene would be scared silly. However, Gu Hai only screamed twice before he calmed down and revealed a sinister smile. Dream? What a disgusting dream. Gu Hai smiled coldly. Boom. Suddenly there was a loud noise in his body. The Heaven Suppression Divine Seal shook violently and shattered the entire dream. The entire cave world shattered like glass, shattering into countless pieces. Gu Hai suddenly woke up. I cultivate the art of chess. Do you know how complicated and strict my logic is? Did the dream cover my consciousness? Oh, as long as there is a trace of my logic that is not covered, I can follow the logic and quickly restore the entire thought process. That's it. Gu Hai smiled coldly and woke up. He was still in the corpse nest. The dream created by the corpse nest only caused Gu Hai to lose his mind for a short moment. However, in this short moment, the corpse worm attacked. While Gu Hai was in a daze, it suddenly charged at Gu Hai's right hand, which was extending to grab it. Rip. In an instant, it bit through Gu Hai's right palm and drilled into Gu Hai's body. Gu Hai's body was already incomparably strong. The fact that the corpse bug could bite through Gu Hai's skin showed how sharp its teeth were. It drilled into Gu Hai's arm and surged into the depths of Gu Hai's body. It wanted to rush into Gu Hai's brain, eat it, and take control of Gu Hai's body. However, at this moment, Gu Hai woke up. The pain in his palm caused Gu Hai to look at his right hand. At this moment, his right arm had turned completely black. The corpse bug had entered his body, bringing with it a wave of corpse poison. Gu Hai snorted coldly. In Gu Hai's body, the bones formed a world of their own. Ka. Immediately, countless bones strangely appeared to block the corpse worm in his body. Creak. The corpse bug gnawed at the bones one by one, but its speed eventually slowed down. Gu Hai's body was filled with countless small skeletons, and in the blink of an eye, they pounced on the corpse bug. The corpse bug roared at the countless small skeletons. However, the small skeletons were formed by the life-ender saber and they quickly gnawed at the corpse bug. The corpse bug's body was tough and it was difficult to bite through it immediately. However, there were too many small skeletons and they kept gnawing at it. Gradually, the corpse bug could not take it anymore. Creak. The corpse bug cried out in pain. This time, the corpse bug was clearly in trouble. On Gu Hai's right shoulder, a fist-shaped bone slowly emerged from his skin. The bone was surrounded by black fog. Small skeletons kept coming out of the bone and entering it. The bone slowly opened from the middle like a blooming flower. The corpse bug was on its last breath. Surrounded by black fog, countless small skeletons gnawed at it desperately. Gu Hai pinched the corpse bug with his left hand. He sneered coldly. Creak. The corpse bug was still grimacing in pain. Phew. The bone on Gu Hai's shoulder slowly returned to its original state and returned to Gu Hai's body. At the same time, the corpse poison on his right shoulder was absorbed by the great compassion poem of heaven and earth in the blink of an eye and turned into a supplement for Gu Hai. Little thing? You want to eat my brain? Gu Hai's eyes turned cold as if he was going to pinch it to death. However, the corpse bug's nest suddenly trembled. Oh, you're the source of the longevity array? You're the one who controls the corpse chi? Gu Hai narrowed his eyes. If he pinched it to death, the liquid corpse chi around him would collapse. Then his supplement would be gone. I'll let you live a little longer. Gu Hai's eyes turned cold. Creak. The corpse bug struggled. Gu Hai pinched it tightly. At the same time, he used countless small skeletons to exhaust its strength. At the same time, he controlled the great compassion poem of heaven and earth to absorb the corpse chi. In the outside world. Baiming Shou, how is it? Is Gu Hai dead? Takeshi Ryushin asked. Baiming Shou frowned slightly. He kept chanting strange notes to activate the corpse bug's nest. What's wrong? Dragon Shenying asked. I don't know. The corpse bug is still there but I can't command it. Baiming Shou frowned. Can't command it? What? I'm not sure. But don't worry, Gu Hai is dead for sure. He can't stand the corpse chi. Now, the power of providence on the surface of his body is almost depleted. He should be turning into a corpse demon soon. Baiming Shou said immediately. I hope so. Dragon Shenying said. Did Gu Hai hide in the immortal dome of the ancients? The South Sea Dragon King asked. No, the corpse bug's nest is the corpse bug's territory. As long as there's a living person, the corpse bug will be angry. As long as the living person is gone, the corpse bug will be satisfied and the corpse bug will slowly calm down. Bai Ming Shou explained. How troublesome. The South Sea Dragon King said. Everyone was waiting gloomily. Waiting for Gu Hai to turn into a corpse demon. The spiritual mountain sacred ground is really ruthless. Originally, this emperor thought that it was just an ordinary longevity array to deal with Gu Hai. Who would have thought that you would kill all the people in the city? Hey, in order to achieve your goal, you're unscrupulous. Dragon Shenying sneered. Didn't you want to kill Gu Hai too? What's the point of saying all this now? The South Sea Dragon King said coldly. Dragon Shenying snorted. At the side, Ao Xing ate some pills and recovered a little from his injuries. He suddenly frowned and said, something's not right. Everyone looked at Ao Xing with puzzlement. Did you notice that the corpse bug's nest is shrinking? Ao Xing said blankly. Shrinking? Everyone turned to look at the corpse bug. The corpse bug's nest was as big as the sea. When they were close to it they couldn't see the changes, but when they looked at the big picture they could see it. That's right, it's shrinking. Takashi Ryushin's eyes widened. What's going on, Bai Ming Shou? Dragon Shenying looked at Bai Ming Shou. I don't know, why is it shrinking? Bai Ming Shou was at a loss. Could it be that Gu Hai absorbed the liquid corpse chi inside the corpse bug's nest into his ancient immortal dome? The South Sea Dragon King asked doubtfully. Impossible, this liquid corpse chi is condensed from the corpse bug. Once it leaves the corpse bug's nest, it will immediately disperse. If such a large amount of corpse chi is absorbed into the ancient immortal dome, then the dome will be ruined. All the living beings inside will die, turning into corpse demons. How could Gu Hai do that? Bai Ming Shou frowned. But why is the corpse bug's nest shrinking? It's shrinking so fast. The South Sea Dragon King was worried. Not sure, let's wait and see. Bai Ming Shou frowned. Dragon Shenying's face was gloomy. He suddenly had a bad premonition. The corpse bug's nest was indeed shrinking. Everyone felt uneasy, but they didn't know what was going on. Wait. 2 hours, 4 hours later, the corpse bug's nest was reduced to 1/100th of its original size, but it was shrinking faster and faster. Boom. In just a short while, the corpse bug's corpse chi was quickly replenished, but it was still too late. The corpse bug's corpse chi in the city continued to decrease. The evil spirit's corpse chi was suddenly sucked out, and their souls regained consciousness. The 200 million corpse demons in the city also gradually stopped gnawing at each other. Their corpse chi was slowly sucked out and they fell to the ground, turning into ordinary corpses. Something's wrong, this corpse chi, what's going on? The South Sea Dragon King's face changed drastically. Transcendence? Why does it seem like these evil spirits and corpse demons are being transcended? Their corpse chi has been sucked out? This is impossible. Bai Ming Shou's expression changed. Outside the corpse mound longevity array, the battle between the unborn man and Chun Shinsho stopped abruptly. Outside the three-mountain city, the black fog slowly turned white again. Those roaring evil spirits were strangely transcended, turning into souls, looking around blankly. What's going on? Bai Ming Shou, what's going on? Why is the corpse mound life array unstable? Chun Shinsho roared. Rumble. Sure enough, the white fog outside the three-mountain city slowly swayed, and a loud boom resounded. Boom. It was as if a huge airflow had exploded, and the rolling fog exploded in an instant. The corpse mound life array is broken? The unborn man was stunned. Chun Shinsho was also confused. How can this be? The fog dispersed, revealing the 200 million corpses in the city. The unborn man's face changed, but he suppressed the anger in his heart and turned to look at a high platform in the city. Dragon God Ing, Takashi Ryushin, South Sea Dragon King, Bai Ming Shou, and Ao Xing were on high alert. They looked at the Wenzhong-wide corpse bug's nest. Boom. As the life array exploded, all the corpse chi gathered in the corpse bug's nest. Then the corpse bug's nest strangely shrank, and like a whale sucking in water, it rushed into the body of a person in the center. It was Gu Hai who had absorbed all the corpse chi. Zhi. The corpse bug in Gu Hai's hand screeched in despair. Gu Hai's closed eyes suddenly opened. Boom. With Gu Hai as the center, a huge air current swept out in all directions. Another corpse chi core appeared in the heavenly eye? The third layer of the heavenly palace? Gu Hai's eyes lit up in excitement. Other than a shaman chi core, another corpse chi core appeared. At the same time, a large amount of corpse chi entered the heavenly eye. Gu Hai felt that the heavenly eye's power had increased. The third layer of the heavenly palace. His cultivation broke through again. Guhai? You're not dead? Dragon God Ying's face changed. Corpse Chi? He absorbed all the corpse Chi? How is that possible? Who can use corpse Chi to cultivate? This corpse mound life array has become a wedding dress for Guhai's cultivation? Baiming Shou was at a loss. Chapter 9:11. The instant all the corpse energy was absorbed by Guhai, his cultivation broke through to the third layer of Heavenly Palace. Without the corpse nest, the corpse worm struggled in Guhai's hand. Zhi. The corpse worm's struggle woke everyone up. Your Majesty. The unborn man rushed over in shock. Due to Chun Shinshou's interference, the unborn man didn't have much time to break the corpse tomb longevity formation. Who would have thought that Guhai would be the one to break the formation, and the corpse energy was actually absorbed by Guhai? In the city, the countless corpse demons reverted to their original form, turning into ordinary corpses. However, their souls were faintly discernible as they bowed to Guhai. Many thanks, Your Majesty. Many streams of gratitude turned into beneficence. In the end, boundless luck enveloped Guhai's body. I failed to ensure your safety, and this is my dereliction of duty. However, I will definitely avenge you. Guhai said with a ferocious expression. Avenge? Guhai, do you think you can escape today? Takashi Ryushin said with a cold gaze. Oh, you are Takashi Ryushin? Guhai instantly recognized Takashi Ryushin's eyes and temperament. Chun Shinshou Baiming Shou stopped the unborn man. Dragon God Ing ordered coldly. Yes. The two longevity masters immediately pounced on the unborn man. Dragon God Ing, Takashi Ryushin, the South Sea Dragon King, and Ao Sheng surrounded Guhai. Guhai, you're quite capable. You're still alive? But now you don't have any providence protecting you. Let's see who can save you. Dragon God Ing said coldly. Dragon God Ing? You don't have any providence protecting you? Guhai sneered. Killing you is as easy as flipping my hand. Dragon God Ing said coldly. Killing me is as easy as flipping your hand? At Long Zhanghua's son? He probably didn't expect that there would be a day when all of you would become my enemy. Guhai narrowed his eyes and said coldly. Don't mention Holy Father. Even though Holy Father didn't die because of you, he was killed by you in the end. Dragon Xinying's eyes turned cold. He was the first to rush forward. I killed Long Zhanghua? Ha, forget it, I'll send you to see Long Zhanghua. Let him deal with you. Guhai said coldly. After placing the corpse bug into the immortal dome of the ancients, the life entrapment blade suddenly appeared in Guhai's left hand. Boom. A large number of magic treasures instantly exploded in all directions. Activating the life entrapment saber, High Void started to set up the formation. Don't talk to me about Holy Father. Haha, you killed Holy Father and now you want to kill us? Takashi Ryushin glared and pounced forward. Dragon Shenying was also angered by Guhai's words, and his speed increased. The life entrapment blade instantly emitted billions of green lights. Bang! The Go array was completed. As Dragon Shenying pounced, a massive black hole suddenly appeared in front of him. This black hole was the passage to the immortal dome of the 30th Immortal. Last time he had wanted to send the Tong Tian sect master over, but unfortunately the Tong Tian sect master had struggled too fiercely. Guhai was worried that the black hole wouldn't be able to handle it, so he sent the Tong Tian sect master back. Dragon Shenying, Takashi Ryushin, South Sea Dragon King, and Ao Sheng did not have the power of providence, so they were a bit weaker than the Tong Tian sect master, so they should be able to handle it. As soon as the black hole appeared, everyone's expression changed. Their bodies swayed and they came to a stop. The battle between Guhai and the Tong Tian sect master had already spread throughout the world, so these people immediately recognized this black hole. This was a black hole array that could trap even the Tong Tian sect master. They could not be caught in it. Boom. Dragon Shenying and Takashi Ryushin barely managed to stop in front of the black hole, their faces paling. That was a close call. They were nearly trapped by Guhai's array. Roar! Dragon Shenying roared, and a pair of gigantic skeletal wings suddenly sprouted from his back. He flapped his wings in an attempt to change direction and go around the black hole to charge at Guhai. Just as Dragon Shenying was about to leave the black hole, something strange happened. Boom! Behind him, Takashi Ryushin suddenly slapped Dragon Shenying's back and shoved him into the black hole. Dragon Shenying had not been on guard against Takashi Ryushin, So how could he have expected Takashi Ryushin to betray him at this moment? Third brother, you dare? Dragon Sheniying paled, but it was already too late. He was instantly sucked into the black hole. Takashi Ryushin, what are you doing? The South Sea Dragon King asked, his face paling. Why would Takashi Ryushin attack Dragon Sheniying at this moment? Takashi Ryushin watched as Dragon Sheniying disappeared into the black hole. Big brother, don't blame me. I don't want to submit to you, You. The South Sea Dragon King's face paled. Aha, really stupid. You saved me a lot of trouble. Do you think you can escape by yourself? Gu Hai revealed a cold smile. Rumble. The black hole suddenly expanded. In an instant it was more than 100 times bigger. Takashi Ryushin, who was leaning against the black hole, was enveloped by the black hole in the blink of an eye. What? No. Takashi Ryushin screamed in fear as he tried to escape. However, the black hole expanded too quickly. There was no time to escape and he was swallowed by the black hole in the blink of an eye. In the blink of an eye, the Dragon Clan brothers were nowhere to be seen. Let me out. The Dragon Clan brothers' roars came from inside the black hole. Rumble. Suddenly the black hole trembled. In the past, the black hole could not trap the Tongtian sect master because the Tongtian sect master was too strong. Now the Dragon Clan brothers had turned into zombies. Although they were not as strong as the Tongtian sect master, the difference was not too big. For a moment, the black hole trembled as the two of them fought from inside. Third brother, you idiot. Dragon Sheniying roared in the black hole. Who asked you to force me? Let's get out first. Takashi Ryushin roared. Rumble. Suddenly the black hole churned. Gu Hai struggled to hold the array. At this moment, the South Sea Dragon King and Ao Shing did not know that Gu Hai was struggling to hold the array. Quick, kill Gu Hai and they can come out. Ao Shing was about to pounce on Gu Hai. Gu Hai's eyes turned cold. He took out the life-extinguishing saber and slashed at Ao Shing. Zhoutian 7. Boom. Purple light soared into the sky. With a loud bang, Ao Shun spat out a mouthful of blood and was blown away. Ao Shun was already severely injured and had not recovered. How could he withstand the power of the saber? His vision turned black and he almost fainted. The South Sea Dragon King caught Ao Shun. After being caught by the South Sea Dragon King, Ao Shun spat out another mouthful of blood and completely lost the ability to fight. On the other side, Bai Mingshou and Chun Shinsho stopped fighting and looked at the sudden change in shock. In the blink of an eye, the only one who could fight Gu Hai was the South Sea Dragon King? Could the South Sea Dragon King defeat Gu Hai? The two longevity masters felt a chill in their hearts. The Long brothers were so powerful, but they were defeated in an instant. How long could the South Sea Dragon King last? Besides, Gu Hai had just broken the Corpse Mound longevity array. They were only strong in longevity, but their cultivation was not the best. Once. The two shivered and waved their hands in the air. The two rushed into the netherworld at almost the same time and escaped. Halt. The unborn man extended his hand and commanded a group of skeletons to charge forward. The gate of the netherworld slammed shut. The unborn man wanted to give chase, but he stopped after thinking about it. After all, Gu Hai was here. Turning his head, the unborn man looked in Gu Hai's direction. The South Sea Dragon King's expression changed. I'm the only one left? The South Sea Dragon King panicked. He instinctively felt guilty towards Gu Hai. Gu Hai, just you wait. The Buddha will not let you go. The South Sea Dragon King was furious. He grabbed Ao Sheng and shot into the distance. Escape? The South Sea Dragon King escaped? Gu Hai was stunned. He was just thinking about how to deal with the South Sea Dragon King. Now, it seemed that he was overthinking. He did have the courage to fight with them, but he might not win. And he was already prepared for a terrible fight. After all, Dragon God Ing, Takashi Ryushin, and the South Sea Dragon King were too strong. Even if he broke through one level, he was still a little weaker. Moreover, there were 3 of them. Even if he had to set up 2 passages to the Immortal Dome, Gu Hai was prepared to fight with his wits. But who would have thought that the Dragon Brothers would betray him and give him an advantage? That South Sea Dragon King was even more cowardly. He was scared away. Your Majesty, are you okay? The unborn man flew closer. I'm fine. It's just that the Dragon Brothers are really surprising. Gu Hai smiled coldly. Your Majesty's array is really powerful. The unborn man exclaimed. Not far away, Gu Hai's array of spirit stones and magic treasures were quickly being depleted. The black hole trembled. The Dragon Brothers seemed to be breaking free at any time. No, we can't send both of them over at the same time. We have to send at least one. Gu Hai had a thought. Unborn man, protect me? Gu Hai said in a low voice. Yes. The unborn man guarded the surroundings. Inside the black hole, the dragon brothers saw a bright light in the distance. There was a suction force pulling the two of them. They naturally thought that it was dangerous and did not want to go over. They wanted to break the barrier of darkness around them. But at this time, the suction force on Takeshi Ryushin suddenly doubled. Whoosh! In an instant, Takeshi Ryushin was sucked into the other side of the passage. Not good, big brother, save me? Takeshi Ryushin's expression changed and shouted. Dragon Shenying's expression changed and quickly rushed over. Dragon Shenying understood that it would be difficult for the two of them to tear open the black hole. If he was alone, it would be even more difficult. Pa! Dragon Shenying grabbed Takeshi Ryushin's hand. Big brother, pull me back, don't let go. Takeshi Ryushin said anxiously. Just as he was about to exit from the other end of the cave, Long Shenwu instinctively felt a sense of danger. As long as he was sucked in, would he be finished? Humph, if not for you, how could the two of us be in such a passive situation? Dragon Shenying said gloomily. If not for Takeshi Ryushin kicking him in, they would not be in such a dangerous situation. Dragon Shenying's heart was filled with anger when he thought that they would definitely win this battle. Big brother, I also did not expect this. Takeshi Ryushin said bitterly as he held on tightly to Dragon Shenying. Dragon Shenying slowly pulled him away from the exit. Big brother, it seems like the suction force has decreased by half? Takeshi Ryushin said as he was pulled back. When you were sucked in, the suction force on me was completely gone. Now that you are back, I feel it again. Dragon Shenying said blankly. That is to say, this hole can only suck in one person? Takeshi Ryushin's expression changed. One person. Dragon Shenying narrowed his eyes. At this time, Takeshi Ryushin suddenly exerted force, wanting to push Dragon Shenying into the hole. Boom. Bastard old third, you want to do it again? Dragon Shenying pushed away Takeshi Ryushin. This time Dragon Shenying was clearly on guard. Big brother, it seems like Gu Hai's formation can only allow one person to go out. Sorry. Takeshi Ryushin said coldly as he prepared to attack again. Boom. Suddenly, a foot appeared and kicked Takeshi Ryushin into the other side of the hole. At this time, Gu Hai also entered the hole and saw Takeshi Ryushin's shamelessness and kicked him into the hole. Takeshi Ryushin? Really two-faced ah? Gu Hai said coldly. Gu Hai. Dragon Shenying looked at Gu Hai with a gloomy face. Don't worry, he won't die. He went to see the Long Jianghu. Gu Hai said coldly. What? Dragon Shenying asked blankly. Suddenly, a light barrier appeared at the entrance, seemingly isolating the Six Paths Immortal Dome. The suction force on Dragon Shenying's body suddenly disappeared. Rumble. Inside the black hole, the pressure seemed to want to crush Gu Hai into pieces, but Gu Hai's body was strong enough to withstand it. This place is really not a place for people to stay. Wearing down my 3 spiritual souls? Gu Hai's face sank. Gu Hai wanted to go out. However, he endured the grinding sensation of being in the black hole and looked at the entrance. Long Jianghu, can you hear me? Hurry up, if something happens outside, I can't go back even if I want to. Gu Hai roared at the hole. What are you shouting for? Dragon Shenying looked at Gu Hai blankly. At this time, the sound of leather shoes hitting the ground came from the other side of the hole, and a pair of shiny leather shoes could be vaguely seen. Then, a man in a black trench coat and a bow tie appeared at the other end of the cave, giving off a business-like aura. It was the appearance of the Dragon Warring States. Gu Hai, you sent Shenwu here? Long Jianghu asked with a frown. Dragon Shenying's mouth fell open. Impossible. Impossible. Dragon Shenying roared with wide eyes. Zombie? Shenying, I told you before you can cultivate Jiang Chen's body, but don't become a zombie descendant. This corpse energy is not from your own cultivation. Do you want to become Jiang Chen's puppet? Long Jianghu said coldly. Dragon Shenying trembled. You're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.